when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 S level item. Newer stone. Ice soul. A level item. A strange stone that has been passed down for many years. It contains pure ice vitality, which can keep the body from decaying and keep the vitality endless. Note: is there a widow in your family? Ice soul from Fengarn's secret realm. Combined with Lenzu's previous explanation, Linbin understood it instantly. Zubeo might have really thought too much. He got the ice soul from Fengarn's secret realm and took it out, but he couldn't hide it from Nifeng, who was originally a person in Fengarn's secret realm. And Nifeng knew about it, which naturally meant that Lenzu also knew about it. She took the opportunity to attack. Everything was very reasonable. But, with the ice soul in hand, Linbin's brain suddenly became dazed. The ice soul in his hand had disappeared just like that. Instead, his own true essence was originally calm like a calm in a lake, peaceful, but with the disappearance of the ice soul, it was like a pot of boiling oil poured into the lake. The entire lake was boiling instantly, and the calm inland lake turned into a vast sea. It was surging and boundless. Linbin's cultivation had no bottlenecks. The reason why he was stuck at this level was because his accumulated strength was not at this level, so he could not break through. This should have been a slow process. Even if Linbin's cultivation speed was as fast as cheating, and he could complete the original accumulation at a speed of more than 10 times or even dozens of times faster than others, this accumulation still had to take time. But with the entry of the ice soul into his body, in an instant, this accumulation was completely completed. The third level of shanking broke through to the fourth level in an instant. The impermanence ghost path broke through to the fifth level. And the momentum was still not endless, and the surging forward, the true essence became more surging. The true essence completely spread out, and a heavy and inexplicable pressure instantly enveloped everyone's heart. The fifth apostle Shu Mingming. Although he was once an apostle, he now stood beside Linzu openly and whispered something to her. He was holding her arm in a very intimate way, and it was obvious that they had a close relationship. But suddenly, the pressure came, and she looked around in doubt, and then she saw Linbin standing with the 11th apostle Deng Yang, with his eyes slightly closed. She immediately pouted in dissatisfaction and complained, "Aksu, look, your brother is actually using his power to threaten me. He is in KO's camp, but his heart is with Han. If he dares to hurt me, you have to do justice for me. He shouldn't be targeting you." Linzu looked at Linbin with a complicated expression and said, "Didn't you find that everyone is under pressure from him?" Shu Mingming looked around and found that everyone around her had a little discomfort in their expressions. "What is that? A demonstration? It shouldn't be a demonstration to anyone," Linzu said softly. The pressure came quickly and went away quickly. It disappeared in an instant. Linbin did not make any more breakthroughs. Instead, after pushing his cultivation to the peak of the realm again, he was exhausted and scattered. Obviously, it was just an A-level item. Although it was powerful, for Linbin now, A-level was just that. But even so, the strength bonus it brought to Linbin was also great. At least, his previous fight with the third apostle was completely due to the good fortune of the Hashibi. Facing the fantasy killer, no matter how powerful the strength of the hard-trained cultivation was, it would be wiped out invisibly. But in fact, even if the two were fair, Linbin would be much inferior to the third apostle. But now, Linbin was confident that, if all the external equipment was removed, and the two were fair, he could also rely on his own advantages to completely knock him down. You know, people like Xianbuai are only at the third or fourth level of the Upper King realm. In other words, even if Linbin relied solely on the strength of Taijizu and King Dao, if he was placed in King Ganmen, he would be the third person after Wanjianai and Daogsun. Linbin didn't say much. There are still many things to do. The Kingdom of God doesn't just have S-level props. There are also a large number of precious A-level and B-level props preserved, plus the treasures dropped by the reincarnators after their death. Basically everyone has a share. And it is natural that whoever collects the dropped items will get them. but the props in the treasury need to be distributed by Linbin and others so that everyone can get satisfactory props. Just like Won, she had wanted to exchange the double blade called Kangyu Jingshan a long time ago. At that time, she wanted to exchange it, but later she teamed up with Linbin and got Cheng'aying sword by chance. She was proficient in swords, spears, swords, and sticks. With the sword, she no longer wanted to use the double blade. But who knew that the double blade disappeared from the exchange list later? I thought it was exchanged by someone else. But I didn't expect it to appear in the storehouse of the Kingdom of God. Although the appearance of the Kangyu Jingshan is very different from the Shan Mo Shuangjian, it is more gorgeous and powerful, and both are the double blades that she is best at. The little girl immediately intercepted the weapon. She held it tightly, saying that if you want it, you can take it back from her chest, but she will definitely resist. This made Linbin smile. Anyway, he was going to thank her. Since she likes it and doesn't take the initiative to ask for more, just let her go. Linzu was thinking about his sister-in-law. He also helped her touch it immediately. The Wu Chen sword from the secret realm of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Wu Chen sword, A+ grade magic weapon, an ancient magic weapon, pointing to the sky to collapse, splitting the earth to split the earth. Note, the magic weapon is profound and powerful. It matches Shifixuan's temperament and image, and its power is far better than the second sword in her hand, which is gradually unable to keep up with the pace. Shifixuan got a white flute. Snow Phoenix Ice King Flute, A-level weapon, a rare weapon forged with white dragon balls. It is surrounded by cold air. When playing, it can stimulate internal force to make snowflakes fall from the sky, as if winter has come again, causing large-scale damage to surrounding enemies to protect itself. Note, who said that you can't protect yourself from a distance? Shifixuan couldn't put it down. Linbin was also very happy for her. This weapon was tailor-made for her. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Kingsun. This flute has its own cold air, so you won't feel dry mouth when you play it in the future." Kingsun was originally holding the flute and was very happy. When she heard Linbin's words, her pretty face blushed slightly for no reason. She glared at Linbin and whispered, "Why do I feel like you are congratulating yourself?" Linbin, huh? Kingsun rolled her eyes at him and went to talk to her sister with the flute in her hand. The destruction of the Kingdom of God had a huge impact, especially on the two sisters. Shizixun was undercover in the Kingdom of God before, and the two of them were quite worried, but they didn't have to live together after all. But now, the two of them have to discuss it carefully. Zhu Yuan, Shan Mixon and others also got substitutes similar to their previous weapons, and they were advanced and more powerful. For the reincarnationists, a powerful weapon might be able to take their strength to a higher level, and some of the remaining B-level and C-level props are not very helpful to Linbin and others. But for the reincarnationists in the extraordinary realm, they are still very useful. But these are not for Linbin and others. Linbin entrusted these tasks to Shifixun. Because of this matter, it also caused great dissatisfaction in Qianqian, who complained that Linbin's performance was not like a dog. She should be the one to divide it. Linbin completely ignored her dissatisfaction. If she really let her divide it, she could put 8 out of 10 credits on the Yinji Ui sect. The little girl was so thick-skinned that it was almost impossible to shoot through. "You can really do this. Then let Xianhu, Zhanghan and Zhu Yuan divide some of the basic resources of the Kingdom of God." Since they are willing to help, Linbin naturally doesn't mind letting them share some of the benefits. The Kingdom of God's division of spoil soon got on the right track. The brother and sister quietly moved away from the crowd. Linzu explained to Linbin for a while before, but obviously there were many things that she didn't have time to say. "You should have known the rules of the Kingdom of God. Just like Sui Fenka's father destroyed the B185 secret realm, the S-level props of this secret realm should fall into Sui Fenka's hands. This is the inheritance of the father's business. The first batch of S-level props of the Kingdom of God came from this way. When an apostle or a tribe member knows that they will soon die, they will not choose to die of old age on the hospital bed, but will choose to sacrifice themselves, destroy a secret realm, and then give the S-level props of this secret realm to their children, as a final gift to them." The brother and sister walked hand in hand in the wilderness jungle outside the Kingdom of God's base. The green grass and lush jungle made it look like a primitive jungle that no one had ever set foot on. Linzu also told Linbin about her past. My father is the second apostle. He wanted me to inherit the position of apostle, but the position of apostle is not hereditary, and I was still young at that time. Theoretically, I was not qualified to inherit this position, so my father thought of sacrificing his life to get me an extra S-level item. Then he used an S-level item as a price to ensure the stability of my position as the second apostle. That's why they all call me the second apostle, because I really inherited my father's business. Linbin, that's not the father I imagined, right? Yeah. Linzu said softly, because it was left for me. My father chose a very difficult secret realm, and he successfully obtained the second S-level item, but there was still an accident in the middle, because the luck of that world was not based on an item, but a living person. What he called obtaining an S-level item was actually to completely erase that person's consciousness. So that, did our father have a guilty conscience? Linzu sighed. Well, that little girl was about my age at the time, and maybe she just hit the soft spot in his heart. Especially when he found out that he was actually full of malice. The little girl didn't blame my father, but made my father feel guilty, and knew the bad behavior of the kingdom of God. So after obtaining the S-level item, my father should have died immediately, but he used the item to keep his last breath, and then wanted to send me away from the twisted and perverted environment of the kingdom of God. Then, he was hunted down by the kingdom of God. The world's destiny incarnates into a little girl. Ice Soul. Nuwa Stone. Linbin vaguely guessed what kind of world that world was. Linbin asked, your legs were also injured in that chaos? Linzu nodded and said, the S-level item I got could have easily healed my legs, but because I had already obtained the inheritance of the second apostle, and I was the first traitor, since the establishment of the kingdom of God, the kingdom of God must kill me. My incomplete legs can help me escape the pursuit, especially when that girl has a younger brother. Linbin hummed lightly. Some things don't need to be asked too clearly. Needless to say, Linzu's father should have entered the world of Shanzihan. Then he killed Uzayaksu from another world and got the Nuwa Stone. But from his connection with Bingpo, it can be seen that the S-level item should have fallen into his hands in the end. So the S-level item that the kingdom of God is looking for has never been in Linzu's hands, but on him. It should be in that attack that Linbin also suffered extremely fatal injuries, so the Nuwa Stone was used to save his life. Maybe her original purpose was just to use Linbin's identity as a cover, and when he was no longer useful, she would take out the Nuwa Stone and kill Linbin completely? But in the end, she did not take out the Nuwa Stone. This is also the reason why Linbin can live until now. Linbin asked a little sadly, so, Linbin's sister Linzu has actually died a long time ago. Linzu looked at Linbin with a little guilt and said softly, I'm sorry. I'm not sad for her death. I'm just sad for the two of them. Linbin said unclearly. Linzu didn't understand what he meant, because she didn't know that in a sense, Linbin was no longer there. Although he had all of Linbin's memories and likes and dislikes, after all, it was still a soul from another world that dominated all this. Both the brother and sister were replaced, but they have replaced their identities and lived as brother and sister until now. Linzu's existence is a lie. Is Linbin's existence also not a lie? From this point of view, it is not Linzu who is sorry for Linbin, but Linbin who is sorry for Linzu. The Linzu that Linzu replaced is a person who has nothing to do with Linbin, but the Linbin that Linbin replaced is a relative that Linzu has known for many years. Linzu sighed about that S-level item. No need to say, I already know. You know? Bingpo was in my palm just now, but now it has disappeared. Linbin raised her hand and let Linzu look at her palm. He said, I have one last question. Linzu said, go ahead and ask. At the beginning, you must have used props to cover your face, but now, this is my own face. Linzu gently touched her face and sighed, I have a prop called Thousand Modularity in my hand. During this period of time, for so many years, I have been using this prop to slowly change my face so that everyone can adapt to my face and little by little transform Linzu's face into my own face. What about your real name? My real name is no longer important. My father's greatest hope is that I can abandon the past, so I use the identity of Lin Zhu, and I don't plan to abandon this identity. After saying all the details, Lin Zhu said faintly, "Aren't you angry? I thought you were going to beat me up. Some things are different from what you imagine." Lin Bin sighed and did not explain. Chapter 352 Appetizers. At this point, Lin Bin finally understood everything. Why did she fix her and look exactly like Lin Zhu? Why did Lin Zhu know that Lin Bin had guessed everything, but still stubbornly said nothing? This Lin Bin is not that Lin Bin. Otherwise, knowing that her sister's identity was replaced by someone else, she would have to explode fiercely. But Lin Bin did not lose his temper. Lin Zhu did not ask why. It was good enough not to get angry and beat herself up. Why bother to get angry again? After talking about the heavy topic, the two finally talked about business. Now that the kingdom of God has been destroyed, all the apostles have either officially defected or are already dead. Only the first apostle has escaped because he and the third apostle never appeared at the same time. Lin Bin asked, "They can't appear at the same time. Why?" Because since the betrayal of the second apostle, there are only two of them who can master the laws of the secret realm of the kingdom of God. Either they each find a successor, or the two of them must not appear in the same place at the same time. This will ensure that, if one of them dies unexpectedly, the kingdom of God will not die, because of the loss of its headquarters. Lin Zhu sneered, "I'm afraid they would never have thought that my father had already handed over the method of mastering the kingdom of God to me before he died. Now, the secret realm of the kingdom of God has fallen into my hands." Lin Bin said, "But the first apostle should be the real leader of the kingdom of God. If he doesn't die, we will always be in trouble. Do you know where he is?" Lin Zhu shook her head and said, "I don't know." Don't know? The identity of the first apostle is very mysterious. He is not only the first apostle, but also the founder of the kingdom of God. It is said that he was the first person to be strengthened after the invasion of the secret realm. Except for him, the 12 apostles have been passed down from generation to generation, but he has never been passed down. Lin Bin was surprised and said, "But it has been at least 200 years since the appearance of the apostles of the kingdom of God, right? Well, so this first apostle has lived for at least 300 years. It is rumored that he was actually involved in the establishment of the reincarnation space. It's just that he obviously had his own unique purpose in participating in the establishment of the reincarnation space. Later, because of different paths from the reincarnation space, they parted ways." Lin Zhu said, "This is what my father told me, but he didn't tell me the specific details. Obviously, he didn't know much about it. From this point of view, our successful destruction of the kingdom of God today may also have some luck in it. Although the third apostle is not easy to deal with, it is still within the normal range after all. If it were the first apostle, we would know nothing about him, so it would be even more difficult to deal with him. From this point of view, our luck is really not bad. We first destroyed the third apostle and the kingdom of God. No matter how strong the first apostle is, we have already cut off one of his arms. Even if we encounter him again in the future, we will have the opportunity to deal with it calmly." Lin Bin nodded and said, "Then can we only wait for him to come out by himself?" Lin Zhu said, "Sister Mingming has been investigating everything related to the first apostle. Now that the kingdom of God has been destroyed, the first apostle may not know that she is a traitor. If we can trick him out, it would be great. Even if we can't trick him out, Sister Mingming also has certain clues and intelligence, but she is not sure, so she didn't tell us. In short, although we have won a big victory, we have not won a complete victory. As long as the first apostle is alive, we still need to be careful. I fully understand this. Now, the kingdom of God belongs to you completely, right?" "Yes." "Can we move the kingdom of God back home?" "Of course you can. The secret realm of the kingdom of God is also an S-level item. If you take this secret realm with you, you will have a place to hide and recuperate at a critical moment when you train again. Abin, if you need it. I don't need it. I have Hearthstone, which is enough. When I arrive at a secret realm, I activate a safe point first. If I encounter danger, I just find a way to teleport back. This secret realm is very helpful to me, but the help is not too great. I will feel more at ease if you keep it." "Okay, but Linzu showed some hesitation on her face and said, once the kingdom of God is put away, all of us will be exposed. Now we are in the Free Federation. I'm afraid they won't let us leave so easily. Linbin smiled faintly and said, I have made 2 preparations for this. Which 2? The first is a close friend of mine. Her status in the Free Federation is not too low. She will help us cover outside. Then if the cover fails, then we can only rely on my second plan. Linbin smiled faintly and said, they'd better pray that Infidi can deceive. Because if Infidi can't hide it, it will be a crisis for them. We don't have to worry about it. You are confident. Confidence comes from trust. Anyway, let's deal with it first and leave here normally after it's done. Okay. Since Linbin said it was okay, Linzu would naturally not doubt him. Holding his hand and walking back, even her steps were much lighter. The things that she didn't want Linbin to know the most were already known by him, and he also made it clear that he didn't care. This feeling is just like stealing someone outside and returning to the family. It's really a blessing in disguise. I can't help but hug my brother and kiss him hard with gratitude. While Linbin and others were urgently dealing with the legacy of the kingdom of God in the real world, Infidi, who had been covering for Linbin and others, never expected that she had made all the preparations, but an accident still happened. What? You mean, this is the enemy's base? The apostles of the kingdom of God? Infidi was shocked and said, where did you get the news? How come I don't know? It's normal that you don't know. In fact, if there were no enthusiastic citizens who called us and reported that the headquarters of the kingdom of God was hidden here, we would not have thought that there would be a base of reincarnations in this place. The person who was responsible for contacting Infidi was a thin staff member named Barry Allen. With an admiring look on his face, he said, but when I learned that you were training reincarnations here, to be honest, I was really shocked. Before, the reincarnations entered the East Sakura kingdom to resolve the crisis, but they were wiped out. Only you survived by chance. I didn't expect that you accidentally discovered the enemy's base now. In addition, you didn't enter the Dark Knight secret realm by chance. Sure enough, they are right to call you the lucky Infidi. Having said that, he paused and said, in short, you have been of great help here. This is an order for you, requiring you to fully assist the 3 eternal level reincarnationists, 12 gold level reincarnationists, and 40 silver level reincarnationists who will arrive later, to strive for the complete annihilation of this Chinese team, and do your utmost to weaken the strength of China's reincarnation space. Infidi took the order handed over by Barry. While opening it and browsing it, he asked, do you know which enthusiastic citizen it is? The location here is so secretive, and my people are fighting here in full swing, but didn't notice anything. He actually has such important news. Either he has a grudge against the Kingdom of God organization, and found this place after investigating, or he is a member of the Kingdom of God, but the uneven distribution of the spoils led to their infighting. Why didn't they catch him? When we arrived at the coordinate point, the person who called didn't know anything. It was obvious that he was controlled by someone, so we couldn't find the real person behind the scenes at all. While speaking, Infidi had already seen the transfer order. This is an order. Infidi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Reincarnation, put aside all your duties, cooperate with the extermination team led by Berry, and do your best to strangle the hostile reincarnationists. There is also a seal, and in reality this is an order from the Reincarnation Association. Infidi's delicate brows suddenly frowned and complained, your information came too late. You also know that our Ministry of Foreign Affairs is almost wiped out. In order to train these newcomers, I completely followed the standards of real fighting. Now the reincarnationists are not only seriously injured, but also their props are almost exhausted. In this case, even if I stay here, I can only cheer for you. This. Barry was not blind, so he could see clearly that all these people were injured. Infidi had worked too hard before, wanting to cover up for Linbin, so she didn't let these reincarnationists hold back at all, resulting in them all suffering injuries of varying severity. If they still go to the battlefield under such circumstances, they would probably just be delivering food to the enemy. Infidi suggested, how about this? I'll take them back immediately. treat their wounds urgently, arrange the distribution of weapons, and then rush over to assist you immediately. Anyway, it's enough for you to bring elite reincarnationists, right? We are just icing on the cake. That's fine. Berry said, Miss Infidi, as soon as possible. Okay. Infidi turned and left. By the way, Miss Infidi. Berry stopped her and asked, after the battle, will you be free? If so, I'd like to buy you a drink. No, I'm not an adult yet and can't drink. Infidi responded casually without looking back. Her beautiful brows were tightly furrowed. She had calculated everything, but she didn't expect that someone would tell on her. This time it's really. Infidi first asked her deputy to take back all the reincarnationists used for training. She quietly hid in a secret place, took out her mobile phone, and started to contact Linbin. Unfortunately, no matter how she dialed, she couldn't get through. She stamped her feet in a hurry. Seeing that there was a heavy wind coming from the sky, it was the sound of fighter planes flying past. In the distance, the rumbling sound of heavy tanks was also deafening. Obviously, in order to deal with this group of reincarnationists, they not only dispatched reincarnationists, but also a large number of modern technological weapons. Infidi gritted her teeth and planned to go back to the battlefield. At least, it wouldn't be a problem to delay them. But just when she turned around, she almost bumped into a figure. The man appeared behind her without her noticing. He was wearing a red robe, and his face was more handsome than the girl's. His attitude was very humble. He handed her a piece of paper with a smile and asked, "Little girl, how far is this coordinate from here? I can't quite understand these coordinates and things. The navigation is not very convenient." Infidi was surprised and said, You are a reincarnation? Well, I was invited by a friend of mine to help him. Friend? Don't you know him too? Just now when I saw you stamping your feet in anxiety, you called his name, and he gave me your photo, so I recognized you. Infidi suddenly realized and said, Mr. Abin? Yes, it's him. The visitor showed a very kind smile on his face, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that Abin is so popular with women. He has confidants wherever he goes. In this foreign country, there are beautiful girls like you who are worried about him. I have some questions to ask you. These tanks and planes seem to be called this name. They are coming for Abin, right? Infidi was stunned and said, Oh, that's right. In other words, my mission is to destroy these planes and tanks? Maybe, there are some reincarnations. Someone reported that Mr. Abin has been surrounded. I can't pass on the news now. He doesn't know anything. Once he comes out and is attacked by the enemy, he will definitely suffer heavy casualties. I see. The beast god smiled faintly and said, Little girl, can you stay away? I was a bit reckless in my attack. Since you are Mr. Abin's confidant, he also specifically told me that it would be difficult to report to him if I hurt you. I just heard you say that you want to go back and prepare, so go back and prepare and come back in an hour. An hour? Yes, an hour is enough. The beast god clenched his fist, and a calm and confident smile appeared on his face. Infidi's heart suddenly chilled. Only then did she realize that she couldn't tell a single lie to him. It's not that she trusted him, but because when facing him, her instinct was screaming and trembling wildly, and she didn't dare to lie to him even a word. Fortunately, he was not Mr. Abin's enemy, otherwise wouldn't she have leaked important intelligence and news? It seems that my title of Lucky Infidi will continue to be maintained. Infidi thought to herself with self-mockery, nodded, and her figure gradually turned into nothingness, and fled into the distance. Body transformation? What a magical ability. The beast god exclaimed. It has only been more than 10 days since he came to this strange world, but he has changed a lot compared to before. His complexion is bright, and his expression is also gentler than before. He has seen this magical world, and seen too many magical worlds. He understands. If Linglang still has a chance of resurrection, then this chance of resurrection must be in this world. He didn't lie to him. The day when the two of them will be reunited and stay together forever is not far away. But for now, I have to take a good look at how powerful the technological weapons in the small real world are. Looking at the battle records rumbling past in the sky, the beast god shook his head and gently touched his wrist. Regretfully, it's a pity that I couldn't bring Teoti here. It should like to eat these things very much, but I should be able to harvest a lot of reincarnation watches today. I'll bring it here when the time comes. Chapter 353 Return. The handling of the Kingdom of God went more smoothly than expected. Just collect the props and give them to those who came to help them. Then pile up the bodies and burn them directly with flames. This secret realm now belongs to Lin Zhu, and the base may still be used. At the very least, it cannot be left here to benefit some unknown first apostle. After everything is handled, Lin Zhu manipulated the secret realm and directly transferred everyone out. In an instant, hundreds of people appeared directly in the previous valley. Then, everyone was stunned. Cheyenne who shouted, "There is an ambush." After that, he drew out the tiger soul with a swish and looked around cautiously. All the other people were also extremely solemn. Just now, when they came here, it was still quiet and there was no one at all. But while they were fighting fiercely inside, the outside had already experienced a very miserable war. Corpses were everywhere, blood was floating in the sea, and there were countless broken limbs. When they came here, this place was still a secluded forest that had not been disturbed by human habitation. But now, there was thick and pungent smoke everywhere, destroying almost everything around. It was as if they had just experienced a very tragic war, and the casualties were extremely heavy. Kyan Kian widened her eyes and said in shock, "That little bitch said she wanted to train to help my senior brother as a cover, but I didn't expect that she would go to this extent to please my senior brother. This is serious. Don't talk nonsense. Look there." Zhu Yuan looked at the distance with a solemn expression. At the highest point of a sea of blood, a man who was stained with blood and looked particularly charming was standing there quietly. Noticing their sight, the beast god slowly floated over and immediately looked at Lin Bin, saying lightly, "You contacted me before and asked me to help you cover outside. Don't let anyone trap you. I have done it. By the way, don't worry, I didn't touch your little confidant. I persuaded her to leave." Lin Bin walked over and asked, "Who are these people?" "It seems to be the army of the Free Federation, the reincarnations over there. According to them, there are 3 eternal level reincarnations among them. They are very powerful. Anyway, I don't feel anything." The beast god really didn't feel anything. You know, as strong as Deogsun, coming to this world is definitely enough to be at the level of the eternal first level of the state. But the strength of the beast god is that of Deogsun, who has entered the taking realm more than 10 years after his ability to defend, and is holding the Zeuxan sword. His strength is definitely beyond the level of the first level of the state. But these weapons are really good. To be honest, I was caught off guard and got a little injured. I may need to go back to recuperate for a few days. The beast god said in admiration. It is worthy of being a primitive world that can accommodate so many secret worlds at the same time. It is indeed unique. It seems that I should not be too arrogant in this world in the future. Lin Bin said, "Come back to China with me. You don't belong to the Free Federation with black hair and yellow skin." The beast god said indifferently, "Why else do you think I would help you?" "That's true." Lin Bin asked, "Where is Infide now?" The beast god replied, "That little girl. I'll let her go back. Everyone died, but she is still alive. By then, there will be no room for her here." "That's true. We are all illegal residents here now. It is not appropriate to stay here any longer. It is estimated that their second team will come soon. It is not worth fighting with them here. Sister, the way back here is blocked now. You." Lin Zhu turned her head and raised her wrist. She operated the entrance to the secret realm in front for a long time. After a moment, a delicate tattoo appeared on her wrist, which should be the manifestation of the prop. She turned around and said, "I came from the bottom of the sea. Although there are more people, it's basically no problem. Just one more trip will do. You gave me a water repellent bead that can block the seawater within a radius of dozens of meters under the sea. That's much more convenient." At that moment, everyone followed Lin Zhu's footsteps and ran towards the sea. Being in the enemy camp, they naturally had to use their magical powers. Some performed Qigong, taking a few feet in one step and walking leisurely. Some pedaled flying vehicles, moving forward at a speed like skateboards. Some even summoned their own mounts, riding on them, and lightly jumped to a distance of dozens of feet, as fast as lightning. Lin Bin was the most awesome. Not only did he fly with his own sword, but he also controlled more than 10 magic weapons at the same time, leading those reincarnations who did not have the enhanced fast forward skills to move forward. Although the weapons had no guardrails, and could not be used as handrails, with several flying swords linked together, there was no worry of falling. Hundreds of people came to the seaside in just half an hour. Lin Zu took out the water repellent beads, and entered the water, opening them to the maximum. He escorted a group of more than 100 people into the sea. Although there was no means of transportation on the seabed, the water repellent beads could not only repel water, but also resist water. They could directly drive the water jet behind the big bubble, and the speed was also very fast, even several times faster than on land. But this made Xian Hu suffer. His face turned dark blue. The usually fierce one-eyed man was confused, as if he didn't know where he was. But at this time, there were 2 waves of people waiting to use the water repellent beads. Lin Zu naturally didn't care about his senses. He moved forward at the fastest speed, as long as he didn't die. When he got ashore, he would slowly recover. So, 2 hours later, when Xian Hu got ashore, he had completely become a sick cat. Saliva was flowing from his mouth. His one-eyed man was sluggish. His expression was confused, and he was as stupid as a fool who had just escaped from a mental hospital. Lin Zu did not stop, and immediately drove from the bottom of the sea to the Free Federation again. It took 4 hours for one trip. Lin Zu ran back and forth 3 times, which took a full 12 hours. And in these 12 hours, the Free Federation did not make any more moves, or they were completely fooled. The 3 eternal level reincarnationists joined forces, which was a terrifying strength that was enough to destroy any powerful enemy. As a result, they were combined with many powerful modern weapons, but they still ended up being wiped out. What was even more terrifying was that the opponent seemed to still be bottomless. At this time, sending people to make a move would be stupid, so they had planned to directly use planetary weapons to wipe them out on a large scale. Unfortunately, when they were ready, they were surprised to find that the enemy had disappeared. They could not find any trace of them at all. It can only be said that the witchcraft that the beast god knows is profound and mysterious. It may not be as good as the Taoism in the Middle Earth in some places, but it is far better in some places, which saved Lin Bin and his team from the second conflict with the Free Federation. 1 day later, all the people have left the land of the Free Federation. This trip was extremely smooth, and basically all the goals were achieved. Although there were a lot of damages, but compared to the gains, the so-called losses were almost negligible. And a few hours after they left, the Free Federation finally followed the traces they left and found the place where they stayed last. But at this time, except for a lot of traces of footsteps, they couldn't see anything at all. There was no way. Shi Fixuan was too kind, and she specially cleaned up all the garbage before leaving. So what did they do on this trip? Stroll around and then go back. The person in charge of the group was named Oliver, Barry's good friend. Barry was inexplicably lost in such a valley. He applied specifically to get this opportunity, to directly pursue the enemy. But the situation at this time was obvious. The enemy had left. They were a step late. Oliver was annoyed, but everyone else was relaxed. God has pity. The 3 eternal level powerful enemies were defeated by the enemy before. Although 4 eternal level masters came to help again this time, it is still unknown whether they can win. This situation is the best state. It seems that we can't catch up. Infidi breathed a sigh of relief. There was also a tired unfortunate look on her face, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It seems that Mr. Abin left through other means. Miss Infidi looks very relaxed. Oliver turned back and looked at Infidi fiercely and said, "Or I have to congratulate Miss Infidi. The 3 eternal level reincarnations are not the opponents of the enemy." Fortunately, Miss Infidi retreated bravely and chose to leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she would be like Barry and the others, completely trapped in it. This is a bit hostile. And Lin Bin has left. Infidi's confidence has returned. She raised her petite head high and said seriously, "The entire communication between me and Mr. Berry was recorded. If Mr. Oliver has any doubts or opinions about the reason why I left temporarily at that time, he can submit a complaint to the General Administration. However, my opinion was recognized by Berry at the time. Facts have proved that, if I forced that group of injured reincarnations to stay, it would only add dozens of innocent people to death. From this point of view, I saved the lives of dozens of reincarnations. Yes, good luck Infidi, you escaped death again. Oliver looked at Infidi deeply and said, I really doubt now whether you have colluded with the reincarnations from China. Yes, it is very likely that the crisis in Dangying country was caused by the Chinese reincarnations behind the scenes. So we have so many eternal level reincarnations who have fallen, causing our free federation to fall to this point. Any cat or dog can hold a high position and manage others. Infidi sighed. This is really the biggest disaster for those new reincarnations. Oliver's face turned cold. Infidi rose up by relying on this opportunity, and he also took advantage of the large number of vacancies in the upper echelons of the Reincarnation Association to fill the gaps. Especially the secret crisis of Dangying country has affected the entire Yuanxing. It is impossible that someone is plotting behind the scenes, or the truth has long been revealed. It is purely the people of Dangying country who are asking for death. They summon the evil of this world with the power of the whole country, destroying the ocean around them, and almost destroying the entire Yuanxing. But this is normal. After all, the people of Dangying country are used to doing such shameless things. Even if Oliver is prejudiced against Infidi, he can't say such stupid words as you are the ones who are plotting behind the scenes. Is it really just good luck? Oliver thought to himself, if her luck is really so good, then I'm not in harmony with her, and even there is competition between the two of us, then won't I be GG soon? He quickly shook his head and shook off the idea. But the previous questioning came to nothing. What else can she ask? If you really count it, she has made contributions. Moreover, so many reincarnations were originally just subordinates assigned to her by the association, and they have not yet returned. After this setback, it can be said that these people were saved by Infidi. In this case, it is unreasonable not to return. This is equivalent to Infidi having a group of loyal members out of thin air. It's simply. And Infidi didn't say much to Oliver, turned around and left. She went all the way back to her residence. Then she took out her mobile phone and opened the reincarnation app. In this sensitive situation, she didn't dare to contact by phone again. She found Lin Bin's account that was pinned to the top, and before she could say anything, a message was sent from the other side. Abin, thank you for your assistance. Due to the urgency of the matter, I have to leave first without saying goodbye. If you need me to do anything, just tell me at any time and I will do it at any time. Really? Even in this situation, you're still thinking about my affairs. Infidi couldn't help but purse her lips. After being in the Free Federation, she is no longer the innocent girl she used to be. But maybe because she met Lin Bin when she was the most innocent, she can always easily show her little girl mentality in front of him. Ying, it doesn't matter, there's no rush right now. You just finished a battle. It's time to have a good rest. My affairs are not urgent, and the Free Federation's defense against China is at a strict time. Abin, next time, just go through the formal official channels. Ying, that's right. Abin, so, what do you need me to do? Ying, it is possible. It will take up some of your time, Mr. Abin, because I have officially become the Minister of Foreign Affairs. However, recently, because the high-end reincarnationists of the Star City Reincarnation Association were annihilated, I was transferred to the Reincarnation Association in Star City to assist in the management. If nothing unexpected happens, I have a 50% chance of becoming the branch president of the Star City Reincarnation Association. At that time, I can turn the entire Star City into my own Yiancheng. Listening to Infidi's description, Lin Bin understood what she meant. To put it bluntly, she and another reincarnationist were transferred to Star City for management at the same time, and the meaning of the superiors was to select one of them to serve as the president. Infidi performed outstandingly, but she was too young. In addition, the other party's performance was not inferior to hers, and he was older and more trustworthy. It is unlikely that she will be elected as the president of the Reincarnation Association, unless She made great contributions that Oliver could not match. Chapter 354. You are so enthusiastic. After hanging up the phone, Lin sighed deeply. He said with emotion, "This time, I really owe you a big favor. It can only be said that the strength of the kingdom of God is far beyond imagination. Although they were successfully destroyed this time, it was because they launched several waves of forces and messed up their internal camps. But in fact, if it weren't for Infide's help to Lin, allowing him to enter the Free Federation and attack the Kingdom of God's base, the chances of winning would not be too high. If only Lin Zu and others relied on him." Lin really didn't expect that Lin Zu would have the courage of a gambler and dare to come with such a low success rate. It was because of him that everything developed towards a good result. From this point of view, Infide's help to him was even greater than he imagined. It's a pity that Lin himself didn't expect that someone would tell on him at the last minute and directly expose this originally secret operation. Although he had already arranged a backup plan. But the beast god directly killed 3 eternal level reincarnationists whose strength was comparable to that of a country, as well as countless gold and silver level ones, and also the destroyed modern technological elite weapons. In this way, as a reincarnationist, it is basically impossible to enter the Free Federation again in the short term. Although Infide said that she needed Lin's assistance. But both she and Lin actually understood that they were afraid that they could not help. "Why did I cause you a lot of trouble by killing those people?" The beast god has a strong ability to adapt to circumstances, or it can be said that his purpose is very clear now, which is to revive Linglong, and in the process of reviving Linglong, he doesn't mind whether he is in the mud or in the palace. Food, clothing and daily expenses are all irrelevant. Therefore, when he returned to Lin's home, he was still calm. On the contrary, Shifixuan and others were very wary of him. This kind of vigilance is not distrust, but the instinctive fear of creatures when facing a superior who can easily kill them. It's okay. They were the first to attack. Since I asked you to do it, I would only complain that you didn't kill fast enough or cruelly enough. How could I complain that you killed too many? Lin said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the Reincarnation Association to get an official identity first." You should have understood during this period of time that in this world, it's difficult to move forward without an obvious identity. The beast god said indifferently, "I really don't think so. But if you get the identity of a formal reincarnation, you can get a house of your own for free. Of course, I guess you won't mind, but you've seen my house, right? It's decorated very carefully. This is our home. Of course, you don't mind sleeping in the open air, but when Linglong is resurrected, do you want her to follow you to sleep in the open air, under bridges, or in parks?" Lin said, "We have a saying here. Before having a lover, the difference between a man having money and having no money is just the difference between eating steamed buns and steak. But once you have a lover, if you can't give her the best, it's almost a fatal blow to a man's dignity." The beast god's face really turned serious when he heard that. He stood up and roughly scanned the room, especially Lin's room. The frightened Xiaoqing and Xiaobei curled up in the incubator and dared not move. The aura was too terrible. But the beast god had no time to pay attention to the 2 little demons. He just looked at the shiny and neat light grey tiles under his feet and the beige wall latex paint. The sunlight outside shone in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making the room a little warmer and brighter. Especially the large balcony that was 2 meters wide and 10 meters long, which made him couldn't help but imagine that if one day he could sit in front of this warm glass with Linglong, basking in the sun and talking about the things that happened in the past, how happy would that be? The beast god asked, "As long as I get a Chinese ID card, can I get a house exactly like this for free?" Not really. You have to be a reincarnationist, and a powerful one. The stronger you are, the better treatment you get. Is your level the size of this house? The beast god looked forward to it. If so, wouldn't the size of the house I can get be several times larger than this one? It's a bit of a waste for Linglong and I to live alone. When she was the saint of the Wu clan, she lived in just a thatched cottage. Lin. He suddenly felt that he was humiliated by the other party, but he remembered the might of the other party's hard fight against the Zooks and sword in the plot. That was the taking realm plus a complete Zeux and sword formation, and its might was probably second only to the Zeux and sword formation performed by Zhang Ziafan. Lin Bin sighed and said, I will try my best to fight for you. Let's go to the Reincarnation Association. He took the beast god and sat on his exclusive car H9. After thinking about it, he drove towards the World Bureau. Although it would be more appropriate to go to the Samsara Space Association, who wouldn't have some intimacy? In the World XX Bureau, Raymond was working in his office as always. Instead, he was surprised by Lin Bin's sudden visit. Oh. Recommend a newcomer to join our World Bureau? Raymond's eyes fell on the beast god in a red shirt. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and asked, how come I didn't know that you would actually care about the little money returned for recommending someone to be selected? Lin Bin laughed and said, look at what you said, I don't care on my side, it's just that this alien friend, the beast god, hopes to get a record that matches his strength. Is he called the beast god? Raymond looked quite admiring, and said, an alien can be called a god. It seems that your friend is quite extraordinary. Okay, then I will fill in the data for you, and report it for you, when the time comes. Don't worry, since you are my man, you will be treated accordingly. Thank you, Director Lei. Well, then let's record the basic information. Name. Beast God. Age. This. Lin Bin looked at the beast god. The beast god shook his head and said, I have been sealed away from the sun for a long time, so how can I know how many years I am? Let's just say it's 12,000 years old, to make it a lucky round number. Raymond looked at the beast god in surprise and nodded. Just in case, write 27 years old, which fits your appearance. What about your strength? What level is above the guardian of the country? Let me think. Lin Bin thought for a while and said, one level higher than the guardian of the country, a supreme reincarnation. The pen in Raymond's hand suddenly stopped there. He looked up, with a look of shock in his eyes, and asked in surprise, Supreme Reincarnationist? Abin, are you sure? Lin Bin said, not long ago, he killed 3 eternal level reincarnationists and dozens of gold level reincarnationists. Beast God, do you remember their names? Will you remember the names of the ants you stepped on? The beast god thought for a while and said, but I took their reincarnation tables, because I will use them in the future. As he said that, he poured out a lot of reincarnation tables. There must be at least 40 of them. And their format is grey, which is very different from the reincarnation tables of China. Obviously, they are all from the Free Federation. Raymond hurriedly rummaged through it, and after a long time, he finally found 3 reincarnation tables, and said in surprise. He looked up at the beast god in shock and said, eternal level reincarnations Alex Coven, John Dean, and Cisco Hoover, they all died in your hands. I didn't know who they were, so I killed them casually. Lin Bin smiled and said, Director Lei, this is a good thing. I immediately thought of our world's 20th bureau. At this moment, he felt like a fox taking advantage of the power of another. The beast god asked curiously, isn't it called the World Administration? Raymond looked extremely solemn and said, the World Administration cannot tolerate this great god. He has to go to the Reincarnation Association and report to the president. Beast god, it's called the World Administration again. Lin Bin asked, he killed so many people, he won't be punished later, right? Raymond said, don't worry, even if he is punished, it will only be a fine of 2 or 3 years salary, and then he will be rewarded with 10 or 20 years salary for going to work on time the next day. Lin Bin, oh, I understand. The subsequent procedures were handled smoothly. When it was learned that a supreme alien who surpassed the national level appeared and wanted to obtain a formal identity of a reincarnationist, Fu Xian, the president of the Reincarnation Space Association, arrived in person. He handled many procedures for him. If you have the ability, it's easy to get things done. Soon, the beast god has officially become a registered reincarnationist in China, and the dozens of reincarnation tables have been taken back by the Reincarnation Space Association. As compensation, he was given a dozen empty unbound reincarnation tables. In theory, blank reincarnation tables are not allowed to be issued at will, but the so-called rules are all for the strong, and taking the table away is obviously to help him cover up. That's right, the beast god has never been to the Free Federation, let alone killing reincarnations of the Free Federation. He is just an innocent and ordinary reincarnation. What the beast god is concerned about is his residence. So, a 400 square meter villa with luxurious decoration and ready to move in was delivered directly, and under Linbin's deliberate arrangement, it is also in Taoyuan only, and the location is the best, and it is the first row. Well, this time I'm no longer afraid of strong enemies coming to my door. After a day of running around, the harvest is very considerable. Let Linbin directly planted in Heishensen in his own community. Before, he was worried that the first apostles' means were unknown, and if he attacked, he might not be able to deal with it. But now, everything is not a problem. When he got home, the beast god already had the property certificate. You Chinese people are really friendly. The beast god played with his ID card and said, I have lived in the Free Federation for more than 10 days, but no one paid attention to me. I was robbed several times, and it was those robberies that gave me money to buy food. Compared with that, you Chinese people are still very friendly. You got everything done for me in one day, and gave me a mobile phone and a mobile phone card for free. This time, I can contact you directly if I have any problems in the future. Linbin thought to himself, it's because you are strong enough. If you are a weak person, I'm afraid you can't even survive in this country. That night, the beast god went back to live in his villa. Then he specially sent a message to Linbin, saying that the villa was too big and too empty, and it would take some time for Ling Blang to revive, so he planned to go back to his secret realm and bring Teoti to keep him company. Linbin wished him a pleasant journey. I thought it was safer this time. You know, Teoti can be ranked with the yellow bird as one of the 4 sacred beasts, and the yellow bird crushes the black water snake. The black water snake bullies them, the immortal cultivators, just like playing. This shows the strength of Teoti. Go home. Linzu had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, and originally wanted to entertain the beast god. He is not very interested in these worldly food. Let's not worry about him. Linbin sat down. Around the huge round table, Linbin and Linzu sat next to each other. On Linzu's side were Alice and Ella, mother and daughter, and on Linbin's side were Yanfei Gaoyu and her daughter. The house was really lively, and Ella and Gaoyu sat together very intimately and whispered. The atmosphere was harmonious. After the war, everything was revealed. But unexpectedly, for their small family, it seemed that there was no impact. Next time, let's change to a bigger table. Linzu suggested. I plan to place the Kingdom of God in the community as the base of our Yuanhua organization, but in this way, Fixuan will definitely come to our house often. Since she is here, Miss Kingsuan will definitely come. Well, the table is not small, but I think, now that the rooms are connected and larger, we can make a separate independent restaurant. Okay. Yuanhua is a small team established by Linzu. It can't be called an organization, but the composition is actually not much different from the plain walking. It accommodates lonely people like Shifixuan and Yifeng whose worlds have been destroyed and are still being hunted by the apostles. The purpose is to gather the victims destroyed by the apostles and keep each other warm. Because these people have been helped or saved by Linzu, they trust and respect her so much. Linbin naturally agreed to Linzu's proposal. You know, after this battle, he has some other ideas, and the family probably needs to add another person. However, there is no need to discuss this matter with everyone. Everyone must have no objection, but the key issue still needs to be discussed with someone. That night, after dinner, the dishes were cleaned up. Everyone went to bed early. After a big battle, overall, they had not rested for several days. Although they are very powerful, they are still flesh and blood after all. That night, they slept well. Linbin didn't even have the energy to toss and turn, and slept with Xiaobei all night. The next morning, he was completely revived. After breakfast, Linbin immediately drove to the main base of the plane walking. He had damaged Joan of Arc's flag, so he had to apologize. Moreover, he also had something very important to ask her. There is a protective item that is really useful. I wonder if Joan of Arc can help him activate the protective effect of Abin. Chapter 355 The Legendary Ultimate Defense. For the plane walkers nowadays, Linbin is no longer an outsider, especially after the battle with the Kingdom of God. Several walkers were killed or injured, but the remaining ones not only got their revenge, but also got an extra share of the Kingdom of God's legacy, all thanks to Linbin. Therefore, although Lin Bin is an outsider, no one is wary of him when he comes to the main base of the plane walkers now. Even when many people see him coming, they actively come forward to greet him warmly, with a very respectful look. When they learned that Lin Bin was looking for Jean, someone took the initiative to tell them that Jean was not at her residence, but was in the medical area to treat the injuries of those walkers. She is not a professional doctor, but after coming to the real world, because she wants to do more for her members, she taught herself various medical techniques. Now, she can perform some simple surgical treatments on people alone. In the battle with the kingdom of God, many people died, and even more were injured, so she naturally had to do her best to help treat them. As they talked, they personally sent Lin Bin to the medical area. Lin Bin couldn't help but sigh, thinking that if I came to assassinate your leader, Joan of Arc would not be able to escape the fate of being stabbed in and out today. But looking at the Joan of Arc in front of him, who was wearing a white coat, a hood and a mask on her face, with only a pair of eyes exposed, she was busy quickly. Those who walked in the plane were all strangers, especially those who went with Lin Bin yesterday, all of whom were people with blood feuds. They naturally rushed and killed more fiercely than others, and the injuries they suffered were also more serious. Joan of Arc had obviously been busy all night. Those clear eyes on weekdays were now dim, mixed with a strong sense of fatigue. Noticing Lin Bin, she gave him an apologetic look. Then, she continued to sew up the wound of the next injured person. Lin Bin just watched. It can only be said that the saint bitch wanted to kill her immediately when she saw her, but a real saint was also pleasing to the eye. Joan of Arc was busy for more than 2 hours, making sure that all the injured had been given intravenous drips for pain relief and anti-inflammation. She breathed a sigh of relief. She took off her mask, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and threw it into the trash can next to her. She apologized to Lin Bin. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Abin." Lin Bin smiled and said, "I can wait a little longer. If you don't mind, I would like to visit the construction of your base, and you can take a rest." "Forget it, I'm a heroic spirit. Even if I have a human body now, a busy night will not have any impact on me." After saying that, Joan of Arc yawned. The sleepy reincarnation flowed down from the corners of her eyes. She wiped away her tears naturally and smiled. "The yawn just now was just my fatigue as a human being, but as Joan of Arc, I can be busy for another 3 days and 3 nights. It doesn't matter if I'll let guests visit by themselves. If you want to see it, I will take you to see it myself." The tone of voice sounded like she was wary of outsiders, but when Joan of Arc said it, it was really sincere, as if she really didn't want to be so impolite. "Then let's go to your office to talk." "Okay." Joan of Arc brought Lin Bin to the office. Lin Bin returned the holy flag first. Really? The enemy's strength is so strong that even the holy flag was torn by him? Joan of Arc looked at the torn holy flag, and her already tired eyes looked even darker and lost. She sighed softly. "When I saw those people were so seriously injured before, I had a premonition that this battle must be extremely tragic. Now seeing this holy flag, the situation must have been very dangerous. Well, the enemy can destroy all extraordinary items. All enhancements, exchanges, and props will become useless in front of him. It is really powerful." In this way, the holy flag can be regarded as helping you defeat powerful enemies and protecting you from harm. Its damage can be regarded as valuable. Jeanne d'Arc's response did not surprise Lin Bin, but it still felt warm in his ears. This woman is so considerate. It is not a lie to be able to recruit so many people to form such a large organization. But after all, the holy flag was damaged. I feel really guilty. I have an A-level prop magic mirror here. Although its effectiveness may not be comparable to that of the holy flag, but... Mr. Abin, you are being polite. Normally speaking, I still owe you a favor. Joan of Arc said seriously. "I have been helping them treat their wounds since they came back yesterday. Many of them were seriously injured, but the physical injuries could not cover up their spiritual joy and relaxation. Revenge is not something worthy of praise. Even if all the enemies are killed, the dead will not come back to life. But if revenge can comfort the souls of the living, I think it is worth it." She held Linbin's hands with gratitude in her eyes and said, "Mr. Abin, you have helped the members of the plane walking to gain spiritual comfort, so that they no longer have to bear the guilt and grief of their powerlessness day and night, so that they can step out and embrace a new future. To me, this is a favor. If you must talk about compensation, I'm afraid I will have to give you the holy flag. You are too good at talking." Facing the kind-hearted Joan of Arc, Linbin felt guilty again. Perhaps I should not use the A-level item magic mirror to compensate, but should use the S-level item to compensate, so that I can match Joan of Arc. He suddenly had a very strange idea in his mind. It's just some damage, it's not unusable. Even if there is a flaw, I just need to pay attention when using it daily. How can it be related to compensation? Although Joan of Arc tried very hard to hide it, it was obvious that she couldn't hide her heartache at all. She carefully rolled up the flag and said, "Such a small matter is not worthy of your personal trip, because I have something I want to ask you." Linbin didn't say anything else. Just keep this in mind and try to compensate her later. Being always polite is hypocritical. He said, "Miss Joan of Arc, you said before that you are a heroic spirit. I now have some knowledge about heroic spirits that I want to ask you. What is it?" "I want to ask about how one person can possess two heroic spirits at the same time." Linbin was really glad that he had not used Avalon to summon Saber Altria before, because once she was summoned, he was not sure whether the fantasy breaker would destroy Avalon's ultimate defense when he was attacked by the third apostle. After all, both were ultimate legends from different planes, and it was hard to say which one was stronger. But now, the fantasy breaker was in his hands. He had no scruples, and although Linbin had many props, he did lack defensive weapons. So he thought of Avalon. Linbin briefly introduced his current situation to Jean, and said, "Originally, I wanted to summon the Night King directly, but because of a coincidence, my heroic spirit quota was taken. Well, I know about this. You summoned Iris Veil to help Elia and her daughter reunite, but I didn't expect that you would make such a sacrifice for this, and lose an ultimate defense for this. And it seems that you didn't tell anyone about this, including Elia. If it was someone else, they would definitely take credit for it, right?" Exclamation mark. Given my relationship with Elia, it's only natural for me to make more sacrifices. She has given me her heart, what else can I blackmail from her? Just as the words fell, a soft cry came from outside the door. They both looked outside at the same time. There was silence outside the door. After a moment, the door was slowly opened. Elia's embarrassed little face slowly came in. She said vaguely, "I came here today to pack my personal belongings." She has actually been avoiding Linbin these past 2 days. It was because of her that, at the time when her love was budding, she was directly pulled down to the 18+ level, and it was forced to drink. She had no idea what expression to use when facing Linbin. Continue with the previous attitude? Wouldn't that be too indulgent to her? Men are always pushing her too far. If she indulges herself, who knows, he might treat this as a normal thing one day. In fact, this way of replenishing magic is much more convenient than exchanging body fluids, and there is no waste at all. Will he? Elia wanted to use the Cold War to express her dissatisfaction, but she didn't expect to hear these words. The pair of smart wine-red eyes looked at Linbin with an indescribable complexity. "Why didn't you tell me that you were coming here today?" Linbin patted the chair next to him to motion for her to sit over, and smiled intimately. "If I had known, I would have brought you here with me." Elia slowly came over. She whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect that summoning my mother would cause so much trouble." Linbin smiled, and touched her head, and said, "It's nothing, it should be a solution. Maybe, there is really no good way." Jean understood what Linbin meant. She was a heroic spirit, and he asked her questions, obviously wanting to get a relatively professional answer from her. But precisely because she was professional, she looked embarrassed and hesitated. For conventional summoning, a master can only summon one. But if the master of the heroic spirit dies, or the contract is severed, then he can have a second heroic spirit through this unconventional means. Of course, caster, as a magician, can also summon his own heroic spirit, so that caster can have 2 heroic spirits, but it is also taking advantage of a loophole. There should be no other way. Then why not just let my mother be the master? Elia asked. Abin, you command my mother, and then let my mother command a new heroic spirit. Isn't that all? But your mother's magic power can't support such a big heroic spirit. Linbin sighed. If she really wants to summon it, she may have to replenish her magic power 24 hours a day. Elia was startled when she heard this, and seemed to imagine her mother sitting on Linbin, breathing 24 hours a day. A dull look appeared on her round little face. But she already has berserker. Actually, it's not that there is no other way. Linbin took out Avalon and said, summoning Altria has two benefits. One is that you can get a powerful heroic spirit assistant. Second, with her existence, Avalon will become an ultimate defense. In terms of defensive effectiveness, it is far superior to the Holy Flag. In this short moment, he has figured out the key point. Make Iris Veil disappear. This is obviously impossible. Then he can only find another way. Thinking of this, he looked at Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc blinked and said, let me summon her. Altria and I don't actually have much friendship, or we have some misunderstandings. If I were her master, she might not listen to me, but if it were you, it would be different. You are Joan of Arc, and you are even better than her in character. Joan of Arc shook her head and said, how can character be high or low? It's just that everyone has different thoughts. That's true, but if you were to summon Artoria, isn't that considered compensation? Now that Linbin has set foot in the border of the state, he can't say that he looks down on Artoria. In fact, Artoria's combat power is extraordinary. If her magic power is sufficient, the combat power she can exert can definitely reach the level of the first level of the state. But her combat power is indeed not necessary for him. But as for Avalon, the ultimate defense, even if it can only be used in the real world, it can be regarded as half an S-level item. And it may not be impossible to use it in the secret realm. You know, even after Artoria disappeared, Emiya Karitsugu still used Avalon to save Emiya Shirao, which shows that, as long as there is magic power left in it, it will be fine. But in this case, you didn't have this idea a long time ago, did you? Jean frowned unhappily and said, you want to compensate me in this way? Use a powerful heroic spirit as compensation for the damage to the Holy Flag? At the very least, I can activate Avalon, and in the future I may find a way to make Avalon work in the secret realm as well. Joan of Arc thought for a moment and said, how about this? I can summon it on your behalf, but I can also cut off the connection between me and the Night King at that time, and then let the two of you sign a contract, so that you can have two heroic spirits at the same time. That's fine. If she really wants to be my heroic spirit, then I won't be polite, but if she really doesn't want to, then it's my favor to you. I'll convince her. Joan of Arc said seriously, you are really too polite, and the legendary Night King who is famous all over the world must not be an unreasonable person. Even if there are some misunderstandings between you, I believe that with your character, Mr. Abin, you two will definitely be able to resolve your differences. I'm willing to intercede on your behalf, and I believe she will understand. Linbin thought to himself, that's because you don't know what I have done. If I fold your daughter into a V shape and press her down in front of you, I guess you will have to stab me with the Holy Flag. But it's good that she agrees. The real world is not all calm, and with Avalon protecting him, Linbin feels more at ease. Chapter 356 I don't want to be folded up. 2 hours later. Still in Jean's office. In front of the already wide desk, a complex circular summoning magic circle was drawn. And Avalon, the holy relic, was placed in it. Jean had a black curse mark on her arm, because she didn't intend to give her own heroic spirit some orders that she was reluctant to give. She didn't ask Linbin to curse too much, and only accepted one. Declare that your body is under my command, and my fate is attached to your sword. As her spell sounded in this office, Linbin opened the sub-holy grail at the right time. Although the evil of this world is the most evil and evil power, it is indeed the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail, the command seal, the holy relic. All the element required for the Holy Grail system have been prepared. On the formation, light began to gradually appear. Jean could clearly feel that her magic power was flowing evenly to the magic circle in front of her. It's not that she has never acted as a heroic spirit, but as a master. It is really the first time in history. With the injection of magic power inside the formation, A figure that was not too tall, but very steady slowly emerged. Her golden hair was tied behind her head. The girl was wearing silver blue armor and holding a weapon whose specific shape could not be seen clearly. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her face, that did not need any makeup to look very delicate and beautiful, gave people a pure and clean feeling. Although she had already heard this fact from Allah, when she saw the true face of the Night King, Jean couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Her appearance was exactly the same as hers. It was just that her expression was slightly different. Well, the other party was more resolute and courageous. At first glance, she was the kind of person who could confidently command thousands of troops without any hesitation. Jean thought with a little envy. I ask you, are you my master? Altria slowly opened her eyes, and her green eyes were particularly serious. But she was stuck halfway through her words. She stared at Jean in shock. Gazing at her with a gaze full of pressure, Joan of Arc could not help but clench the holy flag in her hand. Although she had the title of a saint, she was a little girl from the countryside after all. Even if she had saved the people, she had only experienced a year from rising to annihilation. How could she compare with Altria, who had been a king for decades? Fortunately, Altria's cautious gaze soon disappeared. She asked, Saint Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc nodded and said, it's an honor to be your master, your majesty the Night King. It seems that we will be very compatible. Altria also showed a satisfied smile on her face, but she was stunned just halfway through her smile, and said in surprise, no, aren't you also a heroic spirit? How did a heroic spirit become a master? Wait, Illa? Altria, who was single-minded, realized that besides the most familiar Joan of Arc, there was actually a relatively familiar little girl. And next to her, it's you. Altria reacted instantly, looking at Linbin with a look of strong anger. She instantly transformed from a gentle king into an angry lion, and rushed towards Linbin. Wait. Saber, calm down. There must be a misunderstanding between you two. Jean hurriedly stood in the middle. Master, get out of the way, I want to kill him. Jean asked, is there any misunderstanding between you two? Misunderstanding? I saw it with my own eyes. Hian. Altria was so angry, but she couldn't say it. Linbin sighed, that's between Mordred and me. Strictly speaking, it has nothing to do with you. You didn't raise her, so you naturally have no right to interfere in her life. But you bullied her. How can it be bullying, if both parties are willing? How can it be willing? I clearly heard her say no. You would say the same, if you were in my place. In that case, all denials can be ignored. Linbin spread his hands and said, if you don't believe me, I can summon Mordred later, and then you two can have a face-to-face communication. Artoria. In fact, this summoning may make Miss Saber completely descend into this world. Jean said seriously, and it was Mr. Abin's idea to summon Miss Saber, so from this point of view, Miss Saber, you still have to thank Mr. Abin. Artoria frowned and said, completely descend? What does that mean? I can explain this. Elia pulled Artoria to explain. On Linbin's side, he quietly took back Avalon. Avalon, S-level item, an ideal place that is isolated from everything. The strongest barrier that cannot be touched by the 5 major magics. It ignores all physical interference and interference from parallel worlds. Note, are you afraid of death? Linbin's eyes suddenly lit up. He has quite a few S-level items in his hands, but more of them are due to the attachment of the world's will, which leads to the upgrade of the item's level. But this is the first time that he has obtained an S-level item directly. Avalon. Should I say that it is indeed worthy of being the highest level defense in the Type Moon secret realm? Linbin thought to himself that with this thing, I can also disgust people like the Night King. It's a pity that Saber witnessed his daughter being bullied by him, and it was a flower time. But it doesn't matter, as long as Artoria takes the initiative to keep her magic power on Avalon, he can still use Avalon. After a while, listening to Jean and Elia's explanations, Artoria's face gradually became solemn. She had gone through the 4 wars countless times, but she was not aware of it when she was awake. But now that she had jumped out of that cage, she remembered everything. In this sense, Linbin was still the hero who saved her from the cycle. Especially after she learned about the existence of evil in this world, and knew that the Holy Grail could never fulfill her wish, or even if it could, it would probably be achieved by completely destroying Britain. Altria's face suddenly became extremely heavy. Her lips, which were originally very thin, were tightly pursed into a line, and her usually tough eyes finally wavered. From this point of view, if it weren't for Abin, you would have been so persistent in fighting the Holy Grail War, and you would have had a great chance of realizing your wish. Then, you would have destroyed Britain, which you valued the most, with your own hands. From this point of view, you owe Abin a huge favor. Artoria hesitated for a moment and asked, then why did you summon me, if it wasn't for the Holy Grail War? Of course, I want to borrow your power, but in a sense, there is a great possibility that you may be able to save your world with this opportunity in the future. After all, it is very likely that the world you are in will also invade this world. Elia explained to her in detail about the reincarnations and other issues. After listening to it, Artoria's eyes lit up, and then she looked at Jean. Obviously, in her opinion, Elia had learned bad things from Abin and might lie. Elia pouted in dissatisfaction. Joan of Arc nodded and said, indeed, I once entered a secret realm. There was also a France in that secret realm. Although the timeline is different, it is a comforting thing to see my compatriots. Altria asked seriously, so my master is you, and my current mission should be to help you protect this plane, that is, all the strangers who have the same fate as us and are stranded in this world? Joan of Arc said a little embarrassedly, I still hope you can become Abin's servant. After all, both the Holy Grail and the Holy Relics are provided by him. I'm just a provider of magic power. If you become my heroic spirit, I would be so sorry to Mr. Abin. Impossible. After Mordred became his servant, those who were bullied by him surrendered and begged for mercy. I know Mordred too well. If she couldn't bear it anymore, she would not be so humble. Altria said righteously, she is a person who can grit her teeth and persevere no matter how badly she is injured. This shows how much Abin loves her. Linbean was speechless and said, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? I only know that even at that time, when people said no, you should stop according to the chivalry. Linbean. Jean asked Elia in a low voice, the son of Abin and Miss Saber. Elia said, it's just normal magic replenishment. Miss Jean, you should also understand that magic replenishment can be divided into high efficiency and low efficiency. Jean nodded and said, I understand that sometimes when a large amount of magic power is needed, some more radical magic replenishment methods are needed. But I can also understand Miss Saber's feelings. She glanced at Elia. Elia. Sorry, I've been replenished. But seeing that Altria was full of resentment towards Linbean, Jean could only persuade them, in that case, let Miss Altria help me manage the plane walking. She is the ruler of a country, and her experience in management must be much better than mine. To be honest, I'm really exhausted now, and I'm afraid that I will not be able to take care of one of them and let them get hurt. Well, let's do this for now. It was worth the trip to get Avalon, and I also returned the favor, especially with Altria's existence, plus Linbean has Ailey. It can be imagined that the plane walking cannot be said to be complete, but the two sides are indeed bound together. This is also a very powerful help. Thinking about it, Linbean said, Miss Altria, I know there are some misunderstandings between us, but no matter what, as the two people who are closest to Mordred, I don't want us to be too awkward. This is why I can summon you myself, but I chose to let Miss Jean summon you. Jean blinked, thinking, isn't it because your quota is full? She wanted to explain, but seeing that Altria's expression had indeed eased a lot, she thought about it and chose to keep silent. Well, my wise lord, I didn't lie, I just kept silent. Anyway, since we have come to this world, let's slowly follow Miss Jean to understand this world. By the way, Irisville is here too. If you have time, you can visit Irisville at my place, or invite Irisville to the base to find you. It's all fine. A lie? Altria's expression really changed when she heard the familiar name. A bit of guilt appeared in her eyes. Now she knew that the cycle was actually created by Irisville, and the reason why she did this was entirely because she lost her daughter and everything. As a heroic spirit, she failed to protect her master. That's right, in her eyes, Irisville was her master. Altria looked at Linbean deeply and wanted to say that I would definitely go. But suddenly she remembered something and looked at Jean. Jean asked, Former master? Altria nodded and said guiltily, I'm sorry, master, but I really. Jean said to Linbin, today, there are too many things to do. I can't get away from here. I also need to take Saber to familiarize herself with the situation in the base. We will visit you tomorrow morning. Thank you, master. That's what I should do. That's good. Goodbye, Ella, let's go. Oh. Elia nodded, then shook her head and said, I haven't finished packing yet. There are still some small things. I'll help you. It's a good opportunity to take a look at what the room you have been living in during this period looks like. Okay. Elia's heart skipped a beat. Her room and so on. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but she remembered his efforts for her and her daughter. She gritted her teeth and nodded. Miss Saber, I'll take you to see our plane walking base. We'll need your help in the future. Just call me Altria. Okay, then you don't have to be so polite to me. Just call me by my name, Jean. Understood, Miss Jean. The two women smiled at each other. Although they only communicated for a short while, in this short time, they felt that their compatibility was too high. No wonder that Caster mistook me for her. We are really a bit similar. Anyway, it's great that she is the master. But thinking of her former master Iris Veal, Altria couldn't help but feel sad again. Leaving her alone there and following a new master always made her feel betrayed. So she followed Jean and listened to her introducing the general layout of the plane walking, and she was a little absent-minded. She didn't even notice the shocked eyes of everyone looking at her during the entire plane walking. What does it mean? When did their leader learn how to use shadow clones? And how cute is it that the leader looks like he is thinking seriously with his brows furrowed? But they soon figured it out. It turns out that this person is not a shadow clone, but a new alien. Artoria originally wanted to reveal her identity as a servant, but Jean said that they didn't understand what a servant meant. When they heard that a master followed a servant, they might mistake her for a slave. So it's better to use the identity of an alien directly, which is more suitable for managing the space organization. It's also for Artoria's sake. At that moment, I liked Jean even more. Actually, I think you don't seem to hate Mr. Abin very much. Seeing that the two of them were talking more and more in tune with each other, although they had just met, they seemed to be soulmates. Jean also plucked up the courage to ask this question. Altria asked curiously, why do you say that? Joan of Arc said, because if it were me, although I don't have a daughter, I have always treated Elia as my sister over the years. If I saw her being bullied by someone, unless she really liked that person, I would be so angry that I would not be able to help but teach that person a lesson. But even if she really likes her, she would still be a little angry, right? Altria's expression fell again when she heard this. She sighed softly. I just knew Mordred's identity, and I had to kill her. I felt sorry for her, but when I finally saw her again, she was begging for mercy with tears in her eyes. My brain was instantly filled with blood, and then I couldn't get down. He bullied my child. How could I still be nice to him? That's true. Is this also the reason why you don't want to be his master? Jean confessed. To be honest, I like you very much. If you were my heroic spirit, I would wake up laughing in my dreams, but this is actually Abin's compensation to me. But he doesn't owe me anything, so I still want you to return to him, so that you can take care of your former master nearby, right? This. Artoria slowly clenched her fists, but her face slowly turned red. No answer. Jean said considerately, but you don't have to rush. Just think about it slowly. There is still a lot of time in the future. You can get along slowly and get to know each other. This is actually not a question of consideration or understanding at all. Artoria replied. The following words were too embarrassing to say. She was really worried that, if she really became his heroic spirit, she would be crushed by him. How could she face Mordred in the future? Wait, so, isn't Ellie in danger? Altria thought to herself, I must ask clearly tomorrow to ensure Ella's safety. Chapter 357 Ways to Improve Strength. In the car, Elia's luggage was stuffed full. Her pink face was full of melancholy and reluctance. The little girl looked young, but in fact, she had been in the real world for at least several years. And she had stayed here all these years. I really didn't expect that there would be a day when I would leave the plane and walk. Elia's tone was dim, with a maturity that she would never show in front of her mother. She sighed softly. I have lived here for so many years, and my impression of this place has even surpassed that of the Eansburn Castle. Although I can come here again in the future, I will be a guest. I can imagine that I will be farther and farther away from here in the future. Linben saw that she looked lonely. He comforted her softly. Isn't life like this? Constantly entering a new stage of life, constantly saying goodbye to past experiences. And Jean and I have also made a very good start. There will be many opportunities to deal with each other in the future. You don't have to worry about not seeing her. Elia glanced at Linben. She said dissatisfiedly, in short, I have bet everything my mother and I have on you. If you dare to make us lose everything, my mother can be easily fooled, but I will not let her suffer any grievances. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Linben drove the car with one hand and gently stroked her soft long hair with the other hand. Elia raised her beautiful wine-red eyes, turned over and knelt on the passenger seat, glared at Linben fiercely, and said, don't think that, if I don't say anything, it means that what happened before will just pass. What happened? It's about the magic repair. Although I was unconscious at the time, I was not completely unconscious. It's better to say that, because of the coma, my consciousness is clearer than usual. Elia's mouth bulged with anger, and said, so I saw it clearly when you and my mother were repairing magic. Linben, you also said that it was just magic repair. But in fact, if I didn't move my hands at that time, it would be disrespectful to your mother. Don't evade. Tell me honestly, how are you going to deal with it? Let it be. Linben looked as if it was a matter of course. Let it be. Otherwise. Linben's hand on Elia's hair caressed more and more intimately. Although it was the same action, Elia felt inexplicably flustered and scolded. Drive your car properly. It's not unsafe to drive with one hand. Don't worry, my car has been modified by Zardao. Even if both hands are loose, there will be no problem. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. As he said that, Linben's other hand also left the steering wheel. He supported Elia's armpits with both hands at the same time, and directly hugged her petite body, and sat her on his legs. She leaned her whole body against the steering wheel. As her body leaned back, the car made a series of beeping sounds. What are you doing? Don't move around. Don't affect me driving the automatic navigation system. Linben scolded. Elia's eyes widened, looking at Linben in shock. Obviously she couldn't believe that this guy was driving so illegally, and he had the nerve to scold her. But soon, her eyes drooped slightly into a crescent, then narrowed into a straight line, and finally the whole person was completely paralyzed. 2 hours later, the car stopped downstairs of the community building. After a long while, the two of them came out of the main driving cabin together. Linben tidied up his messy clothes and took down the 4 large suitcases in the trunk. He said, for now, you squeeze in with your mother. Soon I should be able to officially become a national level reincarnation. At that time, I can apply for an additional villa. I dare not say that you can restore the luxury of the Eansburn family, but at least you won't be so crowded as you are now. The way you talk is very similar to the lies of those bosses who deceived the innocent female college students. Elia also straightened her skirt and pushed a box over. He rolled his eyes at Linben and said, what a coincidence. I should be able to officially become a national level reincarnationist soon. By then, I can also apply for an additional villa. Besides, the Eansburn family has nothing to praise, except that the toilet is bigger than the current bedroom. My body is torn apart every day, which is really painful. Yes, my Elia is the best. Not only can she support her mother by herself, but she can also achieve financial freedom. She is really amazing. Linben smiled and helped her push the box into the elevator. The two chatted casually and moved all the things to the 18th floor. Then Elia drove Linben out. She started to pack her small clothes by herself. She didn't think so before, but now, she is very reluctant to let Linben see these things. It's not that she minds him playing with her, but this petite body really makes her feel a little inexplicably inferior. Especially since this bad guy played with her mother's with his own hands. If the two look the same, the contrast will be even stronger. For the first time, Elia had the worries of a child. At this time, Linben, who returned to his residence, did not have many thoughts. He had a half day of leisure. The threat of the kingdom of God had also come to an end. Now that he had obtained Avalon, even if he could only use it in the real world, at least with this treasure, he would not be afraid, even if he faced the first apostle. But even so, Lin Bin did not slack off at all. The kingdom of God had never been his enemy, but only an obstacle that threatened him. Even if it was eliminated, the crisis of this world was still far from over. The constantly increasing difficulty of the secret realm was a fatal threat to the real world. To deal with these crises, one must upgrade one's strength to a level beyond the secret realm. Especially the unintentional words of the beast god, which did not mean any insult to Lin Bin. But it stimulated him a little. Raymond respected the beast god very much. This respect and attention came from the strength of the beast god, which was beyond doubt. But from the meaning behind his words, we can also see one thing, that is, although the beast god seems extremely powerful in Raymond's eyes, there are probably strong people who can be comparable to this level in the real world. Think about it again, the Nuwa stone in Lenzu's hand is likely to come from the world of Xianxian. And the world of Xianxian has both gods and demons, and artifacts are everywhere. To be able to destroy such a world, it can be seen that the strength of high-end reincarnations is definitely far better than he is now. National defense level? But it's just the beginning. And because of this, Lin Bin can understand why he couldn't share the first cup of soup when the fairy hero secret realm appeared. If he hadn't been familiar with the plot and accidentally obtained the Shianaya sword, and thus arranged in advance to obtain the King Iron Sex skills and the Ghost King Sex skills, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to taste the juice until now. The strength is still not enough. In terms of hard power, he just had a huge improvement. Although his strength cannot be said to have doubled, the existence of Bingpo has indeed improved Lin Bin's body's hard power by more than one level compared to before. Even if the beast god himself took action, he would be shocked by Lin Bin's improvement in strength. This also proved a possible path. The predecessor Lin Bin's life was probably more similar to Yu Xiaoxu's. Everything he cultivated was based on the Nuwa stone. Therefore, if he could absorb the power of Nuwa stones with the same attributes from other different worlds, his strength would be greatly improved. More importantly, it did not affect Lin Bin's foundation at all, and even made his foundation more solid and stable. In addition to normal cultivation, this can be regarded as an additional way to improve himself. In terms of soft power, there are ways to improve himself. Zenwu 7 section formation. A combined attack formation technique, containing 7 sets of advanced martial arts, which complement each other, and can burst out several times the combat power of the main body. Exchange requires B-level merit x4. Reincarnation points x 7000 points. Great, no one has exchanged this formation yet. When he found that this formation was still on the exchange list, Lin Bin was relieved. When he wanted to exchange the formation, he hesitated for a long time between this formation and the Xiangang Bidao formation, and finally chose the Xiangang Bidao formation. Not only because the Xiangang Bidao formation is more comfortable to use, but also because the Xiangang Bidao formation is more cost effective. In other words, the owner of the formation is willing to lower the price. And now, it seems that the other party is really anxious. Lin Bin remembered very clearly that at the beginning, the price of this formation was 5 B-level merits, but now it has dropped to 4. Humph, idiot, don't you think about it? Besides me, who else can use your formation? Lin Bin asked proactively. Abin, are you there? Are you interested in selling the formation? This time, the other party's attitude was very warm. Lin Bin bargained more directly than before, but the other party was very nice this time. Even if Lin Bin bargained down to 3 B-level merits, the other party's attitude was also very harmonious, as if he was very easy to talk to. Finally, Lin Bin bought the formation at the price of 3 B-level merits and 5000 merit points. It was much cheaper than the Xiangang Bidao formation. Lin Bin had his own ideas. The formation of the Zenwu 7 section formation was mysterious and not inferior to the Xiangang Bidao formation, but its subtlety was very different. There were advantages and disadvantages between the two. Lin Bin thought to himself that, if I were to fight against the enemy, I would switch the Zenwu 7 section formation with the Xiangang Bidao formation, and then switch back and forth between the 7 swords, 8 swords, and 9 swords. Before, this was a great test for Lin Bin's mental calculation, and it was basically impossible. But now that he has practiced Taijizu and Kingdao and Tangsu and Gishandao, he has used the skills to advance his mind, and his calculation ability has been greatly improved. As long as he works a little harder, it is not difficult to achieve the level he imagined. In this way, even if the enemy is Zhang Sanfeng in the world or Wang Changjiang is resurrected, it is impossible for him to completely see through Lin Bin's sword path. The 9 swords of the King of Yu were only B-class magic weapons. Facing unconventional powerful enemies such as the Night King, they were somewhat incapable. But against those conventional enemies, the power they unleashed was strong enough to make any powerful enemy of the state level flustered. Now that he had the time stone, Lin Bin's reincarnation points were a little stretched. The other party was willing to take the initiative to reduce the price by 2000 points, so he naturally agreed. He originally wanted to cut the price to 2 B-class merits, but he was too embarrassed to ask. After the two of them settled the silver and goods, the other party took the initiative to send a message. Sword 9 Extremes, I dare not forget Mr. Abin's life-saving grace. Today, I will take the initiative to reduce 2000 reincarnation points, which can be regarded as a slight return for Mr. Abin's life-saving grace. If there are similar needs in the future, you can contact me. Lin Bin suddenly realized. I thought the other party took the initiative to reduce the price in order to take the initiative to make a profit, but it turned out to be to repay the life-saving grace. Damn it. Just a moment ago, I felt like I had made a fortune, but now, Lin Bin felt like he had lost a lot. 2000 reincarnation points to repay the life-saving grace. If there was such a good thing, Lin Bin would also like to get it. But no matter what, after obtaining the Zenwu 7 section formation, the most important puzzle of Lin Bin's plan has been completed. Then, it was Linzu's side. Needless to say, Linzu was not in her room. I got the secret realm of the Kingdom of God. Linzu has been busy transforming the Kingdom of God organization into her own base these 2 days. She is busy every day, except for eating. She basically doesn't see any living people. All kinds of busy. Until the evening, everyone was able to gather in the hall. Lin Bin first told Irisveal that Altria had been successfully summoned to reality. Irisveal was very surprised. Really? Altria has also come to this world? Irisveal was very happy. For her, if there is a trustworthy friend in this world, who she can trust with everything, then that person must be Altria. Of course, Lin Bin is excluded first. After all, the two kinds of trust are not the same. Now that she has received news from her, she begged, Master, can I go see her tomorrow? Don't worry, she should come to visit you in 2 days. Just like you have been thinking about her, she has also been concerned about your safety. Really? That's great. Irisveal said yes, but her pretty face, which was full of joy just now, suddenly became a little ashamed. It should be true that the other party is thinking about her, but she is thinking about the other party. To be honest, it's really not. Altria is just a heroic spirit, and disappearing is also returning to the Hall of Heroes. And she has encountered too many things during this period of time. Elia, Abin, and a new family and encounters. How can she care about Altria? At that moment, she laughed dryly. I thought that when we meet, I must apologize to her immediately. At this time, Lin Bin's eyes have already fallen on Linzu. Abin, I have something for you. Sister, I have something to ask you. After the two finished talking, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. You go first. Linzu said. Well, okay. Lin Bin asked, Sister, I want to invite your teammate Changfeng or Nifeng to come out and get together. I have something to ask him for advice. Okay. Both hands must be hard. Both hands must be grasped. Bingpo is so magical. There is no reason for him to let go of the other 3 newest stones. Now Nifeng is here. Especially this person is the most soft-hearted super saint. The kind that can be compared with Joan of Arc. Discuss with him and ask for his Ni family's heirloom. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358. He is quite nice. Oh. You mean, although the ice soul is in your hand, it disappears and turns into your source of power the moment it touches you, greatly improving your strength? When Linzu heard Lin Bin's real intention to find Nifeng, she showed a thoughtful look on her face. After thinking for a moment, she said, I don't know much about this newer stone, but from the current point of view, this S-level item should not have any adverse side effects. It is understandable that you want to improve your strength in this way. She took Lin Bin's phone. Her fingers deftly entered a string of numbers on it, and then noted the word Nifeng. She said, we don't really use the reincarnation app to communicate, so even though you have Nifeng as your friend, it's unlikely that you can contact him there. After all, unlike you, we are truly illegal, and it's not easy for us to use official communication tools. I see. No wonder I couldn't get in touch with him when I tried to contact him about Chang Feng's identity as a reincarnation before. Lin Bin suddenly realized and glanced at Lin Zhu, thinking that I thought you didn't let him talk to me before, so it turns out that he gave me a useless account from the beginning. He asked, sister, didn't you say you had something to tell me before? What was it? Well, there's something that should be useful to you. Lin Zhu put something on the table and pushed it to Lin Bin. Thousands of changes, A-level props, cover your face with it, and you can change your face to whatever you want. Note, if you are accidentally exposed, please pay attention to whether your body shape and face are coordinated. Is this the prop you used when you asked Fixuan to impersonate you before? Lin Bin took the prop and played with it carefully in his palm. Lin Zhu said, didn't you say before that you owed that infidi a huge favor? It's just that you can't repay him because of your identity. Indeed. If you are a reincarnation from China, it would be a bit difficult to enter the Free Federation now, but if you have these things, there should be no problem. Lin Bin's eyes lit up. He said happily, sister, you really helped me a lot this time. I actually wanted to give this thing to you before, but I was concerned about my identity, so now that you already know it, then this thing is not very useful to me, so I'll give it to you. Oh, sister, you make me embarrassed. Lin Bin said, embarrassed, but the strength of his hand holding the thing did not decrease at all. Maybe this thing is also very helpful in Lin Zhu's hands, but the so-called help is at most used to confuse the enemy at a critical moment. After all, those who are strong enough to be their enemies are not people who will be deceived by a mere face. But Lin Bin is different. He knows the secrets of many worlds. For him, this thing is like a character card with some restrictions, but it can be used repeatedly. And it can be used even in the real world. If used properly, this thing may be more effective than the S-level props. Lin Bin naturally loves it. After dinner, he returned to his room, took a picture of the properties of this prop, and sent it to Infidi. There is no need to say anything. When she needs him, she will naturally mention it. In fact, on the other side of the ocean, in a luxurious single-person office, Infidi held the mobile phone and looked at the information picture on it. A light smile of joy appeared on the face that was whiter and more transparent than the Chinese woman. It wasn't all because of the message Lin Bin sent. It was more because the other party really took the matter to heart and took her to heart. Not long ago, she thought he might not be able to help her anymore, but she didn't expect that he would get such a precious item so soon. Mr. Abin must have paid a great price, otherwise, how could he get such a coincidental item so coincidentally? Infidi quickly flipped through the list of subordinates in her hand. She had already begun to consider which one would be more suitable for Abin to replace. And there were other things. She pressed the red button on the table. A moment later, a curly-haired woman in a tan suit walked in quickly and asked, Miss Infidi, what do you want? I want all the information about the former president of the Star City Association, especially the specific details of his last mission, understand? Yes. The secretary responded respectfully and turned to leave. Infidi looked at her back as she left, snorted softly, and a mocking sneer appeared on his face. Did he really think she didn't know? This woman's husband had died a long time ago, but she suddenly bought a lot of contraceptive pills through secret channels recently. Although Infidi has no experience in this area, she has specially investigated some knowledge about men and women during this period. If men and women don't want to cause death, either the man wears a condom or the woman takes pills. The most important thing is that the man uses contraceptive methods, because women taking pills will cause certain damage to their bodies. This Mary has climbed to such a high position and is past the age of longing for love, but she actually takes a lot of contraceptive pills. It can be seen that she must have a bed partner at this moment, and she is still in a weak position in this relationship. Because the other party is too lazy to wear it, she needs to take the initiative to buy the medicine. And now in the whole Star City, the number of men who can suppress her in status can be counted on one hand. So who is it? It seems that there is no need to explain it at all. Anyway, I have laid the bait. It depends on you whether you fall for it or not. Invade crossed her legs calmly, and her legs looked particularly slender and delicate when they were stacked. She stroked her legs gently and muttered, "But Mary always buys the brand Liaoting. Could it be that this brand has better effects? Well, if we ask Mr. Abin to help, wouldn't it be better to prepare him in advance? If we have a child, he might be in trouble, right? The Free Federation is far more open than China." Thinking of this, Invade didn't hesitate at all. Instead, she pursed her lips gently, her eyes full of eager expectations. She chose to buy online and expedited delivery at the first time. The next day, Lin Bin went out with the refined bulk wine that Lei Jun gave him. This wine has no brand, but it has a high degree and tastes very good. It is a taste that those thousands of blended wines cannot blend. Even Lin Bin's family only has more than 100 kilograms, all of which were put into a large jar. Unless there are distinguished guests, he will never take it out easily. And not long after he left, several distinguished guests came to Lin Bin's door. Saber? When Iris Veal came back from shopping, she was surprised to see a customer she had never expected to see. Although her armor had been changed into a girl's outfit of a blue dress and a white shirt, which made her look a little more fragile, it did not detract from her beauty at all, but instead added a bit of modern elegance. And seeing that familiar face, Iris Veal cried out in surprise, rushed forward and held Altria's hand. Ow. Altria avoided Iris Veal's eager gaze out of guilt. Instead, it was Jean. She smiled and took a step forward, and her face, which was exactly the same as Altria's, made Iris Veal's eyes light up. "Hello, Miss Ellie, it's our first meeting. I'm Joan of Arc, a good friend of your daughter Illa, and the new master of Altria. Of course, she has helped me a lot in the past 2 days, and made up for many of my shortcomings, so I came to visit you 2 days late." Joan of Arc's attitude was very polite, humble and kind, especially her pure and kind smile, which made people feel close to her. "Ah, I heard Illa talk about you, and Mr. Abin also said that you will come over as guests in the next 2 days. Otherwise, I can't help but want to visit you and walk in your dimension." Iris Veal shook hands with Joan of Arc very intimately and said gratefully, "Thank you for taking care of Illa during this time. Suddenly I came to a strange world. If it weren't for your care, I'm afraid Illa would not live to see the day I meet me." Joan of Arc smiled and said, "She is not as useless as you said, Miss Elia. In fact, we have relied on her help a lot during this period of time. It's a pity that you came at the wrong time. The master just left 2 hours ago. I will contact him and ask him to come back quickly." "No, we came here just to visit you." When Altria heard that Lin Bin was not there, she was immediately pardoned. She specially chose a time when Lin Bin was not there to visit. How could Iris Veal ask Lin Bin to come back? She quickly held Iris Veal's hand and said, "I'm just worried about your current situation. I really want to know how you've been doing during this period. Have you been bullied by anyone?" "Saber, you're still so worrying." "Don't worry. Thanks to the master, I haven't been bullied by others." Iris Veal smiled and showed her wrist to Altria, saying, "Now I've officially obtained the identity certification of a reincarnator. After all, as a heroic spirit, I have to enter the secret realm with the master. This way, I can help Elia share some of the pressure. I just want to ask if that Abin bullied you." Altria wanted to ask, but couldn't ask too directly. But looking at Iris Veal's smile, which was much brighter than the one during the Fourth World War, although the clothes on her body seemed to be of a lower grade than before, and the place she lived in could not be compared with the Eamsburn castle at all, but her complexion was really much better. Could it be that Abin was actually very good to her, so that her life now was even happier than when she was in the Eamsburn castle? If that's the case, then maybe Abin is actually a very considerate and empathetic person, beyond her expectation. Artoria hesitated for a moment, and didn't ask Miyaka Itsugu's question. She still remembers the 4 wars that had been repeated countless times. And if it was really Iris who did all this, you can imagine how deeply she was hurt. Thinking of this, she felt even more guilty. By the way, Artoria, you came at the right time. Iris Veal smiled and said, I actually need your help with something. What is it? It's about my master. Iris Veal took out Avalon and apologized. Sorry, Saber, I know this scabbard is actually yours, but my master actually needs it. So Artoria, can you help me infuse some magic into it? Artoria, is this what Abin asked you to do? Iris Veal nodded. A tic-tac-toe visibly appeared on Artoria's forehead. This bastard. Could it be that he left on purpose because he was sure that I would not agree to his request but would not refuse Iris Veal's request? That's why he stayed away, so that I would have no reason to refuse. Altria suddenly felt that her trip here seemed to be calculated. But looking at the expectant expression on Iris Veal's face, she really couldn't say a word of refusal. This bastard. I actually thought that he was actually a very considerate and caring person. HU. In a hotel room several miles away, Linbin couldn't help but sneeze and muttered, I guess someone is talking about me again. Brother Abin has always been very popular. I know this. Changfeng. Or now he has restored his original name Nifeng. With long hair and elegant demeanor, he doesn't have the feminine look of man with long hair. Instead, he looks handsome and extraordinary. But I know his identity. Looking at him again, you can see that one of his eyes seems to be different from a normal eyeball. It is faintly glowing with white light, which may be a prosthetic eye or something like that. The original eye should have been gouged out by his master's Iangba. Linbin did not pay too much attention to other people's defects, but sighed, there is no such thing as good popularity. I regard you, Brother Feng, as a friend, and I have specially added you as a friend. I didn't expect that you would ignore me. I'm just worried that it will cause trouble to Miss Zhu. Nifeng smiled embarrassedly and said, but now that I see you two siblings are so sincere, I'm also happy for you. The polite word sounded quite sincere in his mouth. He sighed, I hope Brother Bin will forgive me for my previous neglect. Nifeng will drink 3 cups as a punishment. If Brother Abin needs anything, I will never refuse. That's what I want to hear from you, Brother Ni. Linbin sighed, I really don't invite you out for no reason. Brother Abin is extremely powerful now. I don't think there is anything I can do to help you. Linbin said seriously, I want to enter the secret realm where you came from, Brother Ni. Please help me. Nifeng was stunned when he heard this and asked, why? There are things I want in it. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I'm powerless. Nifeng sighed and said, Brother Abin, you don't know, the world I am in has long been completely destroyed by the apostles of the kingdom of God. Linbin was stunned when he heard this, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 359, My daughter's opinion is important. The world is destroyed? Linbin never expected to receive such an answer. He had only considered that he wanted the snow drink, which should not be so easy even with Nifeng's good temper. But considering that he had met him a few times, and he had almost never used the blade, it can be judged that the snow drink should not be in his hand, and he should not have thought about getting it back. In this way, it is useless to him, and he does not desire it. It is reasonable for him to take it and use it. At most, he can give him some compensation at that time. But he really didn't expect that Nifeng's answer was that the Fengan secret realm had been destroyed. But thinking about it carefully, this answer seems to be very reasonable. You know, although Joan of Arc is a saint, she only targets her own people and will never hesitate when she needs to make a decision. Compared with her, Nifeng is much less principled. He dare not kill even when facing the enemy. That is to say, he really goes all out when he encounters something. Otherwise, I'm afraid that his character will be more disgusting than the saint bitch. At the very least, if it weren't for the newer stone, Linbin would have lost interest in making close friends with Nifeng after knowing his true identity. And Nifeng, with this kind of personality, would actually be willing to take the initiative to assist Lin Zhu in attacking the kingdom of God. This is very wrong. Unless, Lin Bin asked, was it the kingdom of God who did it? Nifeng nodded. A hint of determination appeared in his eyes, and he drank the wine glass in his hand, and said coldly, destroying the world and cutting off its civilization inheritance is just to satisfy one's own selfish desires. The apostles of the kingdom of God can be killed by everyone. I only regret that I couldn't kill them all earlier, so that more worlds can be spared from the suffering of my world. Wait, that's not right. Lin Bin suddenly said in surprise, your world was destroyed by the kingdom of God, and you have been in this world for a long time. In other words, your world has been destroyed for a long time, right? Nifeng nodded. As for the Bingpo, it should be a recent acquisition of the Divine Kingdom. Where did they get this strange stone from? How did you find out about this? This matter can be regarded as a coincidence. The Xiaowang Mansion once joined my master's Xiangsha Association. I also had several meetings with the Xiaowang Mansion. Although it was only a fleeting encounter at that time, with the improvement of my strength, especially now that I have transplanted an enhanced ability called White Eyes into my eyes, I have become very familiar with the flow of various auras. White Eyes. Even when listening to Nifeng talking about something he was very concerned about, Lin Bin still couldn't help but be stunned. He exclaimed, it seems that in Solar's cooperation, Brother Ni has encountered other opportunities. The White Eyes are very observant, which can be used to match Brother Ni's wind god legs. Anyway, the eye sockets are empty, but I just want to avoid wasting them. No matter how strong the White Eyes observation ability is, it is only auxiliary. To defend against the enemy and win, it still depends on your own strength. Nifeng said a few polite words and sighed. This is also what I have been investigating during this period. I thought my hometown had been completely destroyed, but Bingpo actually reappeared. Does it mean that there is still a glimmer of hope in the world I'm in, and my relatives are still living in a fragmented world, but I just don't know it? If so, doesn't it mean that I can bring them to this world as well? Nifeng carefully took out a few reincarnation watches and said, this is the trophy I won in the kingdom of God. They destroyed my world, so I will use their lives to save my family. Lin Bin suddenly realized, so that's it. Nifeng asked, Brother Abin, are you also interested in my world? Lin Bin nodded and said, well, I'm very interested. After I got the Bingpo, I realized that I might have some connection with this kind of strange stone, so I want to get more treasures of this type. I see. If that's the case, I haven't got any useful gains yet, but I'll contact you when I find any useful clues. Thank you, Brother Ni. Although he didn't get the clues he wanted, but it was a good thing to get Nifeng's promise. It was related to the safety of his wife and children, so he couldn't fail to do his best. As long as he got the clues, he would get his gains for free. After that, Lin Bin stopped talking about the details of this aspect. Instead, he persuaded them to drink seriously. 5 catties of high-proof liquor were poured into the stomachs of the two. Neither of them used their own skills to force the wine. Instead, they enjoyed the feeling of being tipsy. Now that the kingdom of God has been destroyed, they finally have a rare peace. Until the moon rises in the middle of the night, the lights of the entire Beishu city were lit up, and the prosperous high-rise buildings turned the dark night into a dazzling city that never sleeps. The two said goodbye at the door of the hotel, and rushed home with weak steps. When they got home, it was already very late. Yan Fei and the others had already returned to their rooms. The lights in the living room were still bright, and it was also a bright spot in the dazzling and prosperous city that never sleeps. On the sofa, a charming, noble and elegant silver-haired beautiful young woman was lying on the sofa with her head tilted, and she had fallen into a shallow sleep. It seemed that she was waiting for someone to fall asleep, so she didn't wear a thin blanket, and her shoulders were half exposed. The originally soft nightgown seemed to be about to slide off her smooth shoulders at any time. Really old shoulders are very slippery, and the nightgown was over the knee. The exposed calves were even whiter, tenderer and smoother than the pure white nightgown. On the coffee table next to her, a bowl of warm milk that had already cooled thoroughly was placed on the coffee table. A drunk person drinking a bowl of milk can relieve the drunkenness to the greatest extent, and the stomach will feel much more comfortable. This cup of milk is obviously prepared for him. When she first came to this world, she was just a noble lady who lacked common sense of life, but now, she has already understood the many wonderful uses of milk. Lin Bin's heart suddenly warmed up. He took a quilt and wanted to put it on her to keep her warm. But considering that even an ordinary woman would wake up if she was suddenly pressed down, it would be better to let her have a good rest. It was late autumn, and the weather turned cold from the previous hot weather. It was just a little cooler at night. How could a heroic spirit catch a cold? As the alcohol was rising, looking at the beautiful face sleeping beside him, Lin Bin felt dry in his mouth. He simply drank the cold milk. Then, he sat down next to her. After a while, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he fell asleep. The two slept on the sofa all night. The next day, when Lin Bin regained consciousness, he had turned from leaning to lying on the sofa, and Alice was lying on him like a koala, with her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. The lower bodies of the two were covered with a thin blanket, but most of it was hanging on the ground, half exposed, which seemed to add a bit of a charming atmosphere. Lin Bin recognized it clearly. It was the blanket in Yan Fei's room. Obviously Yan Fei also wanted to wait for him, but Alice had already been waiting in the living room. Yan Fei could play games with Xiao Bei with Lin Bin, but she obviously couldn't accept showing her affection to Lin Bin in front of another woman. After all, there was still a daughter. Therefore, she could only hide in the room. When she came out, she saw that the two were asleep, so she quietly covered them with a quilt. Master. Alice woke up in a daze, supporting Lin Bin's body and getting up. Her long smooth hair fell on Lin Bin's chest. Then she seemed to realize that the posture between the two was somewhat ambiguous. She blushed and wanted to move away, but was held back by Lin Bin. Today's routine magic supplement. Take it first. Lin Bin grabbed Alice's hands that were still supporting his chest. Alice lost her balance, screamed softly, and fell down again. On this day, Lin Bin learned a truth. Nightgowns are really good things. They are not only beautiful, but also good to touch. The most important thing is that they are well protected in theory, but in fact they are not at all defenseless. It's so fun. After a long time, when Lenzu got up early and planned to continue to decorate the interior of the Kingdom of God, she saw two people sitting in the living room. Lenzu asked, Abin, Ailey, why did you wake up so early? Lin Bin replied, nothing. I drank too much yesterday and slept on the sofa all night. Ailey took care of me and fed me. Linzu asked, how was the talk with Chang Feng? It went very well. He promised to share it with me when the time comes. That's good. Chang Feng is a little pedantic, but he is also a gentleman. Don't bully him too much. Sister, what you said. I'm not interested in bullying men. Well, I won't be back for lunch. I have some things to do. You can handle it yourselves. With that, Linzu hurried out with her bag. Lin Bin then looked at Ellie and asked, Ellie, why did you wait for me so late last night? It's the Avalon you wanted, Master. The energy supply is complete. You have to know that Jean is the real magic provider for Altria. She has a very good impression of Lin Bin, so when she learned that the magic was for Lin Bin, she was not stingy at all. Of course, Jean's magic is a real magic power consumer, and no matter how much magic is transmitted, it is just a drizzle for her. So, Altria didn't even have the last excuse to shirk. But this dissatisfaction completely disappeared after having dinner at Lin Bin's house. Well, such delicious food, even as a reward, it is very reasonable. Oh, sure enough, I knew that Ellie would come out. One is worth two. Lin Bin was immediately surprised. And Iris Veal smiled a little embarrassedly and said, Master, as long as you like it. I like it. I like it. I like any of them. Lin Bin took Avalon. Sure enough, the feeling was completely different from before. The weight, size, and feel had not changed at all, but Lin Bin could keenly sense the difference. The magic power filled inside gave him an extremely ethereal feeling. It seemed to be both real and unreal, and both there and not there. Alice introduced, Avalon is a conceptual weapon. You need to integrate the scabbard into your body. Understood. Lin Bin nodded. He communicated with Avalon with his own true essence. After a moment, Avalon, which was originally a physical entity, turned into a little light and slowly merged into his body. This time it's really like a pillow for sleepiness. Alice, thank you so much. Linbin smiled and invited Alice. It just so happens that my sister won't be back at noon today. I'll take you to the mall to pick out a new pajamas to show my gratitude. The one you are wearing has been brushed by me. I'd better not take it. Yes, yes, yes. Linbin was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. I'm going to wake Elia up. She's staying in bed again. Alice took the opportunity to run away in a hurry. Did he want to buy clothes for her? It was obvious that she just wanted to pick out a pair of pajamas that was more convenient to play with, based on his taste. It would be death if she went there. Alice didn't hate Linbin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to cling to his body in her sleep. But she was a mother after all. She felt that such a big thing as helping Elia find a new father should at least be done with Elia's consent. Yeah, find a suitable opportunity to sound out a liar. As for Linbin, he saw the message and showed a look of understanding on his face. Ying, Mr. Abin, are you there? Abin, yes, is there anything I can help you with? Ying, is it that, if there is nothing that needs Mr. Abin's help, can't I contact you? Or do you really not want to have anything to do with me, so eager to repay my favor, or even not want to have anything to do with me at all? Oh, Abin, you know that's not what I mean. I'm worried that you care too much about me, which will lead to you having troubles that you can't solve yourself, but not contacting me. If you get hurt, I really won't forgive myself. Ying, I know that Mr. Abin is the one who understands me the most. Oh, carrot. Oh, Abin, then you contact me now. Ying, Mr. Abin, I need your help with something. I didn't have this idea at first, but when I saw your prop, Mr. Abin, an idea came to my mind. If you want to become the president of the Reincarnation Association of Star City, it is not enough to have sufficient strength. Therefore, whoever of my competitors can enter the level of eternal reincarnation first can become the president of the Star City Association. This is also the level that both Oliver and I are eager to reach, but unfortunately, I have just become a gold level reincarnation, and the gap between me and the eternal level is too big. My original intention was to ask Mr. Abin to take me into the secret realm and help me get a few S-level evaluations so that I can increase my resume and improve my strength. Abin, original intention? Because I changed my mind. This period of time is too long, and it will delay Mr. Abin's time too much. My goal is not to become the president of the Star City Reincarnation Association, but to become the actual person in power in Star City. So as long as all the people in Star City who are qualified to compete with me for power are dead, then even if I'm not the president, I actually control the power of the president. Abin, do you need me to help you kill? Ying, I have prepared everything. Now, I just need someone who is strong enough to crush everything. Abin, I can go anytime. He looked at Iris Veal, who had already entered Elia's room, with a little regret, sighed, and thought that it seemed that buying her a more interesting, no, better looking pajamas would have to be postponed for the time being. Chapter 360. We can pretend they don't exist. With Infide's introduction, Linbin quickly understood the cause and effect. To put it bluntly, if it is an orthodox competition, it will take a long time to determine the result. In this case, as long as I kill all the competitors, I will naturally be the winner. Therefore, when Infide learned that Linbin had the 1000 models and changes item, he had already laid a trap with his mind. The former president of the Samsara Association in Xinjiang was named Crowley, and his initial hard strength was actually not enough to meet the hard conditions of the president of the Samsara Association. The reason why he was able to take the position was entirely due to an A-level item called Wuayunan. Although this item was only A-level, it was not a combat item, but an auxiliary item, and its auxiliary effect was excellent. It was also for this reason. When Infide investigated the Wuayunan item, almost no one doubted it. They all thought that Infide wanted to replicate Crowley's behavior at the time and use the item to make up for his own lack of strength. Anyway, after becoming the president of the Samsara Association, there are many kinds of strengthening props that can improve their own strength, and this defect will soon not be a defect. You mean, she has already handled all the affairs for the next 7 days in advance, in a very prosperous hotel. The woman is still smoking. Lord Oliver, I feel like I have just lived a real life. Oliver is already focusing on the business. He said, it seems that she only plans to leave for 7 days. 7 days. It is extremely difficult to find a lost prop in a dangerous sea. If there is no clue, this is simply an impossible task. Mary said distressedly, but I have hinted many times, and the woman has not leaked a word. However, she asked me to buy her only 2 tickets, and she only plans to bring one subordinate with her on this trip. Only one. Are you so confident? Oliver looked down at the woman, who was wrapped around his waist and twisting like a water snake. In this matter, he trusted Mary very much. You have to know that before Infidi came, Mary was the youngest, most beautiful and most senior staff member in their Samsara association. Almost all men's eyes were focused on her, and these licking dogs were all secretly happy to be able to say a word to her. But after Infidi came, that beautiful face, pure temperament, and the status of being in a high position at a young age, people couldn't help but have the urge to conquer the superior. How could this be tolerated? Therefore, Infidi's estimation was actually a little wrong. She thought that Mary was conquered by Oliver, so she became his loyal dog, but she didn't expect that Mary took the initiative to send herself to Oliver's bed purely because of her hostility towards her. But no matter what, Oliver really trusted Mary very much. The woman in front of him was the assistant officially assigned to Infidi. The two of them were in a relationship of mutual benefit and mutual loss. Therefore, I'm afraid she would never think, until she died, that there would be a woman who would ruin her future because of jealousy. In other words, her actions, which she thought were secretive, had actually been spied on by herself from beginning to end. This is an opportunity. Oliver's words made Mary's eyes light up. She thought, is Oliver really going to kill Infidi? If so, that would be great. She leaned forward very affectionately. But Oliver was thinking about something else. Kill Infidi? What a waste. Let alone her beauty, her ability to do things alone is enough to make people's hearts beat. Since she has a way to find the A-level item, I can follow her quietly and immediately seize the item after she gets it and capture her. By the way, when I get the position of president of the Reincarnation Association, maybe I can make her my deputy and she can handle all the public and private affairs in the future. How can a young and beautiful girl be compared with this old lady over 30? After all, women in the Free Federation age very quickly, especially without any strengthening. Their skin is basically loose and sagging at the age of 30. If he hadn't been trying to get information, he would never have touched a woman like Mary. Oliver asked, Mary, do you remember the ticket number of Infidi? I remember. Very good. Then remember to help me buy the same flight as them. She should be sitting in the first class, and I will sit in the economy class. How many? Mary suddenly became excited. 12. If it is really impossible, the worst result is that he can only destroy the flower with a ruthless hand, and then he can still hold this position. So the master must bring enough, not giving her any chance to react. Understood. I will do it tomorrow morning. I'm afraid you can only do it tomorrow afternoon. Why? Because you will be sick in bed tomorrow morning because of discomfort, and you can't get out at all. Oliver was very proud. With such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be a killing spree? 3 days later, early in the morning, when Oliver went to discuss with Infidi on the pretext of official business, he got the message that she had something important to do and could not meet with others. It seems that she has left. Oliver sneered softly. With this departure, she completely fell into his heart. She thought she had found the props for the ultimate kill, but she probably never expected that her move would put herself in a desperate situation, right? Oliver took out his mobile phone and whispered, the fish has taken the initiative to enter our net. Start to spread the net as wide as possible immediately. Wait until it eats all the bait before you take action. No one answered from the other side, but he knew that everyone had been arranged in place. 2 hours later, the reincarnations, who were dressed up and changed their appearance, ran towards the airport under the leadership of Oliver. The status barriers of the Free Federation are very clear. Even for passenger planes, the boarding hatches are in completely different positions. This is why Oliver dared to take the same plane with Infidi. A dozen people boarded the plane with difficulty in the midst of the hustle and bustle, and were then arranged in different positions. Through the opaque roller blinds, Oliver knew that the other party was sitting in the first class cabin in front. He just didn't know what she was doing at this moment. Maybe she was planning how to get that A-level item? Or was she discussing some extremely important secret issues with her confidant? Whatever it was, this time, you will have to make a wedding dress for me. The journey lasted for 3 hours. Finally, the passenger plane stopped at Hoya City, which was closest to Dangian country. The people in the business class also got off the plane first. Through the window seat, Oliver's sharp eyes could clearly see that Infidi, who was wearing a white shirt with a light grey pleated skirt, revealing a pair of slender and straight legs, was very intimately holding the hand of her confidant, and got into a taxi directly. When Oliver and others got off the plane, the exhaust of the taxi was no longer visible. But they were not in a hurry at all. They wrote down the license plate number. Were they afraid that they would run away? Under the guidance of professional tracking personnel, they had obtained all the information about the taxi in just 20 minutes. Sure enough, they stopped at the border of Dangian country. An hour later, Oliver and others had already reached the border between the Free Federation and Dangian country. A huge towering wall that was dozens of feet high and 5 meters thick was like a man-made mountain. It blocked all the evils of this world. Moreover, various strict defense systems were arranged on the wall, which were extremely powerful. Even the reincarnations would find it difficult to break through the heavy defense. Oliver called the person in charge. After asking, he found out that Infidi was out on business for something very important. God help me. Oliver no longer had any doubts at this point. He looked back at the team that had followed him for many years. There were 12 people. Each of them had followed him through thousands of hardships to get to where he is today. It can be said that all the people here have contributed to Oliver's success today. Each of these people is his confidant's confidant. The evil of this world is very dangerous. This time, it is very likely that you will die. Oliver said seriously, but please believe me, this is the last time. Captain, do you still need to mobilize us before the war? I'm just particularly interested in Lolita's face. When you get Infidi, remember to let me have fun. My requirements are not so high. Captain, just let me have fun. The teammates immediately started to joke. They are all old partners. The so-called pre-war mobilization is just some jokes between brothers to liven up the atmosphere. Let's go. Understood. The 12 people applied for a small special passenger ship and floated towards the depths of the ocean of this world. Through the radar system on the passenger ship, they can easily detect the trajectory of the small passenger ship that went ahead, and of course, they can also find Thiz. But in the absence of knowing anything, they probably would never have imagined that it would be us sitting on this passenger ship. There is a good saying in China, which is called planning without intending. Oliver held a red wine glass in his hand and asked, have you found any trace of them? We have found it. They are still 13 nautical miles away from us. Just follow them from a distance and give them some time so that they can find that A-level item. Don't worry, I have learned about the effect of that item very clearly. In such a deserted place, it will be useless for them. Oliver was calm like a wise military advisor and said lightly, what we need to do is to reap the fruits of their victory at the last moment. But, Captain, their ship is not moving. What? The action of shaking the red wine suddenly froze there. Oliver frowned and said, not moving? Yes. I suspect it may have been attacked, but our ferry did not give any warning, which shows that we should still be in the shallows of the evil of this world, and there should be no enemy attacks. Oliver's capable teammate Canary looked at the radar seriously and said, I suspect they may have discovered us. Even if they discovered us, so what? At most, we can abandon the A-level item and kill her directly. It is also an option. Anyway, she came here and took the initiative to abandon the support of her subordinates and wanted to fight alone. She is destined to be no match for us. Oliver waved his hand and said, you're welcome. Let's go straight to it. When we get here, the initiative falls into our hands. Understood. So the ferry accelerated suddenly. The distance of more than 10 nautical miles is not too far. Under the full acceleration of the ferry, the waves were split. In just a few minutes, a pure white ferry drifting alone on the Black Sea was seen in front. But the engine had been shut down, and all the lights were off. It looked like an unmanned passenger ship that had been floating on the ocean for many years. Let's go and take a look. The two passenger ships slowly approached. Everyone carefully passed the deck and got on the other passenger ship. Search. If you really find them, subdue them immediately. Kill the men. If possible, it's better to keep Infidi. We can torture her to find out the whereabouts of the air level item. Understood. Everyone dispersed and searched the passenger ship. But half an hour later, when they came to the engine room at the bottom of the passenger ship, they were shocked to find that it had already been occupied by black mud. A huge wound had been torn out at the bottom of the passenger ship, and a large amount of black mud was pouring into the inside along the gap. In the endless black mud, one figure after another slowly stood up from the mud. It was the reincarnations who had been completely swallowed by the evil of this world. Of course, they should be called black heroes now. Oops. This place has already been invaded by the evil of this world. Leave quickly, be careful not to get stained with this black mud, and return to our own ship. Oliver and others were shocked. Seeing these black heroic spirits' eyes fall on them. They didn't have the slightest emotion to resist. After many confrontations, they already knew that these black heroic spirits could not be killed. As long as the black mud was still there, they could be resurrected indefinitely. And as former reincarnations, they all had a strength that was not inferior to that of the orthodox reincarnations. With the advantage of being high above, they each used their own means to directly blast these black heroic spirits that rushed up into the black mud again. Everyone hurriedly turned around and retreated, and fled to the deck one after another. Then, each of them showed a dull look on their faces. They were shocked to find that the two ships that were just next to each other, the passenger ship they came from, had already sailed far away. At this time, on the deck of that ship, a black-haired girl in a pure white shirt was waving at them with a playful smile on her face. Especially facing Oliver, she raised her thumb and index finger, pointed at her forehead, and made a shooting gesture. The sea breeze whistled, blowing her long smooth hair into a mess. But it couldn't cover her smug smile. The provocation was beyond words. Damn, we were fooled. Damn me, this bitch betrayed us. Infidi's target from the beginning was not that A-level prop. Her target was us. She wanted to kill us. Oliver took out his weapon angrily. A natural longbow emitting green. The bowstring was drawn, and it seemed as if green plants grew on the empty bowstring, slowly evolving an arrow, streaking through the green light, and attacking Infidi. Infidi's smile remained unchanged. On the side, a hand suddenly reached out and grasped the arrow. With a slight force, the arrows made of natural force completely disappeared. Linbin stood quietly beside Infidi. He said, in fact, I should be able to wipe out all of them by myself. There is no need to play these nonsense things. But Oliver's team is famous for their tacit cooperation. What if you get hurt? Infidi laughed wantonly and frivolously, saying, now that we have a power player, all we need to do is watch these people being swallowed up by the black mud. Or, Mr. Abin, if you want, you can also have some entertainment programs to add some fun. Anyway, from this angle, they can't see anything, and they are all dead people. They can be completely treated as if they don't exist. When she said the last sentence, her posture lying on the deck railing did not change, but she inexplicably had a more moving and charming feeling. She turned back and glanced at Linbin gently. It seemed to be a provocation, but also seemed to be an invitation to him. Chapter 361. This is contempt, naked contempt. Linbin had heard that the people of the Free Federation were very open-minded, but this time, he saw for the first time what real openness meant. She was just a little girl, but in terms of psychological acceptance, she was far better than Anjun Yanfei, who had been trained for a long time. It was simply too crazy. After a brief hesitation, Linbin finally couldn't control his impulse to be a teacher and severely taught Infidi a lesson, so that she knew that it was a big mistake to do so. But this attitude of contempt and even almost ignoring the general angered Oliver and others. Even if the black heroes in the dark mud kept rushing towards him, killing them was almost impossible to resist. You know, Oliver was really killed from the reincarnation. Therefore, his team is very good at group combat. Unfortunately, this time, the surrounding area was untouchable black mud, and the range on the deck was only so small, so there was very little room for them to play. In addition, each of these black heroes is immortal. Even if they die in the hands of the enemy, as long as their bodies fall back into the evil of this world, they will rush out again unscathed in just a moment. This time, they have almost no advantage in time, place, and people. In just a moment, 2 of their most capable assistants died tragically at the hands of black heroes. What made Oliver's eyes burst was that the standing positions of Linbin and Infidi changed dramatically. From standing side by side before, it became Linbin standing behind Infidi, and Infidi leaned on the railing in an extremely seductive posture, watching them fighting painfully there, with a look of pain between his eyebrows from time to time, and then turned into a happy pleasure. Even if you think with your knees, you can guess what they are doing. This is not as simple as despising. Enjoying the pleasure there, and then watching them fight to the death here. I want your lives. Among Oliver's teammates, a reincarnation with the ID red sword drawed angrily. Although he could not fly, his enhanced strength was extremely strong, and he was only one step away from the gold level. He stepped down on the deck with both feet, and the whole person rushed towards the passenger ship, where Linbin and Infidi were. Linbin hummed, and the magic weapon was as hard as iron. Under his control, it pierced into the enemy's body at an extremely mysterious angle. In an instant, the enemy cried out in pain. In the splashing of blood, the magic sword left the body, and then pierced into the enemy's body again. In a short moment, Linbin had penetrated the enemy thousands of times, lightly or heavily, at different angles. The blood of the strong enemy who was killed directly dripped slowly. Both sides simultaneously suppressed the strong enemy. In just a moment, Infidi had already knelt on the ground powerlessly, and fell into the evil of this world with the broken body of Red Sword. After a few breaths, Red Sword, whose strength had been supplemented by the evil of this world, and had reached the gold level, appeared again, but the clothes on his body had completely turned black. He raised the weapon in his hand, and killed towards the deck, where he came from. In just a short moment, he had successfully been blackened by the evil of this world. Everyone, be careful not to die. Once you die, you will become our enemy, and will be driven by the evil of this world for the rest of your life. Oliver screamed. Seeing that the space available for them to hide on the deck was getting smaller and smaller, if this continued, even if they did not die at the hands of these black heroes, they would completely lose their minds, because of the infection of the black mud. At the critical moment, he turned his head, and looked at the 2 people on the opposite deck. Infidi is now half useless. The other person is too arrogant, and his mind is greatly distracted. This is their chance. Go back to our ship. This is our only chance of survival. Understood. The remaining 9 people had a tacit understanding, and at the same time, each of them used their own methods, either walking in the air, or summoning flying beasts, or simply stepping hard, and jumping like the Red Sword before. Oliver was the strongest. While still in the air, he had already shot several arrows in the direction of Linbin and Infidi with a bow and arrow. However, he did not attack the 2 of them, but shot them at the cabin deck and the top warehouse. After hitting the target, the arrows immediately turned into vines, tightly wrapped around the deck, and then quickly expanded and expanded, forming a dense green vine forest. Grab these vines. Oliver shouted. The purpose was simple. The deck area was too small, not enough for them to land at the same time. If this hateful man attacked before they landed, they would have to fall to the bottom of the sea. But if he expanded the vines, he could greatly expand the scope of their foothold, making the other party lose sight of one thing, while focusing on another. Interesting. Linbin laughed softly, and with a light shout, he summoned the 9 swords of the King of You. He used 10 things at once. It was as if 10 powerful enemies each held a sharp divine weapon, killing the enemy step by step. No one was left out, and all were taken care of. Even if they had successfully gained a foothold in a larger area for themselves, it was useless, because the divine weapons surrounded them, and formed their own formation. When they broke into the range of the sword formation, they only felt the magnificent sword energy from all directions, making them completely unable to avoid it. Even though the front was close at hand, which was their place of survival, the sword energy was roaring unparalleled, forcing them to float in the air and unable to land on the ground. The stronger Oliver and others could barely rely on their own ability to borrow power in the air to ensure that they would not fall into the sea of evil in this world. But the slightly weaker Canary and his companions had nowhere to go, nowhere to retreat, and after being forced back by the magic weapons, they fell terribly on the surface of the sea of evil in this world, and were completely submerged. In just a moment, Lin Bin made a move, and directly reduced the number of the opponent by 5 again. After the reduction, he controlled 10 magic weapons, and exerted his power more easily, killing the enemy alive and dead. Oliver's strength was at the peak of the gold level, which was about the same as that of a reincarnation at the saint level. Even if the two sides were to compete fairly, he was far from being Lin Bin's opponent. Not to mention that the two sides were now standing on an unequal stage. That is, when Lin Bin dealt with them, his mind was somewhat distracted by invade. Even so, they couldn't even get within 5 meters of the two people. Especially when Lin Bin's mind moved, he directly transformed the Xiangang Bidao formation into the Zhenwu 7 section formation. The sword force changed drastically. Oliver and the others who had been trying to hold on before could no longer resist the crisscrossing sword energy, and were stabbed one after another. In an instant, blood was sprayed, mixed with screams that seemed to be painful. The sword energy sprayed, directly making the enemy life or death dilemma. The 12 powerful reincarnations had completely disappeared in the dark ocean of the evil of this world. Even as strong as Oliver, he had become the black heroic spirit of the evil of this world. But it was very strange. Obviously, the two of them were standing on the deck at this time, and the black heroic spirits could still be seen wandering on the sinking passenger ship opposite, but they all turned a blind eye to Lin Bin and Infidi. Even wherever Lin Bin and the others went, the evil of this world would slightly avoid them, and make room for a safe space. It was obviously the work of the Hashibi. As for those black heroes, as long as you reveal a little bit of the evil of this world in the sub-holy cup, you will be regarded as one of their own by these black heroes. The evil of this world is extremely dangerous, but for Lin Bin, it is a place with all the advantages. At this time, Infidi knelt weakly on the overtime handrail, with a bit of shock in her eyes that was hard to conceal, and said in surprise, "Oliver, dead, dead. What else?" Lin Bin put the sword back into the sheath. Full of pity, he helped Infidi up inside. "It's really nonsense. How can you do such a thing at this time?" "Alas. I'm also wrong. It's too absurd, and it's too disrespectful to you." At this moment, reason returned. Lin Bin felt that what he had just done was too much. He wanted to report himself. What respect or disrespect is there? I like it, and Mr. Abin, you like it too. Infidi smiled and snuggled up to Lin Bin, but her eyes were still fixed on the sea. Until now, she still felt unbelievable. She had seen Lin Bin rescue him from the evil of this world, and was not affected by the malice at all. So she thought that the two of them didn't have to do it themselves, just kill them from a distance. But who knew that after Lin Bin made this move, he actually single-handedly suppressed these reincarnations, whom she regarded as the top enemy, to a point where there was no room for maneuver. Although in the end, all of them still died at the hands of the evil of this world. But Mr. Abin's absolute advantage was also visible to the naked eye. "I didn't expect that. I thought too much." Infidi looked at Lin Bin's eyes, which were shining and full of brilliance, and said in surprise, "If I had known that Mr. Abin was so powerful, why would I have to painstakingly set up a trap? I could have just found a way to trick them into a remote and deserted place and kill them all." This was the second time she had this feeling. The magnificent and gorgeous sword energy made her inexplicably think of the man in red who had made her unable to resist. That's not the case. After all, there are 12 people. What if one of them escapes? We should be cautious in everything. And just now, Lin Bin's heart was as holy as Buddha, so he naturally felt that this was not good, very bad. But his heart only lasted for a few minutes. At this moment, he inexplicably felt that this was not bad. After all, this exciting and novel experience was really the first time in his life. This was really a sword out. Masts and oars were destroyed. And now, there are only two of us here. Mr. Abin, if the passenger ship slowly drifts back, it will take about 1 or 2 days. We also need to stay on the sea for a while, before we can go back. Infidi began to fiddle with her storage equipment and said, "I have made full preparations. Medicine, handcuffs, whips, candles. Actually, I don't know how to use these things, but those salesmen said that men will definitely like them, so I just bought them all. She looked up at Linbin, as if to ask for credit. Linbin, don't look at me like that, otherwise, I feel like I'm being led astray. But I don't understand. It's okay, I understand. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Infidi finally returned safely. Although in a sense, Infidi and Linbin 3 days ago would never come back. Unfortunately, the passenger ship they used to travel before could not come back either. Infidi's reason for this was very justified. They were attacked by the black spirits, and in the crisis, they could only abandon the ship and flee, leaving the ship to them. Fortunately, the two of them had enhanced their flying ability, otherwise, this group would probably perish in the evil of this world. Then, they heard a very shocking news. What? You mean Mr. Oliver went out to sea soon after I went out to sea? Infidi was shocked and said, how is this possible? I didn't see him. Why did he go out to sea? We don't know, but they went out to sea soon after you left the sea. I think they have the same purpose as you. Miss Infidi, what is your purpose? I want to find the lost props of the former president of Star City. I have received some information and thought I could find the A-level props. I didn't expect that I would only add a life and death crisis to myself. Alas. But I'm the only one who knows about this. Mr. Oliver should not know about this. Our purposes must be different, otherwise we would have met long ago. That's true. Forget it, it doesn't matter. No matter what his purpose is, we will know it when he comes back. I'm too lazy to tell him more. Infidi showed a lack of interest in Oliver, but this attitude is not surprising. After all, everyone knows about the dispute between the two, especially since Infidi went out to sea first and the other party chased after him, plus the other party's purpose. It is easy to associate it with something not so good. Thinking of this, the staff suddenly felt that they seemed to be caught in the conspiracy of the superiors, and they did not dare to ask any more questions, for fear that they would know something they should not know, and then disappear quietly. As for the follower reincarnation behind Infidi, he had a plain appearance and ordinary strength. He was just an errand boy, which was not worth paying attention to at all. He called a special car and escorted him all the way to the airport, in a separate VIP room. As the plane took off, Infidi locked the door immediately, first uncovered the 1000 model props on Linbin's face, revealing his true appearance. Then he threw himself into Linbin's arms. He had done too much of what he should do in the past 3 days. Now that they are about to part, they are mostly reluctant to leave, and have no other thoughts. Linbin, on his side, seriously reminded her of the follow-up matters. Kill Oliver, and no one will compete with you in a short time. If your superiors send people again, you'd better think of a suitable reason. You can contact me at any time, and I can help you make them disappear directly. Infidi didn't even look up, letting her hair spread all over Linbin's chest. She nodded obediently and said, I understand. I will always pay attention to the intelligence from the Free Federation. Once there is any information that is unfavorable to you, Mr. Abin, I will inform you as soon as possible. Also, if you have any needs, you can always tell me. My biggest need for you is to take care of yourself and don't get hurt. Mr. Abin. Infidi was really moved and immediately buried herself in Linbin's arms, unwilling to let go for a moment. Chapter 362, National Level Assessment. Not long after Infidi returned to Star City, he received news that Oliver had been persecuted. When the inspectors found the passenger ship they had left, based on the positioning system of the passenger ship, they found that the passenger ship was empty and there was no living person. And on the deck, there were traces of the explosion of Oliver's exchanged weapons. It was just unexpected that, except for Oliver's own traces of fighting, they searched the entire ship and could not find any traces of other people's fighting, and even did not see any traces of the invasion of Black Mud. This was obviously very surprising. In the end, it can only be attributed to the fact that Oliver and others were not lucky this time. They happened to run into a black heroic spirit who was extremely powerful, at least starting from the eternal level reincarnation, so that they did not even cause him any trouble. In fact, except for Oliver who barely had a chance to attack once, the others did not even have time to attack, and they were directly killed by the other party. Anyway, the person is dead. Died in such a shitty place again. Whatever you say when you are alive is fine, but when you are dead, it is of no value, so naturally no one is willing to stand up for him. Except for Oliver's mother, who desperately wants to rely on her power as the mayor to seek justice for her son. But unfortunately, no reincarnationist is willing to accept the call of this shitty mayor. Are you kidding me? An ordinary woman. What can you give me? Money? If the reincarnationists can let go of the temptation to improve their strength and are willing to retire, their reincarnation points will be converted into funds, at least millions of yuan, plus national subsidies. Money is important, but not so important that they can take risks and make fools in such a dangerous place as this world's evil. And she can't take out those props and weapons with wonderful functions. So, the matter was left unresolved. On the contrary, after hearing the news, Infidi immediately expressed severe condemnation of the murderer, and then through investigation, he learned that Oliver left Star City for no reason, and the ticket was actually bought for him by many in the association. He was immediately arrested. Then, he was handed over to the judiciary for questioning. After that, it was no longer something Infidi needed to pay attention to. And in fact, the result was not beyond her expectations. The matter just ended like that. She was completely a victim in this incident. Because she wanted to compete for the position of the president of Star City, she did not hesitate to go deep into the evil of this world to find the treasure lost by the former president. This was normal. But Oliver was very abnormal. People were dead. If her mother wanted to avenge him at the beginning, but after learning the truth, her first thought was to maintain her son's reputation after death. But these had nothing to do with Infidi. With the death of Oliver, the management of the reincarnations in Star City was very chaotic for a while, but Infidi was well prepared. After a short familiarity, she immediately put everything on track. Before, she was still a bit immature and did not seem to be very convincing. But now, after experiencing this turmoil, she is much more mature than before. Coupled with her outstanding ability to deal with things in the shortest time, she has won the favor of most of the reincarnations. Especially with the assistance of the group of reincarnations who were originally responsible for the training by her, but survived the clutches of the beast god by chance under her operation. In this way, even if the Reincarnation Space Association will send new staff in the future, they will not be able to shake Infidi's position in a short time. As for the long term, after all, they are all reincarnations. Isn't it normal for some accidents to happen during the training? But Lin Bin didn't pay attention to these. At this time, he had returned to China through the black market route provided by Infidi. The trip back and forth took 7 or 8 days. Who could have imagined that he had already been around the Free Federation? And he had gained a lot. At least his experience in some aspects became richer. And he also tried his skills, proving that his previous assumption was correct. With Lin Bin's current strength, he is far superior to the reincarnations of the saint level, but the other side has many reincarnations working together. In theory, it would take some effort for Lin Bin to kill them all without injury. But he switched between the Zhenwu 7 section formation and the Xiangang Big Dipper formation. Both formations are from Taoism, but they are completely opposite. When the sword moves, it can be switched at any time, with endless uses, making it hard to defend. Lin Bin didn't even spend much effort to forcibly kill the enemy. The only regret is that the enemy's strength is not strong enough, and Infidi's consideration is too thoughtful, which weakens the already weak strength. Lin Bin didn't enjoy it, but knowing that this is the right path is enough, and although he didn't enjoy it in this aspect, enjoying other aspects is enough to make Lin Bin feel that the trip is completely worthwhile. Back home, he is more motivated to comprehend the Zhenwu 7 section formation. The Zhenwu 7 section formation and the Xiangang Big Dipper formation are both from Taoism, and they are similar to the Taijizu and King Dao. Therefore, Lin Bin, who has practiced the King Iron Sect's skills, comprehends it much more smoothly than when he was practicing the Xiangang Big Dipper formation before. As a result, Lin Bin also gained a more subtle understanding of the practice of Taijizu and King Dao. Previously, the cultivation of Gishan Dao had always been superior to Taijizu and King Dao, but now there are signs that they are gradually on paragraph. Elia is also missing. Although she has officially become a member of Lin Bin's team, if nothing unexpected happens, the next secret realm training should be her test of state defense and dimensional upgrade. If she can pass it, she can truly achieve financial freedom. It can also prove that the mother and daughter are not entangled with Lin Bin to suck blood and rely on his vines, but are real teammates who walk side by side with him. Alice Phil is not aware of this problem, but Alia's self-esteem is very strong, and she will not allow such thoughts even in her heart. Dong Jinyan Fei cherishes this leisure time even more. She borrowed the S-level item time gem from Lin Bin. This is a prop that can only be used in the secret realm, but the secret realm of the kingdom of God that Lin Zhu now controls is the predecessor of the secret realm, which is just right for the time gem to use. Although the spiritual energy inside is not as abundant as the secret realm of cultivating immortals, and the speed of cultivation cannot be compared with the secret realm of Zuxan, it can maximize the many skills that one has mastered. In a short period of time, it is very suitable to improve one's skill proficiency. However, most of the reincarnation points still need to be retained, in the hope that, if you encounter a suitable secret realm in the future, you can stay in it again for a period of time, so that your own strength can achieve a leap. Even Xiaodao, who took the route of technological enhancement, began to roll himself up desperately. Not only did he try to use the opportunity of destroying the kingdom of God before to update his own weapon system with his boss, he even began to practice the eternal life secret. There is no way, once Lin Bin becomes a national guardian, if the two of them want to keep up with Lin Bin's pace, they must squeeze themselves desperately and squeeze out every last drop of essence in their bodies. For a time, everyone's cultivation atmosphere was high. Even Alice had gone to Lin Bin to replenish her magic power more often than before. There was no other way. As a man-made person, she already knew everything she should know. The only thing that limited her was her magic power. As for her heroic spirit body, her magic power could not be generated by herself, but could only be generated through the host's magic power replenishment. Therefore, what she needed to do was to let Lin Bin fill up her magic power every time, and then always keep this full state to slowly increase her upper limit. This was also her only way to practice at present. Although the magic replenishment method was not direct enough, it took up a lot of time every day, and she had to avoid her daughter Elia. But Lin Bin didn't mind helping her with this little favor. After all, Alice was also the milk in their team. Why not increase her milk supply? For a while, although the Lin family had a large number of people, the atmosphere of practice was high. Everyone had their own things to do. Even Gao Yu, who was in school, was attracted by this atmosphere and became more attentive than usual. Her academic performance was improving steadily, which was also a pleasant surprise. He gained a lot in the Zuxan secret realm, and more importantly, he greatly expanded his own cultivation system, making the upper limit that once existed already fragile. There is no bottleneck, and he is a brand new self almost every day. Even when the beast god occasionally comes to visit, he can't hide his surprise and admiration when he looks at Lin Bin and feels that Lin Bin's strength has improved so fast. Now even if he wants to kill him, he may have to be a little more serious. The implication is that he just needs to be a little more serious. But what he sensed was pure hard power. Just relying on the skill that may be slightly inferior to Daoxun, it is naturally impossible to be the strength of the beast god. But after exchanging the Zenwu 7 section formation, Lin Bin once again fell into a level where his means of attack far exceeded his own cultivation. In other words, what the beast god sensed was not him in his prime. Lin Bin had heard from Infidi that she strengthened her mental abilities so she could feel the enemy's strength more intuitively. When she saw him wielding 9 swords and easily defeating Oliver and the others, the pressure she felt at that time was not as strong as that of the beast god, but not far behind. According to Lin Bin's speculation, what really limits him now is the 9 divine weapons, the 9 swords of the King of Yu. Although these divine swords are powerful, they have limited lethality to the beast god. If all of them were replaced with 9 divine weapons like the Shianai Dragon Slashing Sword and arranged into a formation, coupled with the blessing of the Nanming Lihuo Sword, I'm afraid that, even if he faces the beast god, he will definitely have the strength to fight. In other words, he has the strength to rival the Zuxan sword formation. I must intensify my own skills But at the same time, I must also do my best to improve my combat power in order to improve my survivability in the secret realm. Both hands must be hard and both hands must be grasped. Lin Bin's estimate was very clear in his mind. However, it is precisely because of the existence of the beast god that always serves as a benchmark in front of him that, even though his strength has greatly improved after obtaining the Zenwu 7 section formation, he has not been complacent at all. Instead, he found that as his strength has improved, his shortcomings have become more and more. But after all, the reincarnationists still have to serve the people rather than blindly working behind closed doors. 2 months later, an unexpected guest came to visit. Mr. Abin, it's been a long time since we last met. When Lin Bin heard the doorbell and opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a pure black suit standing outside the door. He looked well dressed, but his hair was slightly bald and a little bald. He was holding a very precious ginseng wine in his hand, and there was a reserved smile on his face. It looked like a subordinate visiting the leader's home. But in fact, Lin Bin was surprised and said, "President Long?" The visitor was Long Ju, the president of the Beishu City Reincarnation Space Association. But even if he is the president of the association, after all, the reincarnationists look at hard power. Just like Lin Bin, even though he is not a national level reincarnation master, he has a strength that is superior to that of a national level reincarnation master. Even the president of the reincarnation guild has to be a little reserved and respectful when facing him, especially Long Qi, who was transferred from another place and has no foundation here and dare not have the slightest enmity with Lin Bin. However, Lin Bin did not do anything to take advantage of him. Instead, he was very surprised and invited him in. Served tea. Curiously, he asked, "Chairman Long, what's the big deal that requires you to go out in person?" After all, it's related to the welfare of all the reincarnations in our entire Beishu city. "Mr. Abin, we are all thanks to you this time." "What do you mean?" Long Qi laughed and said, "Mr. Abin, you are a forgetful person. Have you forgotten that your next experience in the secret realm is your test of upgrading your country? What's there to forget or remember? When you come to the secret realm, just enter and pass it." Lin Bin laughed disapprovingly and said, "If you really can't pass it, you can only die in the secret realm. Just treat it as a normal secret realm. This is why I came here specially." Long Qi laughed and said, "It seems that Mr. Abin doesn't quite understand the procedures and rules of upgrading the dimension to defend the country." Lin Bin was surprised and said, "Are there any other procedures? To be able to get the national defense level in the name of the country, you must be different from ordinary reincarnations. You need to have truly solved fatal crises for our country to be worthy of this qualification." Long Qi laughed and said, "So if you want to become a national level reincarnationist, it's not that you can enter the secret realm and then pass the level to get this level of title, but you need to wait." Lin Bin raised his eyebrows and said, "Wait. Wait for what?" "Wait for the crisis to come and fall, and then solve this crisis." Long Qi said, "It is precisely because of this that many saint level reincarnationists actually have the qualifications to participate in the national level assessment. But in fact, all the national level reincarnationists in our entire China currently add up to just over 100 people. After experiencing the previous crisis, there are even less than 100 people now. This is because, firstly, there are not enough secret realms that are qualified to become the assessment space, and the reincarnationists need to queue up. And secondly, the national level reincarnationists are already the real pillars of the country. While enjoying the highest welfare of the country, they must also appear in the most dangerous situations. Therefore, many reincarnationists will carefully consider whether to participate in this assessment before they have polished their own strength to the peak, even if they have the qualifications." "I see." Lin Bin understood. Said, "So, for someone like me, the queue should be quite long, right? So do I need to keep waiting?" "No, of course not." Long Qi chuckled. "It's better to say that after learning that you, Mr. Abin, are going to advance to the Guardian of the Nation, those reincarnations at the front of the list unanimously agreed that it would be a waste of your talent to let you, who already possess the strength of the Guardian of the Nation, continue to stay at the entering saint level. So they don't mind you jumping ahead of them and giving priority to the assessment. Of course, the premise is that you need to share with everyone all your experiences and things from your training. Oh. Lin Bin said in surprise. That's great. So I can have priority in the assessment? That's right. Long Qi chuckled. I came here to discuss with you. When do you plan to enter the secret realm for the trial? Chapter 363. A family of 3 enters a secret realm. If time permits, the sooner the better. Lin Bin didn't think too much about it and gave his answer directly. During this period of time, he practiced hard. Although the Zhenwu 7 section formation has not yet reached the proficiency of the Xiangang Bidao formation, he has been able to switch between the two to fight. As for the cultivation of Taijizu and Qingdao and Tangsu and Gishandao, it is also increasing day by day. But no matter how much you practice, it is basically impossible to achieve a qualitative mutation in a short period of time. In this case, it is better to get the evaluation of the country guarding reincarnation first. In this way, no matter what you do in the future, it will be much more convenient. Okay, then I'll arrange it for you. HMM. Speaking of which, there is an A93 secret realm that has recently shown signs of invasion and must be dealt with within 2 months. We discussed this issue when we held the general meeting of our association. We required a powerful and highly rated reincarnationist to enter this secret realm to prevent the invasion. Long Qi sighed. Alas, it's a nightmare level secret realm. The last invasion of a nightmare level secret realm seems to have led to the destruction of the Dangyin kingdom, so we must not be careless about this secret realm. So I thought of you, Mr. Abin. HMM. If we talk about the score, let alone those reincarnations at the same level as you, even many national level reincarnations don't have as good resumes as you. Lin Bin asked thoughtfully, could it be that this secret realm is located in the vicinity of our Beishu Reincarnation Association? It's on the edge, but it is indeed within our range. To be honest, the danger level of this secret realm is probably even greater than that of an ordinary nightmare level secret realm. Judging from the explosion speed of this secret realm, the difficulty of the A93 secret realm is far superior to that of an ordinary secret realm. Long Qi sighed. This is also the reason why everyone supports you, Mr. Abin, to enter first. No one is afraid of failing the assessment, but if the invasion of the secret realm is accelerated because of their failure in the assessment, then they really will never get over this demon in their lifetime. Lin Bin asked, do you have any information about this secret realm? No, all the reincarnations who entered this secret realm before were wiped out, and no one survived. I see. Lin Bin seemed to be thinking about something. He was afraid that concession was secondary. Anyone would be a little scared of this kind of secret realm, where everyone would be wiped out every time they entered it. Of course, if Mr. Abin also has concerns in this regard, we can also apply to our superiors to change to a relatively safer secret realm to complete our assessment. No need. Lin Bin said, didn't you just say it? A national level reincarnationist needs to complete the task of saving a secret realm that is about to be broken and invaded in order to obtain this honor. In other words, no matter how you change it, the danger level of the secret realm is only the difference between higher and lower. But in fact, since becoming a reincarnationist, the crisis has always existed. This is not a problem, but he paused and asked, I would like to ask about my participation in such a difficult secret realm trial. If some of my teammates whose strength is not yet at this level enter with me, can they get some extra rewards and honors? This. Long Qi was obviously stunned for a moment, then replied, it seems that Mr. Abin, you don't understand it very well. The requirements for national level reincarnationists are very strict. It requires single person reincarnation experience. Lin Bin hasn't spoken yet. Elia, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but popped her head out from behind the door. She was surprised and said, solo experience? What about me? You are, Elia, a saint level peak reincarnationist. I'm just one test away from him. Elia looked at Long Qi and Lin Bin inquiringly and said, you have always said that you would give Abin a back door. You don't want to let him cut in line, do you? What about me? I'm also a saint level reincarnationist. I'm also eager to become a national level reincarnationist. This, Miss Elia. Let me check it out. Long Qi quickly lowered his head to check it out. After a moment, He looked up and apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Elia, because you don't belong to the Beishu Reincarnation Division, so I didn't have your information before, and according to the information I got, it may take about half a year before your turn for a new trial. Elia pouted immediately, turned to look at Linbin. Linbin sighed. Does it have to be a single person trial? Why? Is it to prevent someone from taking others through with their own strength? That's not the case. The National Defense trial is extremely difficult. If you really have the ability to take others through, we might be happy to see such a situation. Long Qi seemed to realize what Linbin meant. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's just that this secret realm that is about to be destroyed is extremely difficult. A slight misjudgment may result in a complete loss. In this case, more people going may not be a good thing, especially when it comes to life and death and one's own promotion. Internal strife has not happened before, so over time, only one person is allowed to enter, and this way, the true strength of this reincarnation can be more intuitively seen. Well, I roughly understand what you mean, Linbin also said with an embarrassed look on his face, but I have a problem here. Alice, wearing a dark purple suit and a white long skirt, walked out from behind Elia. She nodded slightly to Long Qi in a very restrained manner. Oh. Long Qi suddenly realized something, and when he looked at Elia, he suddenly understood. Linbin introduced. Her name is Alice. She is an extraordinary person. Of course, she has now officially obtained the title of Saint-level Reincarnationist. After all, healing reincarnationists are actually very rare, and she has a strong healing ability. So she is a rare reincarnationist. Hello, Mrs. Lin. Long Qi stood up and smiled. Alice moved her lips, wanting to say that you misunderstood. But Linbin winked at her and sighed. The thing is, she actually came from the Red Secret Realm that destroyed the East Sakura Kingdom. Hearing this, Long Qi's face suddenly changed. Linbin sighed. To be honest, it was a great fortune for her to be able to come out alive, but she was also seriously injured at the time. I had no choice but to use a kind of power-connected magic in that secret realm to completely connect our lives together. But this also has a flaw. That is, no matter what secret realm I enter, as long as I leave this world, I will forcibly drag her to the same world as me. Is there such a thing? Long Qi said. No wonder, Mr. Abin. You had to help her get a reincarnation certificate before. So, this time, she will also enter the secret realm with you, Mr. Abin, to train. If this is the case, it is understandable. After all, it is a fact that cannot be changed, so we can only accept it. But in this way, you are bringing a reincarnation who has no combat ability into such a dangerous secret realm, isn't that? So, I need the help of an assistant. Linbin said. You also said that the danger of this secret realm is not comparable to that of ordinary secret realms. I'm not completely sure of myself, and with Ailey, I need the assistance of an absolutely trustworthy helper who will obey my orders. Just like you said, if I just find someone randomly, we will have an internal conflict due to different judgments, and the secret realm that could have been cleared will fail. It doesn't matter if we fail, but we have brought great trouble to the entire China, which is really a guilt that I will never get rid of in my life. This makes sense. Miss Elia is your daughter, and a daughter naturally listens to her father. Long Qi understood what Linbin meant. Elia's arm and eyes suddenly widened. But in this situation, either recognize the godfather or queue up honestly. She could only suppress it, looking at Abin with a little resentment, thinking that after the time is over, I will make you call me mother a few times. But this is against common sense after all. Long Qi sighed, and it's okay for Mrs. Lin. At most, the normal rewards will be calculated for passing the level. But as for Miss Elia, if she enters the secret realm with you, and gets a low evaluation at that time, Linbin said, is our goal the evaluation? Isn't our goal to successfully prevent the invasion of the secret realm? President Long, aren't you missing the point? Long Qi suddenly realized and said, that's true. Well, as long as Mr. Abin can guarantee the success of the secret realm, I will take care of the rest. Who dares to guarantee it 100%? I can only say that I won't joke with my own life. Although Elia looks small, you don't know her strength. In fact, she uses the summoning system. Even I dare not be careless with the summoned beasts she summons. She can be regarded as my right-hand man. That's true. We just need to do our best. Long Qi came to Lin Bin for his own reasons. The crisis of the A93 secret realm is imminent, especially since the Red Secret Realm invaded and destroyed the country just now, so the Samsara Space Association attaches great importance to this matter. Although he has just been transferred to Beishu City. But if he can solve this crisis, it will be a resume that no one can compare to him. He is still young, and with this advantage, he may not have no chance to compete for the president of the General Association in the future. From this point of view, he helped Lin Bin to cheat, because they would prosper together and suffer together. However, the other party may not understand this, but there is no need to make it too clear. And Abin insisted on going into the secret realm with his family of 3. He would never easily send his wife and children to death. It can only be said that these 2 people are indeed unique, especially Abin, who has a soft S-level evaluation, and he must be sure I don't have to challenge the other party's professionalism with my amateurism. Thinking of this, Long Qi didn't ask any more questions. Then thank you for your hard work, President Long. Leave it to me. Mr. Abin, you should also prepare. In 3 days, we will enter a new secret realm, and there will be no clues. You may need to make more preparations. It doesn't matter. I'm good at opening up new land. Ha 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 ha, that's true. Long Qi was polite for a while before reluctantly saying goodbye. Elia pouted her lips and said, Dad, I'm going to pack up my reincarnation props. In 3 days, our family of 3 will enter the secret realm together. After saying that, she turned around and left. Elia, what are you talking about? I haven't. Alice blushed and apologized to Lin Bin apologetically, then quickly chased after him, but her pursuit made it impossible for Lin Bin to chase after the angry little girl, so he held her in his arms and took good care of her. It seems that Fian and Miss Ziyadao can't go together this time. Dong Jinyanfei sighed with some regret and said, I just regret that Fian is not strong enough and can't face the crisis with Brother Bin. Lin Bin comforted, it doesn't matter. Your strength has improved very quickly. It's just a matter of time to catch up. Well, Fian will apply for continued training with Miss Ziyadao at that time and strive to obtain the qualification of a national level reincarnationist as soon as possible. Yanfei calculated silently in her heart. She still needs to complete 2 trainings. This is actually quite difficult for her, according to Danjin Yanfei of the Yin-Yang family. But the last time she went to the Zuxan secret realm, she was able to practice Taijizu and King Dao. Now her cultivation is so high that she is slightly better than the masters of the King Gan sect, except for Xian Buai, who is still qualified to compete with her. No one else is her opponent. After more than 2 years of precipitation, the 2 secret realms are not difficult for her. I have to speed up the progress. She has quietly made up her mind. That night, when Lenzu returned, she learned that Lin Bin was going to take the national defense assessment. She didn't say much, just held his hand for a long time and told him to be careful. Her brother had grown up and no longer needed her protection. To get to this point, she really didn't help him much, but was a burden. Don't worry, Miss Zhu, I will do my best to protect the master and Elia. Iris Veal said seriously. Compared to her, Lin Bin's comfort was more reassuring. He said, Ailey is a heroic spirit. If she encounters danger, she can immediately transform into a heroic spirit, or I can use a command spell to forcibly eliminate her existence. There is no need to worry about her safety. I have Avalon, who can protect myself better. Elia also has the 7 rings of Seraph and the defensive power of 7 city walls. With Berserker, there are not many people who can hurt her. To be honest, if I didn't dislike exaggerating, I really want to tell President Long that if I don't bring back an S-level evaluation this time, I will consider it a failure. Don't be careless. The pass rate of the National Defense Level Assessment is only about 30% so far. How many people can reach this level? So your strength may have surpassed this level, but you must not be careless when facing this level of Secret Realm. Despise it strategically. I will attach great importance to it tactically. Even for Elia and Ailey, I will be doubly cautious, right Elia? Elia puffed her mouth and ate her food in silence. When she heard Lin Bin's words, she responded with a few words, but it was hard to hear clearly through the rice in her mouth. Only the word dad was pronounced very clearly. Linbin. Iris Veal's face was full of embarrassment for her daughter who had grown up and rebelled, but she couldn't help feeling a little sweet in her heart. How to say it? She didn't deny it. Maybe Elia was right to call him dad. He should be a better father than Kiritsugu, and seeing that Elia liked him, she was relieved. Looking at Linbin, who was patiently leaning against Elia, holding her little hand, and comforting her softly, she suddenly felt that this admiration was so harmonious. Chapter 364 New Secret Realm. Since long he dared to promise Linbin, he had made full preparations. After getting Linbin's approval, he immediately began to develop his personal connections. The secret realm was in great danger this time, and the president of the Samsara Space Association attached great importance to it. It's not surprising. The last time such a high level of attention was paid to it was in Dangying country, and now Dangying country has been destroyed. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, they naturally don't want China to follow the old path of Dangying, and this attention made Long Qi see an opportunity. Since there is a powerful reincarnation like Abin in his Beishu city, who is often evaluated as S level, and even A level is considered to be a poor performance, why can't he seize this opportunity? When Abin becomes the guardian of the country, he can also get the supreme honor. Win-win. So, the next day, the reminder of the reincarnation experience appeared on the reincarnation table of Linbin, Iris Veal and Elia. And in the past 2 days, Jean Dark and Altria also visited in person. Although Altria still didn't look too good to Linbin, she thought of Mordred when she saw this hateful guy who wanted to turn her into his own heroic spirit. The child she just recognized was bullied. It made her angry, but she was worried about Iris Veal's safety, so she had to come here in person. After all, others might not understand the horror of this secret realm, but Jean had direct cooperation with the Samsara Space Association. She obviously understood. Why did everyone avoid the national level assessment secret realm this time? To put it bluntly, it was because it was too dangerous. Choosing this secret realm was equivalent to failing halfway, but Linbin had to bring 2 to this secret realm. Well, although I knew that Elia was actually very powerful, her current position was more like a summoner, and her body was still very fragile. One output with a milk and a summoner. Once the enemy gets close, isn't it over? Not to mention the 2 of them were worried. Even Raymond called to ask for experience. It's not that they don't know Linbin's ability, but the difficulty of the secret realm is too high. Although it is still A level, there are actually strong and weak people even in A level. And this secret realm has changed from white to red, and now it has become red. The red secret realm is a new evaluation after the fall of the East Sakura Kingdom. If the white secret realm represents safety and the red secret realm represents danger, then red represents the ability to cause a near fatal impact on the entire real world. Just like the evil of this world before. They are naturally worried. Jean even took the initiative to lend the holy flag again. And Altria's lips moved, as if she couldn't help but say, forget it, for the safety of Iris Veal, I will give in, come, be my master. But before she said it, Linbin had seen her meaning, and refused very tactfully. It was reasonable to accept her holy flag before Avalon, but now accepting it again, are you really using her as a tool? And Altria is the same. Judging from her expression, if he asked her to charge Avalon next time, she would never refuse. That's enough. A forced melon is not sweet. There is no need to force others. He brought out the theory he had used to comfort Linzu, and told them a lot, which made them feel at ease, and even Altria looked at Linbin with a much kinder look. This made Linbin smile. One of them cared about Elia, and the other cared about Iris Veal, but they were bound together. In the next 2 days, Linbin made all the preparations. He even went to the Beast God's house. He asked him to protect his family. After the Beast God agreed, he was completely relieved. After all, the kingdom of God was destroyed, and the first apostle had lost everything. If he wanted to retaliate again, it would be like a rainstorm and a strong wind. On the 3rd day, he didn't even have to drive his own car, and the bus of the Reincarnation Association had already stopped under the car. The 3 said goodbye to their families, got in the car, and the car started to speed northward at a very fast speed. It took only an hour to drive out of the city, and the road began to become wild. But not long after walking, they saw people with live ammunition and guns everywhere in front of them, and armed turrets and a large number of fortifications were seen everywhere around them, all facing inward, as if they were planning to surround a military fortress. There were a lot of busy soldiers in front and behind, and I saw along the way that there were probably no less than thousands of people. Moreover, against the Samsara secret realm, the number of people was only auxiliary, and their role was to operate those powerful weapons. With so many people, I'm afraid that those high-tech weapons from various planes can also be seen. Elia couldn't help but smack her lips and said in surprise, "So cautious?" Dangying country was not cautious and has been destroyed. Long Qi explained, "These armed forces are only a part of it. In fact, the Samsara Association has also sent 7 national level Samsaras to guard here, and a high level Samsara has specially delayed the time to enter the secret realm to prevent you, Mr. Abin, from failing." Lin Bin frowned and said, "Is it still a separate assessment when it is so dangerous? Why not work together and solve this secret realm together? Sometimes having more people is not necessarily a good thing." Long Qi said, "Although the secret realm is very dangerous, it is more of a crisis for ordinary people. If it were a Samsara, it would be better to solve it in a normal way. Otherwise, if they encounter a crisis, they will have to work together, and the Samsaras will be exhausted to death." Lin Bin was silent. Although Long Qi didn't say it directly, he still heard the meaning from his words. There are more crises in this world than imagined. Mr. Abin, don't worry too much. Thanks to you for saving a large number of national level reincarnationists from the S-23 secret realm. Everyone is grateful for your contribution. Long Qi sighed, especially now that there is a shortage of reincarnationists. This year there are only 121 new ordinary reincarnationists in Beishu City, which is half the number of your year. Alas, it's only been a few years, and the number has been halved. Now there are fewer and fewer national level reincarnationists. Unfortunately, human power is sometimes limited, and we can only do what we can do. It's a great thing to be able to do what you can do well. I'm afraid only you, Mr. Abin, have the confidence to say such things. Here we are." Lin Bin looked. Sure enough, he saw the scarlet crack in the distant void. The surrounding area was full of seals and prohibitions. Lin Bin even sensed the breath of the two Taoist magic arrays. Obviously, in addition to him, there are other people in this world who have obtained the method of cultivating immortals. At this time, there were already several national level reincarnationists waiting there. Lin Bin was familiar with several of them, such as Yuan Wei. It was said that he was Gu Yuan's teacher. The names of the others could not be remembered, but they should have been saved by Lin Bin. No, they had once entered the secret realm of S-23 with Lin Bin. "Mr. Abin is here." It's Mr. Abin. When Abin arrived, the expressions of the state level reincarnationists who were discussing something with each other were all the same. They all came to greet him. Although Lin Bin was still only a saint level reincarnationist, there was no doubt that no one dared to doubt his strength. They even understood that the young man in front of them might have the power to easily kill them. "I had long thought that Abin, you would definitely become a state level reincarnationist, but I didn't expect that even your assessment was different from ours." Yuan Wei sighed with a sigh. He still remembered the first time he met Abin. It had been less than a year, but the reincarnationist who needed his students to introduce him to him before he could make an impression on him had surpassed him in just 1 year. There is no mediocre person who can become a national level reincarnation. Yuan Wei is naturally not naive enough to think that the feeling of being on edge when staying next to this Abin is an illusion. This can only prove one thing. The other party already has the strength to kill him. His instinct is warning him that he must not provoke this person. "Teacher Yuan Wei, you are too kind. This can probably be considered the price of cutting in line. After all, you can cut in line without any assessment and still get the biggest benefit. How can such a cheap thing happen in the world? If it does, I would suspect that this was achieved by damaging one's good karma. Don't call me teacher. I'm really flattered now." Yuan Wei laughed and said, "It seems that you are very confident. I don't know what secret realm it is, so how confident I can be. I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate. Besides, with all of you helping me, I'm more confident." Mr. Abin, you are too kind. We are here just to reassure these outsiders. We know our own business. If you can't handle it, our talk is probably in vain. I heard that there is another supreme reincarnationist, but at that level, his vision is obviously not comparable to ours. However, Mr. Abin, you are personally going out, so I really don't think it is necessary to be so grand. It seems that this supreme reincarnationist will return empty-handed. Hahaha, you have great confidence in Mr. Abin. The sedan chair was carried by everyone. Lin Bin's strength was definitely above those of the national level, but he respected them, so they naturally became more friendly to Lin Bin. If the staff hadn't reminded them that the cracks were extremely unstable, it would be better to enter as soon as possible. I'm afraid they would have already twisted the yellow soil, lit incense, and sworn brotherhood. It seems that I have to enter this secret place as soon as possible. Lin Bin glanced at everyone present and smiled seriously. After I solve this crisis, I will personally host it. Brothers, please give me this face. We won't go home until we are drunk. Of course we have to drink at the celebration banquet, but we should host it. It's rare that Brother Abin has such a heart. I want to ask you to host it next time. Why do you have to grab it this time? That's right. The atmosphere between everyone was harmonious. Although the kingdom of God was destroyed, the first apostle was still hiding in the dark. According to Lin Bin's speculation, the person who reported them might be the first apostle. Now that the foundation of the kingdom of God has been destroyed, the first apostle has become a lonely man, which makes him even more difficult to deal with. It would not hurt to know a few more national level reincarnations to protect his own safety. After a few polite words, Lin Bin looked at Aliyah and her daughter, who were not qualified to stay in this circle at this time, and motioned them to go with him. One on the left, and one on the right, each holding one person. He said, no one knows what the situation is in the secret realm. We must not let go, understand? Yes, I understand. The mother and daughter nodded. Lin Bin could feel that Aliyah's little hands were a little sweaty. Lin Bin knew very well that her palms would sweat only when she was extremely nervous. This was a tray he liked very much, and it would not hurt to rub dry. Obviously, she was somewhat worried about her secret realm assessment. Lin Bin exerted a little force and held the small palm of her hand with his big hand. He gave her a reassuring look. Aliyah nodded slightly. The figures of the three disappeared into the depths of the secret realm together. The secret realm is very difficult to walk. It is completely different from the normal Mengjing feeling. If the newly opened secret realm is a narrow path, that makes people feel uncomfortable, and the secret realm with many reincarnations is like a broad road. You will not feel crowded when entering and exiting at will, but it will make people feel smooth. Then here, it is like stepping on a muddy road, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, giving people an extremely slippery feeling, and you may slip at any time and the whole person will be slid to an unknown place in this chaotic passage. The three of them were cautious and did not dare to be careless. This road was quickly completed. When the last step was taken, it was a sudden enlightenment. The world became clear. Aliyah immediately opened the 7 layering of the blazing sky to protect the 3 people in it. The red secret realm must be careful. But unexpectedly, the imagined danger did not come. This layer of protection was lonely. Is this an ancient Chinese city? Alice looked around with a look of surprise. Before coming here, everyone looked cautious and solemn, and she thought this was a very dangerous world. But now, this is a city that looks ordinary. The streets are paved with bluestone, and the streets are not too wide. The shops and residential courtyards along the street are lined up one after another, densely packed and extremely crowded. Pedestrians hurried past on the road, which can be said to be shoulder to shoulder. The city is not big, but the population is extremely dense, which seems to be more prosperous than a modern metropolis. Make way, make way. A drunk white-haired old man staggered past Lin Bin from behind, not paying attention to Lin Bin's unique clothes, and pushed him rudely. He frowned and said, "You are so rude. There are enough people on the street, and you 3 are still standing in the middle of the road, and not letting people pass. Do you believe that they dare not provoke you during the day, but at night they will put you in a sack and beat you up?" The 3 of them realized that they were standing in the center of the street. Lin Bin stepped aside. His eyes swept over the old man and his brows furrowed tightly. The situation was unclear, so he didn't say much to the old man. He just apologized and then pulled Irisville and Elia to the side of the road carefully. But there were too many people on the street. The three of them gave way for a long time before they found a place to observe the city carefully. What the hell is this place? Elia frowned and said, they say it's dangerous, but I don't feel any danger. But, suddenly a little. Mom, you. She turned her head and looked at Irisville. But she found that Irisville was stunned, in a trance, as if she was thinking about something. For a moment, he even gnashed his teeth. And around him, there was a faint dark aura. The evil of this world was almost about to burst out of his body. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, City Without Tears. Mom. Elia cried out in worry. She knew that something might have happened to Irisville. Linbin moved even faster. He saw it clearly. At this moment, Irisville seemed to be affected by something. Her expression was half sad and half hateful. It was just like the blackened Irisville who was killed by him. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew where the root of the problem was. He took her into his arms without hesitation and took out the sub-holy cup. With his other hand, he pressed her head towards him and absorbed all the magic power in her body into his body. Then he passed the evil of this world back to the sub-holy cup along his body. Irisville's long hair, which had been floating up, slowly fell down. After a long time, Irisville slowly calmed down. Elia didn't care about being jealous of this fierce battle scene. Mom, I'm fine. Irisville covered her chest weakly, panting, and suddenly lost a lot of magic power, causing her steps to be a little shaky. Anyway, after losing most of her magic power, her condition has recovered a lot. Suddenly, there is a kind of very sad feeling, and I can't help but think of Kiritsugu back then. Irisville couldn't help but grit her teeth again. It's not that she didn't have the memory of the blackened Irisville, but the kind and enthusiastic Irisville dominated. It was also because she witnessed Emiya Kiritsugu shooting at Elia without hesitation and killing her, that she could replenish magic with Linbin without any psychological burden. But for some reason, just now, she unconsciously recalled these fragments, and the mentality that surged was no longer her own, but the mind of the blackened Irisville. Want to kill everything. But unfortunately, after Linbin took away her magic power, her gnashing teeth was like a toothless cat, without any threat at all. Calm down, there's something wrong with this city. Linbin held Irisville and said, let's walk around and activate the secret realm mission first. The three of them walked away together. Along the way, there were dense crowds of people everywhere. Everyone was dressed in rags and looked pale. Although there were shops on the street, and there were also people setting up stalls to sell food, the amount of food sold was not much. Most of them were daily necessities for the family. It seemed that the family could not make ends meet, and could only sell the things that were not temporarily used to quench their thirst. In addition, there were tents built temporarily around, and some daily necessities were placed in the tents. Although this is a city, it does not feel like a city at all. Instead, it gives people a feeling of a doomsday base where everyone huddles together for warmth after encountering a crisis. Linbin whispered, maybe it's not that there is no danger, but that the danger has not yet reached here. The people here are actually fleeing from famine. One city obviously can't support so many people, so these people have a hard time. As soon as he finished speaking, the three women's reincarnation watches rang at the same time. The mission is here. The three looked up at the reincarnation watches on their wrists. Secret mission, destroy the world. Completion reward, obtain a level merit x1, 5000 reincarnation points. Mission time limit, 7 days, failure penalty. 7000 reincarnation points, only 7 days? Destroy the world. Elia and Alice's focus was obviously different. Elia's face looked a little ugly. 7 days. If you don't pay attention, time will slip away quietly. The mission is difficult, and you can do it slowly, but the time is so short. What Alice paid attention to was the name of the mission. Destroy the world. Doesn't that mean they will kill everyone they see? Lin Bin frowned and said, the reason why the mission of the reincarnation space cannot be released immediately is to communicate with this world so as to get to the root of the problem. If it says to destroy this world, then it can only be said that this world is indeed beyond salvation. But the people here live well. What happened to you suddenly going crazy just now? Lin Bin said, if I hadn't suppressed you, you would have turned into the Iris Veal who wants to destroy the world. Iris Veal sighed and said, then you can kill me again. Lin Bin said speechlessly, how can it be the same? Elia looked at Lin Bin in surprise and asked, have you killed my mother? Your mother died several times in my hands. Lin Bin could only answer like this. Although it was like driving a mother's car in front of her daughter, it was a great way to change the subject. Elia couldn't help but stare at Lin Bin with disdain and spit, and was too embarrassed to ask more questions. Lin Bin changed the subject and said thoughtfully, it seems that this city also has some big problems, but we haven't discovered them yet. 7 days is a bit tight, but don't be too nervous. We will try our best to find out the truth. After all, I don't want to destroy the world, unless I have to. Then find out why these people are here. This city is not big, but there are so many people. They must come from all over the world. Let's find out their origins first and find out the background of this world. That's right, then let's act separately. Elias said, Mom, now that you have drained her magic power, her body is a little weak. You can act with her, and I will act alone. Okay. TSK, who are you looking down on? These people are ordinary people. I don't even need to summon Berserker. It's not a problem for one person to fight 100. And I look like a child, so it should be easier for me to get information than you. That's right. Time is tight. Lin Bin didn't hesitate too much. At that moment, the three of them split into 2 groups and walked in 2 directions of the road. Along the way, Lin Bin observed carefully. He found that the people here all looked sluggish. Not only were their physical conditions extremely poor, but their mental states were also almost numb. Except for the fact that there were no bodies that died of starvation. This place was really no different from those doomsday bases. Oh, another difference was that the buildings were ancient. Lin Bin asked a few of them about the origin of this city, but no one paid attention to him. It seemed that everyone living here had lost the meaning of survival and just lay here waiting to die. It couldn't be said to be waiting to die. At least, Lin Bin saw with his own eyes some people who were starving and pale and thin. They should have died just like that, but before they were about to starve to death, they still struggled to get up and dig up some tree bark to eat. There was no meaning in living, but they were willing to eat to fill their stomachs and not seek death, even if it was just eating one soil. Lin Bin really couldn't understand this kind of life. He shook his head and whispered to Iris Veal, do you still feel bad? Much better. Maybe it's because the evil of this world has been aroused. After all, I haven't thought about Kiritsugu for a long time. Iris Veal looked at Lin Bin with a guilty look and said, before the 2 of us, I was actually very proactive. If I really still missed him, my body would definitely not be willing to accept another man. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. This was obviously because she was afraid that he would be jealous. Well, actually, there was just no good opportunity before. I'm already a person who has given birth to a child, and it's a body of an artificial person. I don't have such a strong concept of chastity. In fact, if you want to get to know me in depth, it's completely possible, as long as there is a suitable environment. Iris Veal was still chattering there. Don't be so timid in front of me. Although I'm your master, have I ever ordered you? Lin Bin held her hand affectionately and said, if I must order you, I hope you can completely let go of the past. What's wrong with having a child? You are several years younger than your daughter, who doesn't like beautiful faces and big breasts. Iris Veal hummed softly. She felt much more at ease. Without the feeling of gain and loss, she could also think carefully about her sudden change just now. She said, actually, just now, it should not be considered as losing control on my own initiative. It's just that a very sad feeling suddenly came to my heart. I couldn't help wanting to cry, and then the negative emotions aroused the evil of this world, and that feeling of sadness was forcibly transformed into evil thoughts. Can't help wanting to cry? Lin Bin looked at Iris Veal in surprise and asked, But as he asked the question, it was as if a cold current swept through the street in an instant. The people who were struggling were suddenly frozen, looking at Linbin and Iris Veal in the middle of the street in shock. Finally, they focused on Iris Veal. Everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She wants to cry. Someone else wants to cry. What should we do? Kill her. No one will want to cry if we kill her. Kill her. The people on the whole street suddenly went crazy, looking at Alice with hatred and disgust. Even though they were so hungry that they had no strength left, they still forced their weak bodies to rush towards Suran and Alice. What are you doing? Linbin frowned, looking at these crazy people. He raised his hand and drew a majestic sword energy, tearing a hideous gap in the ground, and shouted, "Don't approach." But the sword energy deterrence was completely ineffective. These people rushed towards Linbin and Alice like crazy, and this fearless attitude was completely inconsistent with their status as refugees. Linbin's face changed slightly. He stepped slightly with his light boots and rushed out with Alice. Everyone was stunned, and then they realized that the two people in front of them had slipped away right under their noses. They wanted to chase them, but they didn't even know which direction they fled to. At this time, Linbin had already brought Alice to another street. Alice asked puzzledly, "Master, did I say something wrong?" "No, you didn't say anything wrong, or I may have guessed what this place is." Linbin was thoughtful. "A place where you will inexplicably cry after entering, but you are not allowed to cry." Even with his knowledge, he only knew one place. The city of no tears. Because of the evil spirits and resentment of Ganjiang, a place that was sealed and isolated from the world, it was impossible for ordinary people to come here. And if this is really the city of no tears, it should have been a dead city hundreds of years before the plot began. However, the city of no tear at this time obviously does not match the one in the plot. Although these people are pale and thin, they are obviously not dead objects, but living humans. Red Secret Realm. It seems that the plot has begun to run wild, and it is running all the way to the worst situation. Linbin said to himself in confusion, "But why are we here?" Alice asked, "Is there anything special here?" Linbin explained, "This place should be called the City of No Tear, but it is not in this secret world, but in a sealed time and space that is similar to an unreal world. It's really strange. When we descended to this secret world, we should appear directly in the world of the secret world. How could we inexplicably come to this unreal place that does not belong to the secret world? In other words, the world we want to destroy does not include this city of no tear." Alice was concerned about this question. Theoretically, it should not be included, but I only knew about this place by chance, because I had a slight connection with this secret realm. You should know the Black Mountain Old Demon. I once killed his wife Nizarokian, and there is also an Nizarokian in this world, so the two worlds are related. Linbin naturally couldn't explain why he knew this. He simply brought out the Black Mountain Old Demon and Nizarokian who had died in his hands as a stepping stone. Anyway, there was no evidence, and there was indeed a Nizarokian in this world. Once the city of no tears sheds tears, it will attract an evil spirit in the city to appear. This evil spirit is immortal. As long as someone sheds tears, he will revive and kill people. Alice Fair said thoughtfully, "Then the negative emotions I felt before." Linbin said, "If no one sheds tears, the resentment of this evil spirit will accumulate and become stronger, turning into sad emotions that are understood by people, and people will unconsciously recall the sad things in the past and cry. No wonder they want to kill us like crazy when they heard about tears. I'm afraid they are afraid that the resentful spirit will revive." Linbin said, "The most urgent task now is to meet up with Elia first. If this is really the city of no tears, tears cannot be mentioned. Elia knows nothing. Once she cries rashly, it may be dangerous. Then let's go find her. But before finding her, we have to deal with these people first." Linbin sighed, "It's really haunting." As they were talking, the rumbling and messy sound of footsteps came quickly towards them. Chapter 366 Chaotic Plot. "Master, what should we do?" Alice looked at Linbin in a panic. Linbin shook his head and said, "I didn't know why they went crazy before, but now that I know, just explain it well. If the other party is still like a mad dog, it can only be said that their spirit has completely collapsed long ago, and there is no need for me to hold back." It's just the right time to complete our mission. Even in our Yan country, I don't believe that this situation can be judged as mutual fighting. Alice thought to herself that it can't be counted like this. After all, we took the initiative to poke them. But this city of no tears is surprisingly so small. If they are really surrounded by these people, they don't have to do anything for 7 days. It's a bit nervous to just play hide and seek with them. The two didn't run away again, watching the group of ragged people fleeing over. They were full of murderous intent, but when they arrived at the place, they found that the other party suddenly stood still, and all the people were stunned. Lin Bin said coldly, "Why, I just said it casually. We are newcomers who don't understand the situation, so we said things we shouldn't have said. Are you going to kill us? Now we already know the taboos of this city, and we will definitely not do anything unnecessary, but believe it or not, if you dare to take another step forward." He paused and said firmly, "We will cry for you to see." Even though she was in the secret realm, Iris Veal almost couldn't help laughing out loud. When did crying become the most powerful killing move? But after hearing this, those who chased after her showed a look of horror on their faces. At that moment, their originally resolute steps became hesitant. After a long time, "Just know it, don't say such scary words next time. There can't be a single tear here. Humph, newcomers again. It's so crowded, and there are so many newcomers coming in every day, and you don't know anything. The torture we suffer is all caused by you newcomers. Let's go. I'm so tired. I'm so hungry, and I just ran so far, and I feel even hungrier." Everyone slowly dispersed. It really works. Alice breathed a sigh of relief and worriedly said, "Elia doesn't know anything. She shouldn't commit a taboo like us, right? Don't worry, Elia is very smart. She won't make such a mistake. Since we have found the information about the city of no tears, let's go and meet up with her quickly." Alice blinked and couldn't help pouting a little. It looked like a big Elia was upset. She always felt that Lin Bin's words were like saying that she was stupid. Just as Lin Bin said, the city of no tears is not that big, and with the macro signal base station they bought, they can communicate with each other by mobile phone. The two soon found Elia squatting on the side of the road, chatting with an old lady with wrinkles on her face. Noticing Lin Bin and Iris Veal, she waved her hand happily, trotted over, took their hands, and ran to a remote corner, and said happily, "Come here, you two. I found very important information." Iris Veal said, "Actually, the master also. Well, let's go to a secret place and talk about it." Lin Bin winked at Iris Veal, and Iris Veal immediately understood that this was a chance for Elia to show off. She thought to herself that the master really doted on Elia, but would this doting be a bit too much? The population of the city of no tears was too large, so the three of them searched for a long time before they found a secluded place where no one would disturb them. This place is called the City of No Tears. As the name suggests, it is a place where you cannot shed tears. Elia said excitedly, "Because if you cry here, you will attract an evil spirit to kill people everywhere. This evil spirit is very powerful and can't be killed at all. What's more terrifying is that this evil spirit can't kill people." Lin Bin nodded. When he knew that this was the City of No Tears, he knew this information. But it was rare to see Elia so childish and eager to show off, so he unconsciously treated her as a child and wanted to spoil her. So he still pretended to have just heard it, but he was stunned when he heard halfway. He asked back, "Can't kill people? Isn't it strange? Why is a demon that can't die and can't kill others so scary?" Elia snorted, "Because although the demon can't kill people, it's more like it's very painful, because it can't kill people. It cuts you with sword after sword. If you die, you won't feel pain, but you just can't die. This is no different from Lynchi." Lin Bin thought to himself that the plot was really confusing. I really don't know this. It's understandable that the demon is immortal, but isn't it a bit too absurd that these ordinary people are also immortal? Alice was shocked and said, "Could it be that this is a reason why they are chasing us so frantically? Because to them, the appearance of the evil spirit is not only a threat of death, but also endless torture?" Iliachi said, "Huh? Are you being chased by the people? They are obviously very easy to talk to." Alice whispered, "This city is really weird everywhere. The source of everything should be the Ganjiang sword. Lin Bin said. In that case, let's find a way to lure him out and see what will happen if we really kill him. Or, even if nothing can be found on the Ganjiang sword, as long as Ganjiang appears, if Su Xiangxin, the owner of the city of no tears, is still there, he should show up instead of hiding in the dark like now. Alice asked in surprise, are we going to lure the evil spirit out? Then those people. Elia nodded as well, and said, anyway, Abin is here. He will definitely be able to deal with the evil spirit, right? And we will have to fight him sooner or later. Fortunately, it is easy to lure him out. Just cry a little. Leave this task to me. I can cry, as long as I'm ready. Lin Bin nodded. Elia took a deep breath, and began to prepare. She looked at Alice steadily, which made her feel helpless for a while, and then she looked at Lin Bin again. There was a bit of resentment in her eyes, that did not belong to a girl. Lin Bin. After a while, in her wine-red eyes, which were as clear as gems, crystal tears were indeed brewing. As a drop of crystal tears dripped down, the whole city of No Tears changed in an instant. If the previous city of No Tears was just an old city with a large population, but extremely desolate and dilapidated, as the tears fell, Lin Bin could clearly feel that the whole city seemed to come alive, and countless energies similar to spiritual energy, but more heavy and chaotic, quickly gathered towards the sky. Someone is crying again. Why is it so fast this time? There is still a month left, and we can still hold on for a month. Run. The people were suddenly in a panic. They seemed to be able to sense where the source of the chaos was, and they desperately fled to the distance. For a moment, the streets that were just crowded were vacated in an instant. Only a large number of daily necessities were left messily discarded on the street. They didn't even bother to curse who was so immoral that they actually let the monster out. Here it comes. Lin Bin raised his hand. The Nanming Lihuo sword was already in his palm. The cold and sharp blue sword energy spread spontaneously, spreading and shuttling between the houses in the city. Even without Lin Bin's active control, it had already dispelled most of the surrounding dark sword energy. For a moment, the pitch black sword energy was twisted and dispersed. The tearless city, which was previously shrouded in gusts of gloom, and could hardly see the scenery in front of it, was supported by the Nanming Lihuo sword, to create a large area of clear and bright land. Obviously, the Nanming Lihuo sword was extremely powerful, and the enemy had not yet appeared, and they had been crushed and defeated repeatedly. Ganjiang sword. Lin Bin did not show any disappointment because of the defeat of the Ganjiang sword. Instead, a burning look flashed in his eyes. He had estimated his own strength before. Although his hard power had not reached the highest level, if all the magic weapons in his hands were replaced with magic weapons of the level of the dragon slaying sword and the demon sword Apophis, he might have the strength to rival the beast god. Although Ganjiang sword was no match for Nanming Lihuo sword, it was normal that it was no match for Nanming Lihuo sword. After all, Nanming Lihuo sword was from the upper space of Shushan Chuan Plane, and in terms of power, it was even more powerful than Xian Jilian. To be able to fight Nanming Lihuo sword to this extent, Ganjiang sword must be at least a divine weapon of A level or above. Coincidentally, I just happened to be short of a sword. Lin Bin watched the dark sword energy being forced to retreat again and again, until it condensed in the air, and turned into a hooded man whose face could not be seen clearly, and the sword blade in his hand with a Scholar Omnisaura was exactly Ganjiang's sword. After Ganjiang appeared, his eyes fell on Elia at the first time. He did not pause for the slightest, because of her petite figure. Holding the magic sword, he slashed towards Elia without hesitation. Get out of my way. Lin Bin let go of the Nanming Lihuo sword in his hand, raised his arm, and the Nanming Lihuo sword had already flown towards Ganjiang on its own. Bang, bang, bang. The pressure was immense, and the sword energy was magnificent. Before Ganjiang could rush to Elia, he had already fought with Lin Bin's Nanming Lihuo sword for dozens of rounds. For a moment, his momentum was stopped, and even at the beginning of the fight, he was beaten back step by step. So strong? Lin Bin's face showed a look of surprise. He knew something about the plot, and knew that Ganjiang's strength was indeed very strong, and he could even crush the Seven Knights Demon Lord. But the Black Mountain Old Demon in the secret realm of a Chinese ghost story was not even at the national level. This secret realm was derived from that secret realm. How could this Ganjiang's strength be so much better than the Black Mountain old demon? With the difference in weapons, he actually resisted so many of Lin Bin's moves without breaking at all. The weapons were already superior. But as for the person, Lin Bin did not have a clear advantage. You know, there is no such thing as strengthening in the secret realm. Ganjiang has such a terrifying strength, and there must be a hidden story behind it. I'll help you. Elia shouted, Berserker. As soon as the words fell, a dark giant fell from the sky, with a huge axe in his hand, bringing heavy wind pressure. Before it fell, the straw piled on the ground for people to sleep on was blown away with dust. Bang! Ganjiang blocked with his backhand while flying backwards. The whole person was smashed down. A huge hole was smashed on the ground. He's not dead yet. I know. Lin Bin controlled the Nanming Lihuo sword with one hand, completely blocking Ganjiang, and took out the Azure Rose with the other hand. There were several sharp bangs. The bullets carrying powerful magic breaking power attacked Ganjiang. There were several puffs, and Ganjiang couldn't dodge in time. Several holes were blasted on his body one after another. For a while, the air was filled with smoke. But he was injured but not dead, and he didn't feel any pain at all. Ignoring Lin Bin, he rushed towards the lyre in the sky. Come down. Lin Bin used the sword control technique. The Zuanian sword inherited from Yan Shiksha also had a strong power to break the magic. With a whistling sound, it came down on his head. It directly collided with Ganjiang's sword, and its body had already appeared beside Ganjiang. Raw. Berserker roared angrily, and rushed up as well. Under the attack of the two, Ganjiang blocked with his sword on the left and right. His fighting skills were surprisingly high. Although he had no power to fight back, he was defeated. Especially even if the magic breaking weapon was cut on his body, it would not cause much damage to him. Or even if it caused great damage, the black air around him would be able to fully restore his body in the first time. At this time, Ganjiang obviously did not have his own body under his coat. It was just a sword in action. The battle between the three was in full swing, and the sky was dark. Especially the sword energy of Nanming Lihuo's sword was mighty and powerful. Even when Lin Bin suppressed it deliberately, it still spread to hundreds of meters away, crushing everything around it to the utmost. At this time, the people in the distance came over quietly, almost stunned. Some people couldn't help but whispered, they can actually fight against that evil spirit? It's useless to fight against it. There were many people who could fight against him before, but now they are all dead or crazy, right? How can you restrain yourself with an immortal body? Those pale and thin people said discouraged words one by one, but their faces showed a little expectation that they didn't even notice. You know, the city of no tears is not controlled by yourself to stop crying. The sadness in the city will gradually spread, and people who enter the city will unconsciously want to cry. They can bear it for a while, but who can control it for a long time? Therefore, almost every once in a while, this evil spirit will come out and kill them again and again. What's more terrifying is that the strength of this evil spirit is still steadily improving. But if these people really have the power to kill this evil spirit, then this means that at least for a long time in the future, they can live a peaceful life. At this time, Lin Bin has seen it clearly. The reason why Ganjiang can recover from his injuries quickly is these unknown and strange dark auras. Combined with Ganjiang's state of being possessed by demons, these things should be demonic energy. If the demonic energy is not eliminated, Ganjiang will not be destroyed. But every time he is injured, he needs to consume a lot of demonic energy. Although the demonic energy of the city of no tears is strong, it is ultimately a rootless thing. How can it compare to his eternal life secret that is endless? When the demonic energy is exhausted, Ganjiang will die, and he may completely lose the ability to resurrect. Humph. I can spend a whole day with you. Lin Bin laughed. The 9 swords of King Yu were unsheathed at the same time, forming a sword formation to strangle. With the dexterity of the sword, and the tacit cooperation with Berserker's one force to defeat 10 skills, Ganjiang could no longer block it, and was injured one after another. Ganjiang remained silent, but the sword in his hand did not stop at all. It seemed that he was also determined to fight to the death. If he wins, he can really beat this evil spirit. So powerful, he can control so many swords by himself. Maybe he can let us live a stable life for a long time. Everyone showed expectations on their faces. Only an old man with messy beard and hair curled up in the corner, whose real face could not be seen, stared at the situation intently and could not help cursing. Where did this guy come from? He is so reckless. Do you want to destroy this city of no tears? Chapter 367 Demonic Realm. Water grinding kung fu. Fallen Bin. There is no pressure at all. With eternal life secret as the foundation, Lin Bin is not afraid of any protracted battle. Although the opponent has a lot of demonic energy, when Lin Bin sacrificed the 9 swords of King Yu, plus the Nanming Lehuo sword to exert pressure, and the sword moves heavy and light. No matter how strong Gan Jiang is, it is difficult to compete with the combination of peerless divine weapons and sword formations from different planes. For a while, he was beaten back step by step. Then he needed more demonic energy to repair himself. He was injured almost all the time. No matter how much demonic energy there is, it will always be consumed. But at this moment, a grey shadow rushed into their confrontation range at a very fast speed. He shouted loudly, "The sky and the earth are boundless." Zhuangxin borrows the law. Both palms stretched out at the same time. He tore the demonic energy that filled Gan Jiang's body over, and for a while, Gan Jiang and the demonic energy were forced to separate. Lin Bin was stunned. The person who came was the drunken homeless old man who had scolded them not long ago. "What are you standing there for? Why don't you kill him now?" The old man was obviously in a lot of trouble. He glared at Lin Bin angrily and scolded, "You have to wait until I'm blown up by the demonic energy before you take action, right? I just scolded you. Are you so stingy?" Lin Bin thrust his sword forward. 9 swords strangled him. Kai kai kai. Countless sounds of flesh and blood being cut and cracked by the sword blades rang out. Gan Jiang had already fallen to the ground helplessly. Without the support of the demonic energy, his arms were completely chopped to pieces by Lin Bin in the first place. His body was also instantly blasted to pieces, and his figure slowly dissipated. The old man then groaned in pain and let go of all the demonic energy that he had forcibly taken. But without Gan Jiang as a host, the demonic energy slowly dissipated and returned to the earth again. Oh. The evil spirit is dead. They really killed it. Great. This time we can at least have 2 months of peaceful life. The people who had been hiding in the dark before and dared not show up rushed out in jubilation, with excitement on their faces. At this moment, how could they still have the hostility towards Lin Bin and his men? They looked at them one by one, as if they were saviors. They gathered around them. Lin Bin had to protect Iris V and Elia in his arms at the same time, so that they would not be squeezed by these overly excited people. He went to find the trace of the old man, but found that he had walked crookedly away again, curled up in the corner, and did not move. He looked like a tramp. Fortunately, the people were not excited, because Lin Bin helped them kill the evil spirit. After all, even now, if someone shed tears, the evil spirit would immediately revive with full blood on the spot. They were happy that once the evil spirit died, the sad atmosphere of the city of no tears would fade away. As long as they don't cry, they can live a stable life for a long time. Although they don't have enough food and warm clothes, at least they don't have to endure that kind of painful torture. Therefore, after a brief gratitude, the people quickly dispersed. However, after they learned that Lin Bin and others had just arrived in this city, these people immediately helped the 3 of them arrange a fairly spacious house, which avoided the risk of their family of 3 sleeping in the open air to the greatest extent. As for the previous owner of this house, it seems to have disappeared mysteriously. After settling down, Elia sat on the bed, kicking her calves and muttered, "This city is so strange. And where did these evil spirits come from? This person feels more like a sword spirit than a person. The strange place is far more than this." Lin Bin said, "Look at the reincarnation watch in your hand." Elia and Alice looked down as he said. Elia was stunned and screamed, "What's going on?" Entering the secret realm, it has been a fierce battle until now. Several hours have passed, but in fact, they only have 7 days to complete the mission. The countdown is still continuing at 6 hours, 23 minutes and 59 seconds. Time hasn't moved at all. Because this city is isolated from time, the time here is stopped. Linbin said, that is to say, although our mission time is only 7 days, in fact, if we don't find a way to complete the mission as soon as possible, we may be completely trapped in this city and never be able to leave. Then don't we have enough time to slowly dig out the truth of this world? Elia patted her chest in relief and said, when I knew that the mission only had 7 days, I was really worried, afraid that there would not be enough time. Linbin said, but if nothing unexpected happens, I should have found the trick to break through. Alice asked, that old man? Elias said, he must be extraordinary to be able to force his way into Abin's battle, but he turns out to be a homeless man. And it seems that the people around him don't think much of him. It's so strange. He is so strong. Why? Some questions may only be answered by him. The three of them left their residence and headed for the place where they had fought before. Sure enough, the white-haired old man was still curled up in the corner, holding an empty wine gourd and adding water to it. It seemed that he wanted to squeeze out the last trace of wine in the gourd. He completely ignored the 3 people who appeared beside him, and even ignored the people passing by. The people also pretended not to see him. It was as if he and these people were in the same city, but they were clearly separated and did not interfere with each other. Linbin tentatively called out, Yanchiksha? In his impression, Yanchiksha had indeed been a homeless man for a long time, because his wife and children disliked him. Although the appearance was not quite right, because this homeless man did look a little older. But apart from him, Linbin could not think of any other plot character who would look like this. Who? The homeless man who had ignored Linbin and the others before suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction, stared at Linbin with dissatisfaction, and said, which eye of yours mistook me for that irresponsible old man? Linbin was surprised. Old man? Aren't you Yanchiksha? The old man looked at Linbin with a strange look in his eyes, then waved his hand helplessly and said, how many years ago is this old almanac you have? I really don't know how you have survived these decades outside and are still safe and sound. Yanchiksha was destroyed along with the Zhuang's insect decades ago. Now in this city of no tears, there are probably no more than 10 people who still remember the name Yanchiksha. 50 years ago. Linbin's pupils shrank suddenly. Yanchiksha died 50 years ago. Did he die early, or did the plot go crazy? He was surprised and said, then you are. I'm the apprentice of that irresponsible old ghost. What's my name? Liuan. Well, I forgot my last name, but I should be called Liuan. The old man grinned at Linbin. Linbin said, Zhuge Liuan? Oh yes, my last name is Zhuge. Zhuge from Zhuge. How did you know that? Forget it, it's not important. Zhuge Liuan glared at Linbin fiercely and said, by the way, if you didn't come to find me, I would have come to find you. Do you know how much trouble you have just caused? Linbin asked, you mean I killed Ganjiang? Of course. Will there be any bad effects if you kill him? Of course there will be bad effects. Zhuge Liuan glared at Linbin fiercely, then sighed. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Aren't they supporting you too? People are creatures that seek benefits and avoid harm. As long as the harm does not affect themselves, no one will care about the life and death of others. Humph. If I had seen through it earlier, how could I have fallen to this point today? Linbin asked, what exactly happened? Why did the city of Notir become like this? You should know, right? I know. Of course I know. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who knows. Zhuge Liuan laughed. Tell me about it. Linbin sat down next to him and said. Zhuge Liuan sighed. You are really rude. Linbin said, because you say these people are heartless, but in fact you are still stopping me from continuing to consume magic energy. Is it because it will harm the people in the city? Otherwise, do you think this tearless city is so small, where can you get an empty room? Why? Because the previous owner of that house just disappeared. Of course, the living people won't care, because the dead are not them. The dead won't care either, because the last bit of their souls have been exhausted, and they can't even reincarnate, let alone have any objections. Zhuge Liuan said angrily. Linbin thought, is it related to the demonic energy I have consumed? Yes, it is related to the demonic energy. I like you a little bit. You are so sharp. You know nothing, but you can always guess it right. Zhuge Liuan sat up straight and said, Since 50 years ago, when the heavenly demon attacked the 7 evils, the world has become a land of demons and ghosts. The heavenly demon attacked the 7 evils 50 years ago. Bin wanted to ask if he was not stopped, but after thinking about it, he thought it was too rude to say this, and it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Moreover, the plot was chaotic, which must be because the heavenly demon successfully attacked the 7 evils. It seems that it is now 50 years after the plot year. This also explains why the previous batches of reincarnations were all wiped out, and even the information was not transmitted. They must have been affected by the heavenly demon's attack on the 7 evils. Saying 50 years is a bit too subjective. Maybe more than 40 years. Or more than 50 years. It's been too long, and I can't remember clearly. Zhujiuan sighed. In short, the heavenly demon succeeded in breaking through the 7 evils. The heavenly demon star descended to the human world. The human domain turned into the demon domain. The demonic energy descended on the earth, and countless monsters revived. The Zhuangxin sect was the first to be destroyed, and even my master and the others, they all died. And monsters are not the most terrifying thing. The really terrifying thing is that the demonic energy is everywhere in the entire human world, and if people are in the demonic energy for a long time, they will be transformed into monsters. If at the beginning, after the destruction of the Zhuangxin sect, there were still other sects that could resist these monsters, with the continuous erosion of the demonic energy, not only those ordinary mortals, but even the disciples and elders within the sects, unconsciously began to have the form and signs of monsters. The entire human world is being demonized. Bin asked, what about Yan Hangai and the others? Zhujiuan smiled bitterly upon hearing this, and said, although the Zhuangxin sect was destroyed, we are still alive. We tried our best to gather all the people and open the formation to isolate the invasion of demonic energy, but what formation can last 4 decades? To resist the invasion of the entire world? There is no way. Later, Hangai thought of this, and then she found a way to send all of us into the city of no tears. Is this the truth? Why you are here? Not just that. Zhujiuan sighed. We didn't think so much at the time. The city of no tears itself is a demon city, but for the human world, which had become the demon domain at that time, this was our only habitat. But we overlooked one thing. The demon city and the monsters would attract each other. There was a seal between the 2 sides, but with our entry, the balance of the city of no tears was completely broken. With our entry, the demonic energy on us was absorbed and gathered by the demon city, and it even began to actively absorb the monsters around here, returning them to the original human form. Is this the reason why the people here cannot be killed? Because in a sense, they are no longer human. Yes, rather than being human, it is better to say that they are a collection of demonic energy. The demonic energy increases with the increase in the number of people, reviving the dead spirit of Ganjiang. In a sense, these people are completely bound to Ganjiang. If you hurt Ganjiang, you hurt these people, but if you don't hurt Ganjiang, Ganjiang will hurt these people. But because they are one, they cannot kill each other, but the pain they suffer is real. Zhujiuan murmured. Everyone in Zhuangxin sect has been fighting Ganjiang time and again to protect these people, but Ganjiang's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and we can't suppress him anymore. I'm the only one who can absorb these evil spirits, cut off the connection between them, and then kill him. Therefore, I'm the most important, and I can't die. But people only have one life. Who is not important? I can't remember how many times I have fought with Ganjiang. After so many years, Hangai's dead, Zuanwu, Suzaku and others are also dead. Slowly, I'm the only one left in Zhuangxin sect, but they laugh at me for always hiding at the end, laugh at me for being greedy for life and afraid of death. I'm too lazy to care about them. I have done this for them, and I have done my best, right? I see. Bin finally understood why these people ignored Zhujiuan, and Zhujiuan was so upright in words and deeds. He said he didn't care, but his body still rushed out very honestly. He asked, then do you know what's going on in the human world? 50 years of demonic energy erosion. I can't imagine how bad the world is now. Zhujiuan hunched over again and sighed. I'm old too, and I don't have many years left to live. When I die, it's all over. Fuck the world. Fuck the people. Whoever wants to save them can save them. I won't serve them anymore. Lin Bin asked, over the years, have you never thought about controlling the Ganjiang sword? What? Zhu Liuan was surprised and laughed. He laughed and said, 50 years of demonic energy erosion. The Ganjiang sword is so terrible that no one can predict how terrible it is now. Control it? You can't even get close to it. Chapter 368. What kind of ridiculous setting is this? Lin Bin still asked persistently. If the Ganjiang sword is taken, what will happen to the city of No Tears? Who knows? Maybe there will be no more interference from evil spirits in the future? Maybe the city of No Tears will completely collapse. Ha 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 ha. Collapse is a good thing. 50 years ago, this so-called salvation could be regarded as salvation, but 50 years later, can you imagine the pain of being trapped in a small place for 50 years? Not enough to eat, not warm to wear, hungry every day, but can't even die. Do you know what it feels like to be hungry for 50 years? Zhu Liuan smiled bitterly and said, in fact, the first batch of people have completely disappeared due to the loss of Ganjiang. It is also thanks to their disappearance, otherwise, they would probably have gone crazy now. We all thought that the city of No Tears was a place of refuge, but now we understand that this is a magic city. Outside, we will lose ourselves and our reason, but here we will also lose ourselves and our reason. But this process has been delayed thousands and tens of thousands of times, but it is also thousands and tens of thousands of times more painful. Lin Bin asked, what about the moist sword? Zhu Liuan replied, as for the moist sword, I saw it when Han Gai was there at first, but after Han Gai was gone, the moist sword also disappeared. I don't know where the moist sword went. In that case, let's take Ganjiang first. A bird in the hand is worth 100 in the bush. Lin Bin asked, Master Zhuge, do you know where the Ganjiang sword is? Do you really want to take it? Zhu Liuan looked at Lin Bin in surprise, his face extremely solemn, and said, the Qinglang Saint Envoy, one of the 4 saints of Zhuangxin sect, wanted to take away Ganjiang to stop the evil spirit from killing people. As a result, as soon as his hand touched the Ganjiang sword, the whole person was completely sucked into a mummy. If we hadn't retreated quickly at that time, we might have died in it. Lin Bin said, I want to try. I know you defeated the evil spirit, and feel that you can control the Ganjiang sword, but you have to understand. After 50 years of absorption, the demonic energy in the Ganjiang sword has already become extremely strong to a terrifying level, and defeating the Ganjiang sword and subduing the Ganjiang sword are 2 different things. I see that the magic weapon in your hand is extremely sharp, even better than Ganjiang, which is also the main reason why you can defeat Ganjiang, but this magic weapon can't help you suppress the Ganjiang sword. Zhu Liuan sighed. If it was 50 years ago, you might still have hope of mastering this sword, but now, the possibility is not great. At this point, he paused and advised, don't think I'm exaggerating, kid. I've witnessed your strength with my own eyes, and I've also observed the Ganjiang sword up close for a full 50 years. With my current cultivation, I'm not necessarily inferior to yours. I'm immune to demonic energy, but I still don't dare to try to control the Ganjiang sword. What gives you the right? Lin Bin thought for a moment and said, as far as I know, the sword spirit of the Ganjiang sword is actually Ganjiang himself. He doesn't allow others to cry because of his own bad love life, but in fact, he is very interested in those love stories. If you copy those beautiful love stories in the world of the city of No Tears, you can effectively reduce his resentment. Elia next to her couldn't help but pull the corner of her mouth and said in surprise, what kind of messed up setting is this? Is there such a thing? Elia, don't you think it's beautiful? Aliceville showed a look of longing in her eyes and said, live and die only for one person. Even if he becomes a demon, he still has a longing for her. Suddenly I think this evil spirit is pretty good. Zhu Liuan said, that's true. Han Gai had collected those stories before, but good stories are hard to come by. There are not so many. I do know a little. Ganjiang just died in my hands. If I can further reduce his resentment with those stories, it should be no problem to control the Ganjiang sword. Lin Bin would naturally not say that his trump card was not a story at all, but the Heshibi. Although it was a world-class item from the extraordinary secret realm, Lin Bin was confident that it would not be a problem to protect himself because of its invulnerability. After all, the Ganjiang sword was not even S level. Not to mention that world-class items had some additional features compared to simple S-level items. But there was no need to mention that, just be fully prepared. Okay, you're looking for death, then you can't blame me. If I were 50 years younger, I would have stopped you, but now I've seen too many deaths and lives, and I'm too lazy to care about other people's lives. Zhu Jiuan lazily stood up and said, come with me. The Ganjiang sword has always been in the sword forge. Only I know the location. You found me, and you found the right person. The three followed Zhu Jiuan. Walking in this tearless city again, everyone was no longer indifferent and hostile to Lin Bin and his friends. Their eyes were full of longing. But when they saw them with Zhu Jiuan, their eyes turned weird again. One was the person who could still protect them, and the other was the person who had protected them before. But after trying his best, he no longer had the ability to protect them. Then the person they spurned. These two groups of people walking together made people unconsciously feel complicated. Lin Bin ignored these people. According to Zhu Jiuan's explanation, these people had actually died when the demonic energy invaded them. The reason they were still alive was because the demonic energy was keeping them alive. If the demonic energy did not dissipate, it would be difficult for them to die. But if the demonic energy dissipated, it would be difficult for them to live. But if the 7 Knights Demon Lord Shai and Mo really succeeded in attacking the 7 evils, the world would have become a land of disaster, and it would be difficult for everyone to protect themselves. Not to mention Lin Bin. Even Zhu Jiuan did not mention these people. There was no other reason. Ganjiang was getting stronger and stronger, and the negative emotions in the City of No Tears were getting heavier, and destruction was only a matter of time. All the way inward. The further inward, the fewer the number of civilians and refugees. Lin Bin could clearly sense the increase of demonic energy, until he came to a house made entirely of stone. Lin Bin keenly sensed a trace of sharp energy penetrating through the rusty iron door, and at the edge of the stone room, there was a bookshelf, which had long been covered with dust. Obviously, no one had touched these things for a long time. The books on top were either half opened or fully opened, and all blank inside, as if waiting for someone to write on them. Zhu Jiuan sighed. There have been no new stories for many years. If you have any, you might as well copy them down here. It should help reduce the resentment of Ganjiang's sword. No problem. Lin Bin nodded, and took out a fountain pen from his storage space. Wait, what is this thing? A pen, used to write stories. Oh, by the way, you still use brushes in this era. Wait, and traditional Chinese characters. Lin Bin finally reacted, and put away the pen naturally. He smiled and said, you and I come from different places, so our daily lives may be different. I'm not sure if Ganjiang can recognize the words I write. How about you write for me? Zhu Jiuan rolled his eyes and said, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't even have forgotten my last name. How many words do you think I still remember? Or you can dictate it. Anyway, when you write down the words, they will disappear quickly, as if they were eaten by Ganjiang. Oh. So user-friendly? Lin Bin nodded and said, okay, that saves trouble. Let me try one first. There is a Baoan Hall in Kaiyan River. Zhu Jiuan scratched his forehead and said, the legend of the white snake has been written a long time ago. Okay, it's said that during the Qin dynasty, there was a woman named Meng Jiangnu. Meng Jiangnu weeping at the Great Wall. This story was written first, and don't mention Liang Zhu. It has been written countless times. Zhu Jiuan said speechlessly, if you really want to suppress the Ganjiang sword, and don't have a good story, just go in directly. I have said this much, and you still insist on taking it. You must have something to rely on, and it is understandable that you don't want to tell me. Who said I don't have a story? It is said that there was a little girl named Hua Kaiangu. Lin Bin asked, have you heard of this story? Zhu Jiuan shook his head honestly and said, no. That's fine. What a bullshit beautiful love story. To put it bluntly, only tragedy can be called art, and can be passed down through the ages. How many of the 4 major Chinese love stories have a happy ending? The core is a torture. And if we talk about torture, what is more abusive than female-oriented literature? Ancient stories are widely circulated and popular, so the stories are relatively simple, and they are loved by the people, only because they meet the expectations of the people. As for modern romance stories, they are simply tortured for the sake of torture. There is no meaning. It's just a torture. Don't talk about whether it's reasonable or not. Ancient people didn't hear too many stories about gods and immortals falling in love, especially those that lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, which made people's scalps numb. Modern people feel sick just hearing about gods and immortals falling in love. It's said that ancient people were really fascinated by it. Linben talked non-stop for a long time, and even Alice and Elia were fascinated by it. The mother and daughter sat on the stone steps by the roadside, with their hands on their knees, looking at Linben with eyes full of wonder. He can even tell stories. After talking for a while, Linben asked, "How is it? Has the resentment been weakened?" "This is still effective." Zhuge Liuan touched his chin. "Okay, then I'll tell you another story of Nua's descendants. There was a Yuhang town in the past, and there was a young man named Li Xiaoyao in the town. This one doesn't have it either." "No. That's good." Linben talked non-stop like a storyteller. Finally, the blind Yun Xian finally met Liu Mengli, but that was 100 years later. 600 years later, people often saw a white-haired girl kneeling in front of a dilapidated tomb, as if she was missing something. Feng Qingsu has been looking for a way to revive Bailey Tu Su. After hundreds of years, she finally found a way to revive him, but she no longer has an afterlife, and she doesn't know when this life will end. Jingshan lost her sister after all, and Zixuan didn't drink the love potion after all. Sun Wukong went to the west to get the scriptures, and whether fairy Zixia is dead or alive, and whether the sunset warrior is his reincarnation, only God knows. In the end, Akazukizi fell into her father's arms and died. Princess Huansu and the others finally returned to Beijing. "What? You said that this worldview is not correct," and Gan Jiang not only did not reduce his resentment after listening to it, but increased it. He talked for several hours with a dry mouth. Taking advantage of Linben's break, Zhuge Liuan sighed and said, "The resentment has been reduced by half. If you want to get the Gan Jiang sword, you can go in now." Linben chattered a lot. He didn't even understand the background of many stories, but it didn't prevent him from sorting out the relationship inside, so he felt even more sad. "Okay, wait for my good news." Linben smiled at Elia and Alice, stretched out his hand, and pushed open the door of the sword-making furnace, and a scorching air gushed out. Linben ignored it, and stepped in calmly. There are many trump cards. He never thought that he couldn't deal with an A-level weapon. The furnishings in the sword-making furnace are simple. There are no tables and chairs, only some hammers, bellows and other auxiliary tools for forging weapons. The most conspicuous one is a huge furnace in the middle. The flame inside seems to never go out. Even if no one has put fuel in for many years, it is still burning, crackling. In the furnace, a unique and exquisite divine weapon was being forged. Linben was very familiar with this sword. Not long ago, he had fought with this sword, and although it was just a sword, it also possessed a cultivation level close to that of a country. But now, the flame was much weaker than before. Linben suddenly realized that this flame should be the embodiment of resentment. The stronger the flame, the stronger the resentment. In this case, this sword has been infected by resentment for at least 50 years. No wonder it is so powerful. The mission is to destroy the world. This world naturally cannot be the city of no tear, but the human world that has been completely demonized by Qi. Linben whispered to himself, and a world that has been completely demonized. Once entering Yuanxing, the damage caused may be more terrible than the evil of this world, so the secret realm will be rated as a red secret realm. In this case, then this city of no tear must not stay for long, and must leave as soon as possible. To destroy the world, you naturally have to go to that world first. How to go? It must fall on the two magic swords of Gan Jiang and Moi. Linben stepped onto the sword furnace and stretched out his hand to grasp the hilt of Gan Jiang's sword. In an instant, the breath of boundless resentment and fury flowed along the hilt and swarmed towards Linben. Linben slowly raised his left hand. There, a ring was shining. He-she-be, a world-class item containing the power of luck, the nemesis of evil thoughts. This evil thought was completely eliminated before it even had time to enter the body. However, Lin Bin did not waste this evil energy. He held the Hishibi in his left hand to protect himself, and held the former evil emperor's relic, now the sub-holy cup, in his right hand, and completely infused this evil energy into it. They are all good things. It may be useful in the future. Gan Jiang's sword suddenly hummed, as if he did not expect that there would be such a wicked person in the world, who not only wanted his body, but also wanted to take away his savings over the years. For a moment, he was furious. One man, one sword, a silent but extremely fierce confrontation unfolded on this sword furnace. Chapter 369 Return to Reality. Use the sub-holy cup to absorb the evil spirit that Gan Jiang has absorbed in the past 50 years. Then use the Heshi Jade to suppress the spirituality of Gan Jiang's sword. Over the years, there have been many people who intend to master Gan Jiang's sword, but there are very few people like Lin Bin who intend to completely eat up Gan Jiang's sword, including the skin and flesh. And now it seems he really has the possibility of success. Zhu Liuan saw that Lin Bin did not go crazy when the evil spirit entered his body when he touched Gan Jiang's sword like other people. He couldn't help but be inexplicably shocked. He said loudly, "Boy, I don't know who you are, but if you can really conquer Gan Jiang's sword, don't worry about the lives of the people in this city." Now Gan Jiang has absorbed evil spirits for more than 50 years, and his fierceness has long been so strong that it is extremely terrifying. The city of no tears can no longer restrain him. Even if you do nothing, in a few years, Gan Jiang's sword will break out of the city. By then, the human world will have more evil spirits, and there will be no hope of survival. Lin Bin said nothing, but it was obvious that he had heard Zhu Liuan's words. The power of the Heshibi's luck was pressing down. The 2S level items pressed down at the same time. The grade was originally inferior, and the reason why it could hold on until now was that it had absorbed too much and too abundant demonic energy in the past 50 years. But when Lin Bin began to root it out, he immediately began to extract the demonic energy inside. At first, Gan Jiang could still hold on, but as time passed, everyone saw clearly. Gan Jiang's sword could no longer hold on. Even though the ferocious nature inside was hard to tame, it could not disturb Lin Bin's mood. After a long time, the wave of demonic thoughts that were stronger than the other wave finally faded gradually. He never surrendered, but he was no longer able to challenge Lin Bin even in a symbolic sense. It's really unruly. Lin Bin raised the Gan Jiang in his hand, but at this time, the magic weapon was not so much surrendering to Lin Bin as completely losing the power to resist, so it did not resist Lin Bin's use, but it was impossible to make it actively assist. At this time, the properties of the Gan Jiang sword also appeared in Lin Bin's eyes. Gan Jiang sword, A-level magic weapon, a peerless magic weapon forged from the iron of the heavenly demon meteorite, containing the strongest and most vicious sword heart. The holder's magic heart will corrode the body, and it is very easy to become a puppet of the Gan Jiang sword. Only the Moi sword master can control it. Note, who do you think is controlling whom? Lin Bin sneered in his heart, thinking, who wants your heart? I only want your sword body. Whether it is obedient or not is secondary. It is enough to be useful. However, according to Lin Bin's evaluation, after losing the blessing of the magic energy, the power of this sword is still slightly inferior to the Nine Heavens magic weapon, but in terms of spirituality, it is really much stronger. Zhu Liuan watched Lin Bin pull the sword out of the furnace, and shouted in surprise, "Boy, did you succeed?" Lin Bin was about to speak, but suddenly his eyebrows moved. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Through the Gan Jiang sword, he could clearly sense that the spirituality contained in the Gan Jiang sword was about to break out of the body and headed straight for one of the directions of the city of Notir, the direction of the city wall. Lin Bin held the Gan Jiang sword and rushed into the distance. "Boy, what are you doing?" It was the Gan Jiang sword that wanted to go to this place. "I guess it should have its purpose," Lin Bin said, without stopping his movements. He had an intuitive instinct that the Gan Jiang sword seemed to know that he was doomed this time, so he wanted to drag someone into the water. Of course, to put it in a more romantic way, it would be to be together forever. Zhu Liuan looked at Lin Bin's back as he quickly left and murmured, "The purpose of the Gan Jiang sword? Could it be Moi?" In his impression, the Moi sword was originally held in the hands of his confidant Yan Hangai. But later, Hangai was seriously injured, and it seemed that she was incurable. Later, one night, she disappeared with Moi sword. He searched the entire city of No Tears, but could not find her. Thinking of this, Zhuge Liuan's heart suddenly palpitated, and his heart contracted sharply, as if he had realized something. He shouted, "Let's catch up with him." Needless to say, Elia and Irisveal. Elia shouted. A huge black figure fell from the sky, holding Irisveal and Elia in his palms, and rushed out with big strides. That huge body, almost every step brought a tremor to the city of No Tears. What a powerful heroic spirit. Irisveal couldn't help but smack her lips, and then she felt inexplicably guilty. If it wasn't for her, then her master could have a heroic spirit as powerful as this berserker. Unlike her, she absorbed his magic power all day long, but couldn't help at all. It seems that she really needs to compensate the master a lot in the future. 3 people and 1 heroic spirit, all of them are very fast. Especially Berserker, although Elia's order does not allow him to harm humans. He is not a gentle person, just make sure not to step on those people. But with a big stride, he just rushed out of the sword furnace not far away, and overturned several people's stalls one after another. The frightened people turned pale, and shouted in panic. When they saw that it was with Zhuge Liuan, they were even more angry and scolded. But they didn't care about the reactions of these people at all. Lin Bin's speed was too fast. If there was a little hesitation, he would be unable to catch up. When the 5 people came to the edge of the city gate one after another, Lin Bin suddenly felt that the sword in his hand was getting hot, and it was about to break free from his palm. He was now confident that he had completely grasped the sword. He let go. The sword flew out of his hand, turning into a long bloody rainbow, and went straight to the khaki wall at the edge of the city gate. With a bang, the sword blade entered the handle. The hilt was still buzzing, and as the blow hit the inside of the city wall, the khaki wall gradually began to peel off. At this time, Alice and Elia also ran here, and Zhuge Liuan also panted and held his waist, complaining loudly, "Can you sympathize with the old man? Do you know that I haven't moved my body for so many years?" He suddenly stopped talking halfway. Zhuge Liuan suddenly held his breath. His pupils widened, staring at the inside of the city wall where the sword was inserted. Although the city wall was shabby before, it was smooth, but now with the sword of Ganjiang slashing down, the inside of the city wall is exposed. Where are the bricks and stones? There is clearly a figure embedded in it, curled up in a ball. I don't know if it's because it has never been exposed to the air, or for some other reason. Although it has been dead for many years, its bones have not turned into anything. Even the dress that has been sealed in the soil and has changed color is clearly a familiar look to Zhuge Liuan. In her hands, she holds a magic weapon that is completely different from Ganjiang's fierce aura. The blade is slightly shorter, with 4 edges, and the shape is simple and unique. Elia murmured, "This should be the Moi sword, right?" "Yes, this is the Moi sword. Ganjiang's sword was full of evil spirits before, and it was full of evil thoughts, but now all the evil spirits have been absorbed by me, and Ganjiang's sword has restored its original mind, so he can't wait to bring me to find the Moi sword. After all, his confidant is in the Moi sword. Even if you turn into a sword, you still don't forget your confidant." Elia's eyes showed a look of longing. She had gone through many hardships, but she was still a young girl in love, and she was even more moved when she heard this story. Alice held her chest with both hands and was about to say something with emotion. Lin Bin said, "Oh, by the way, it should be 2 confidants. First, his lover sacrificed the sword, and then his ex-girlfriend also sacrificed the sword, and only then was the Moi sword successfully smelted. So there were 2 swords and 3 people." Alice. Zhuge Liuan could no longer hear what others said. His eyes were tearful, and he had already cried beyond recognition. How many years have passed? Yan Hangai disappeared strangely. Although he said that she must be dead, he also had some lucky impulses in his heart. Maybe she is still alive. Otherwise, why didn't she die in my arms, but just disappeared so suddenly? This ray of hope was a ray of sunshine in his desperate life for decades, allowing him to always maintain the last bit of luck. But now, he finally understood. She was not missing, she just integrated herself into the city wall. She had always been by his side, but he just didn't know it. Han Guy. Zhuge Liuan burst into tears. He staggered forward 2 steps, but stopped in fear, and dared not move forward. Ah. Suddenly, a hollow sigh sounded. Elia asked cautiously, who? The hollow voice did not answer Eli's question, but sighed faintly. After so many years, Gan Jiang has been deeply possessed by the devil. I thought he was beyond salvation, but I didn't expect that someone could guide all the evil spirits in him and restore his mind to clarity. This voice did not ring in the ears, but directly rang from the bottom of everyone's heart. And in a moment, Lin Bin noticed something strange. Only when his eyes fell on the Moi sword could he hear this voice, but when he looked away, he could hear nothing. He asked, are you Moi, or Sushiyangxin? The sword is Moi's sword, and the heart is Sushiyangxin. The sword and the heart are originally one. Why bother about who is who? The ethereal voice said faintly, for so many years, Han Guy and I have guarded the city of Notir for so many years, in order to prohibit Gan Jiang's sword from leaving the city of Notir and to isolate the evil spirits inside and outside the city. For so many years, I thought this situation would continue until Han Guy and I were exhausted, and the evil spirits would completely pour into the city of Notir, making Gan Jiang completely demonized. But I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. Thank you for helping Gan Jiang get rid of it. Zhuge Liuan choked up and said, Han Guy, she could have died in the arms of her lover, but she chose to fight alongside me. I was able to persist for so many years thanks to her help. Zhuge Liuan asked, have you been protecting the city of Notir all these years? Yes, we integrated our own flesh and blood into the city wall, and used the righteousness of the Moi sword and the mysterious hard secret art to isolate the invasion of demonic energy, just like we suppressed the Yin world Yaoquan back then. However, the demonic energy of the heavenly demon star is much stronger than that of the Yin world Yaoquan. After so many years of persistence, I can't hold on any longer. Especially since the demonic energy of the city of Notirs has been drained away by you. The imbalance between the inside and the outside is unbalanced, and the influx of demonic energy is even more difficult to suppress. I can't hold on for much longer. The Moi sword spirit said. I also know what Gan Jiang wants. You can take the Moi sword away. Alice asked, what will happen to the city of Notirs after the Moi sword is taken away? The city of Notirs and the heavenly demon star are mutually attracted to each other. Gan Jiang was already completely dead. I use the demonic energy to induce him to revive, because only when he absorbs the demonic energy and is then killed by you can the demonic energy in the city of Notirs be weakened in this way. Otherwise, the city of Notirs would have been completely assimilated by the heavenly demon star. But now, it has reached its limit. The sword spirit of Moi sighed softly. The existence of the city of Notir is to protect the safety of these people, but they have been living a life worse than death for these years, so it is time for the city of Notir to disappear. Yes, who can live to 80 or 90? Zhuge Liuan sighed. The age they have lived to is also considered centenarian in the normal world. It is better to die now than to be eroded by the devil's energy, live a life worse than death, and lose themselves. Then I won't be polite. Lin Bin really didn't have any polite thoughts. In other words, the way these people are living now is no different from being dead, and it involves his mission to destroy the world. If it were somewhere else, he might try to send these people back to the real world. But here, a group of creatures that have long been dead and rely entirely on devil's energy to survive. Lin Bin dare not let them enter the real world. Lin Bin walked forward, holding the Gan Jiang sword in one hand. He took the Moi sword from Yan Hangai with the other hand. Without exerting much force, Yan Hangai's hands loosened and entered Lin Bin's hands. The dirt fell off, and Yan Hangai, who was stuck inside, fell out. Hangai. Zhuge Liuan rushed forward and hugged Yan Hangai's body. Lin Bin held 2 magic weapons at the same time. Moi's sword, A+, a peerless magic weapon forged from the iron of the heavenly demon meteorite. After being purified by the strongest warrior Sushiyangxin with his pure mind, it has become a first-class and peerless magic weapon. When it is used against the Gan Jiang sword, it can exert 200% of its power. Note, I was born for you. Obviously, 2 people sacrifice the sword at the same time. The power of the current Moi sword is far superior to that of the Ganjiang sword. I'm afraid it is not inferior to the dragon slaying sword. In addition to its more agile spirituality, I'm afraid that in the entire Zeuxan secret realm, only the Zeuxan sword can surpass it. You know, the power level of the Chinese ghost story secret realm is obviously not comparable to the ZHU Zion secret realm. But the power of the Moi sword can be raised to this level. Lin Bin silently calculated in his heart. The demon sword Apophis, Zuanian sword, dragon slaying sword, Ganjiang Moi sword. He has collected 5 magic weapons above A level. Although the 8 swords of the King of Yu are powerful, they are gradually unable to keep up with his pace. After this strengthening is over, he can consider selling these B-level magic weapons and exchange them for 2 A-level magic weapons. Collect 7 swords. By then, he will have at least invincible power to protect the country. If there are 9 swords, he will be able to rival the beast god. The future is promising. Thinking of this, Lin Bin was immediately very satisfied. At this time, as the Moi sword fell into Lin Bin's hands, the entire city of Notir suddenly trembled violently, and the extremely solid city wall shook violently, and was torn into hideous cracks. The earth began to tremble, and the people were immediately panicked. What's wrong? What's going on? Why is there an earthquake suddenly? Oh no, has the evil spirit appeared again? The sky seems to have cracked. Look, the sky is torn apart. What is going on? The people shouted in panic, not knowing what happened. But the world does not change according to their will. The sky was torn apart, and the devil's energy poured in. The people were immediately beaten back to their original form. The moment they came into contact with the dark ominous breath from outside, they were directly assimilated into the purest devil's energy. They could not even maintain their human form, and instantly turned into a vast ocean of devil's energy. They were already dead, and the rest were just skins filled with devil's energy. Get ready. Zhu Liuan hugged Yan Hangai's body and said bitterly, you will soon see what the human world that completely overlaps with the heavenly demon star looks like now. Chapter 370, Hell on Earth. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Lin Bin looked calm. He didn't know why they came to the city of no tears, but now the collapse of the city of no tears undoubtedly indicated that they would truly come into contact with this red world. But Lin Bin was not afraid at all. No matter how terrible it was, could it be scarier than the real secret realm of a Chinese ghost story? The Black Mountain Old Demon almost completely devoured the area within 1,000 miles. The resentment between heaven and earth was so thick that it almost became a substance, covering the sky and the sun. Even the sun's rays could not shine into the dark and gloomy environment. To be honest, even now, Lin Bin thought that the world had become a scorched earth. Let's see what this world will become. If it has really sunk completely, then I have no scruples. After all, Lin Bin's mission is to destroy the world. If this world is really prosperous, he will be in great trouble. But as for the Red Secret Realm, I'm afraid the situation is not the worst, but only worse. It's just a pity. Lin Bin first looked at the panicked people in the distance, not knowing what was going on, and then a moment later they were swept away by the evil spirit. They were completely beaten back to their original form. He had no ill feelings towards these people, but he also couldn't muster any sympathy. After all, they were dead, and now they were just beaten back to their original form. The only thing he regretted was this Zhu Liuan. Although he looked cynical, he was very upright, and he was quite worthy of making friends. If he didn't die, he would earn him back to Yuanxing. In the future, he might have another like-minded comrade. But unfortunately, he was also part of the city of no tears. Lin Bin sighed. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to have a nice drink with you, Sect Master Zhuge, and you're leaving. Zhu Liuan raised his eyebrows and said, who's leaving? Aren't you dead? Zhu Liuan was old after all, and he was no longer the young man who valued love above all else. When he first saw his lover's corpse, he felt heartbroken at first, but thinking that the city of Notir would collapse, he was afraid that he would not live long, and he would naturally be buried with his lover in the same bed, and in the same grave. So when he heard Lin Bin's words, he showed a playful smile on his face, and said with a smug smile, have you forgotten how I helped you deal with that general before? The demonic energy is poison to others, but it is a tonic to me. I said it was painful before, not because I couldn't bear it, but because I was too weak to be tonic. They have died from the demonic energy, but there is a reason why I can live so long. As he spoke, the shaking gradually stopped. The city of Notir had completely collapsed. All the people had disappeared, revealing the desolate and dilapidated city. As the earth shook, the city walls and houses began to dissipate, and a thick white fog spread around. In the fog, you couldn't see your hand in front of you, but you could hear Eli's surprised voice. Hey, hey, hey. The mission time has moved. We have indeed left the city of Notirs. As she spoke, the fog dissipated again. Everyone gradually saw the surrounding scenery clearly. It was no longer the city of Notirs, but a Uleo temple. However, this temple seemed to have been dilapidated for many years. It was even more desolate than the city of Notirs just now, and even the Uleo statue was half broken. There was no human habitation at all. What was even more frightening was that the air was filled with a faint black mist, which appeared and disappeared from time to time, and gathered and dispersed from time to time. It was like oxygen everywhere. The surroundings revealed a fishy red color, which made people feel cold in their hearts. Linbin was immediately surrounded by white light, and the brilliance of the Hashibi had protected him. He shouted, Ella, Irisveal, don't breathe, come to my side. It's okay. Elia had a slightly complacent look on her face and smiled. Abin, you underestimate me and my mother. We are both artificial people. Theoretically, we can survive without oxygen. Moreover, we are made to contain the Holy Grail. We can even contain the evil of this world. These mere demonic energy, he can't do anything to us. Irisveal nodded and said, Elia is right. Linbin thought to himself, nonsense, your mother was so scary when she turned evil, and it took me a lot of effort to kill her. However, seeing the mother and daughter acting so comfortable, Linbin was relieved. Zhuliuan was speechless next to him. He thought to himself, you are acting like everyone is artificial. What are you two so proud of? It looks like there has been no human habitation here for many years, but it's not surprising, with such a strong demonic aura. He looked up. He saw the sun hanging high in the sky. At the edge of the dazzling sun, a red ball of light that was no less dazzling was suspended in the sky, emitting a scarlet and ominous aura. This brilliance intertwined with the sunlight and fell, making the whole sky reveal a red glow. Being in this environment for a long time, people unconsciously have murderous intentions. There is no doubt. This is a demon star. Zhuliuan sighed and said with emotion, it was very lively here in the past. During festivals, people would come here to seek marriage, visit temple fairs, and eat candied haws, but now, there is really only desolation here. Fortunately it is desolate, otherwise, we are afraid that we have fallen into the devil's cave now, and then we can only kill people. Linbin sighed. This world is so targeted. Fortunately, he has the Hashibi, and Elia and her daughter are both artificial people. If he brings Zardao and Yanfei with him, they will lose all their strength after leaving the city of Notirs, and they will be completely tied to him and become two burdens. But there is not much time to sigh. Since arriving here, the reincarnation watch on Linbin's wrist began to move again. This means that he must destroy this world as soon as possible. 7 days is really a bit tense for other reincarnations. But this world destruction should be different from the conventional world destruction. After dealing with the apostles of the kingdom of God more, Linbin also understood that what he needs to do is not to kill every living being in this world, but to kill all those who have appeared in the plot and have luck. This is not difficult. 50 years have passed. Who are the characters in the plot who are still alive? Zhuliuan. This is not difficult. Since he is still alive, we can find a way to earn him into the real world. As for the other person, it is probably the demon lord Ki. Let's go. We have to investigate the surroundings and learn the details of this world as soon as possible. Linbin kept the Hashibi open and took the initiative to walk forward. He walked out of the gate of Uleo Temple. He planned to see the truth of this world. Then, his steps stopped. Elia, who was following closely behind him, bumped into Linbin's back, rubbed her nose, and was about to complain, but after seeing the scene Linbin saw, her pupils suddenly shrank. She was shocked and said, "What on earth is going on? I thought this town should be an extremely desolate world, but who knew that what I saw in front of me was not a desolate place? It was clearly a purgatory on earth. The former market is now deserted. On both sides of the street, skeletons piled up like mountains, and bones were like mountains. Human skin that had been completely peeled off could be seen everywhere, even with hair intact, just supported by a few bamboo poles, and hung on the table, as if it was a commodity to be sold. There were also skull tendons and flesh next to it, all cut into pieces of loose meat. If we ignore the several pickled heads on the top that are unrecognizable, it is just like the pork stalls before. The other stalls are also hung with things like human hearts, internal organs, and even facial skin. How can the whole market still be a market? It is clearly a scene more terrifying than hell. Especially, there is a strong fragrance floating from somewhere. But if combined with these terrible scenes, what is the source of this fragrance? Even if you use your knees to think, you can guess it. Alice and Elia's faces suddenly became ugly, which means they haven't eaten for a whole day. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would have vomited long ago. Zhu Jiuan's face suddenly turned as hen. He clenched his fists in anger and said painfully, "Sure enough, there are probably no humans in this world anymore. They are all monsters." Yes, it's been 50 years. Even if it's a god, after being influenced by this place full of demonic energy for 50 years, he would inevitably degenerate into a demon. What's more, those ordinary humans, ha 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 ha. The world is already like this. What's the point of me living in misery for more than 50 years? It's very strange. Lin Bin was very keen to notice the abnormality. He said, "The world is full of demonic energy. There should be no human beings left." Then the flesh and blood of these humans who were gutted did not rot. Obviously they were all newly killed. Where did these people come from? Zhu Jiuan's eyes lit up, and he said in shock, "Are you saying that there are still living people in this world? It's just my guess, but now it seems that these monsters should feed on humans, so it should be normal to raise some animals and livestock. I just don't know what method they used to make some humans not be eroded by these demonic energy at all. Just find these monsters." Zhu Jiuan said, "These stalls are all new, which means that there were those monsters here just now. Now, where are these monsters going? Just follow the direction of the meat smell and find them." Lin Bin's face was also extremely livid. He thought he was not a kind-hearted person, but seeing his own kind being gutted, he naturally felt bad, and he couldn't help but get goosebumps, wishing he could leave here as soon as possible. The location of the meat smell. Zhu Jiuan said coldly, "Let's go and take a look. Let's go together. We don't know the details of this world, so it's better not to act separately." Okay. Several people walked in the direction of the meat smell. At this time, a few miles away, in a very vast pasture, in a very simple thatched house, an old man in his 70s was sitting in front of a boiling hot meat pot, telling stories to several children, aged 7 or 8. His voice was very old, with some vicissitudes of life. It is said that 50 years ago, when the heavenly demon attacked the 7 evils, the demon Lord Ki intended to use the resentment of the 7th lifetime resentful couple to induce the heavenly demon star to descend to the earth and turn the entire human world into a demonic domain. At that time, our Zhuangxin sect was still the #1 sect in the world, and we would never allow the demon Lord Ki to do such a thing. So, under the leadership of our sect master Yan Shiksha, we held the Zhuangxin sect's most precious treasure, the bipolar arrow, and fought a very tragic battle with the demon Lord Ki. The two sides fought so hard that the sun and the moon lost their light, and the world lost its color. Just a few words seemed to have drawn everyone's thoughts to that era, and the children all looked like they were thinking about it. Then Grandpa Peng, who won? One of the children asked with a face full of longing. Stupid, of course Zhuangxin sect won. Otherwise, how could we grow up here safely? That's right, but that demon Lord Ki is so abominable. Even if he died, he still forced the heavenly demon star to come, causing us to lose most of our living land, and can only live in this small place. It's so bad. When I grow up, I will also join Zhuangxin sect, and kill all these monsters. I want it to. And me, Grandpa Peng, you are from Zhuangxin sect. Do you think I can join Zhuangxin sect? A child supported the old man's leg and asked with longing. I will work hard. Although I'm only 8 years old this year, after my father was captured by the demonic energy, I'm the head of the family and I already know how to help my mother chop wood. The old man called Grandpa Peng nodded and said, yes, 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 I can. As long as you are willing, you can go anywhere. Seeing the longing eyes of the children, he closed his eyes with some reluctance. The next moment, chi-chi-chi-chi, several blades flashed by. All the children who were full of hope just now were beheaded. The bodies and clothes were thrown into the boiling pot next to them very skillfully. Several monsters with horns on their heads, dark skin, and heights of more than 2 meters laughed and raised the heads of the children. Old Man Peng, who was called Peng the Shepherd, showed a flattering and humble smile on his face, and said in a flattering smile, I have to thank all the demons for giving me time to show my strengths. By the way, demons, I'm over 70 years old this year. If you don't let me contact the magic energy and become a demon, I will die of old age. By then, no one will help you raise me. Otherwise, you will be merciful and give me a chance. Okay, there are still several sheep with hope. When the time comes, after we cook and eat them all, I will help you to transform them into demons. Old Man Peng also recognized the man called Demon. He was even his neighbor back then. But now, he has been possessed by evil spirits and has become a monster. And he is still trapped in this special place, working hard to help them cultivate. He feels sorry, but also envious. Sometimes he can't help but hate himself, doing so many bad things, but still retaining the remaining conscience of humans. It's better to be completely possessed by the devil and become this conscienceless monster. Chapter 371 The world is filthy again. Inside the thatched house, which was not too big, the rich aroma of meat filled the air. For these monsters, eating raw sashimi was a special experience, but if they really wanted to be full, they had to cook it. This was a habit they developed when they were still human. Although many concepts have changed, this point is still retained. Especially after they discovered the method of keeping humans in captivity and not lacking basic food and clothing, they started to change their ways from filling their stomachs before. It can only be said that when you are full and warm, you will think about sex, no matter what race you are using. When Lin Bean and others broke in, they saw a group of monsters whose appearances were very different from humans sitting around a cooking pot. While sharing meat, they were still talking and laughing. And next to them, the wet shoes that were not even as big as the palm of their hands, and the short arm bones in the monster's hands, clearly showed what they were eating. Beast, die. Zhu Jiuan's eyes were about to burst. How could he bear this? With an angry roar, he jumped inside. He kicked over the cooking pot. Regardless of the fact that the iron pot was boiling hot, he lifted it up and pressed it hard against the face of the nearest monster. The sound of burning flesh was heard, mixed with screams of pain. He exerted force with both arms, and the iron pot was bent and deformed, sandwiching the monster. He rushed to the other monsters. Although he was unarmed, his strength was not weakened at all. In 3 punches and 2 kicks, he had already killed 4 or 5 monsters. People, living people, ha 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 ha, and an old guy. Old guys are good, their meat is firm and strong, and it's much more delicious to stew soup than those little ones. Kill him, quickly, don't let other monsters find out. There's only this little meat, who can share it? When these monsters saw that their companions were killed, and saw that the one who attacked was Zhu Jiuan, they were not angry but happy. Instead, they were worried that this little meat would be shared by someone else. The leader shouted in a low voice. The already 2-meter tall sturdy head was even more swollen, with tangled muscles and tendons, purple-black skin mixed with long animal hair, and double horns on his head. How could he still look like a human? Then, a faint blue sword light flew past him from behind. The huge head, which was 3 times larger than an ordinary person's head, fell down directly. The Nanming Lihuo sword was not even a butcher knife to deal with these monster minions. In just a moment, the thatched house was covered with blood and broken bodies. Zhu Jiuan, who was covered in blood, looked like a murderer. At this time, the murderer's hair and beard were all erected, and he was full of murderous aura. He was panting heavily and staring fiercely at the only living person in the room, an old man who was already in his 80s. When the old man saw Zhu Jiuan, he was shocked at first, then he reacted suddenly and exclaimed, Sect master? Are you a disciple of Zhuangxin sect? Zhuge Liuan realized then that the old man looked somewhat familiar. He just couldn't remember his name, but he must have met him many times in the past. He rushed forward, grabbed his collar angrily, and shouted, "How can you be so afraid of death that you are willing to become a lackey and accomplice of these monsters? What can I do? I can't find you. I'm alone. Yes, I can't find you. I can't find you at all." The old man was quite guilty before, but he couldn't help but exploded before he finished his sentence. He grabbed Zhuge Liuan's collar angrily and shouted, "What about you? Where were you when I needed you the most? I'm just a minion. I'm used to taking orders, but there's no one to give me orders. You've been gone for 50 years. Do you expect that when you come back, I will have killed the demon lord Qi?" Zhuge Liuan was speechless. Lin Bin reminded, "Master Zhuge, let's talk business. What is going on?" "Yes, business." Zhuge Liuan questioned, "What is going on now? The demonic energy has been eroding this world for more than 50 years. Why are there still living people?" The old man sneered and said, "Of course there must be living people. Otherwise, what do these monsters eat? Chicken, duck, and mutton? They are rigid and have no spiritual energy. They don't look down on them at all. Only the flesh and blood of living people are delicious for them to eat. But after most of the humans were transformed into demons and a small part of them became food, humans were almost eaten up 40 years ago. Until now, those who can live safely like me are all running dogs of monsters. Otherwise, how do you think we have been able to support ourselves for so many years?" Lin Bin keenly grasped the key point of the words and asked, "They feed humans?" "Yes, when these monsters found that there were remnants of formations in the sects of the previous human cultivators that could isolate most of the demonic energy and allow humans to survive, they drove all the humans and animals here and raised them like chickens and ducks, allowing them to reproduce and provide them with endless food from generation to generation." The old man laughed bitterly and said, "At first, they would take away these newborn babies and raise them in captivity, like chickens and ducks, and eat them when they were of the right age. But later they found that the flesh and blood of these humans and animals who had no spiritual intelligence at all were really no different from mutton and beef, so they allowed these humans and animals to grow up with their parents. Later, they were no longer satisfied with eating this sour and smelly flesh full of despair, so they stopped interfering in this world, but expanded its scope, based on the sect, and then threw us, the monster running dogs, into this world, letting us create lies and let them grow up like normal children. In this way, in addition to the smaller environment they grew up in, these people who had inherited it for several generations actually slowly really believed that the war was the final victory of our human race, and the reason why they could only live in such a small space was because the war destroyed most of the livable land. And people like us are called shepherds." The old man laughed bitterly and said, "But after so many years, those people and animals seem to have noticed something strange. So many sheepfolds that were originally prosperous have slowly become deserted. I heard that those monsters have begun to prepare new means. Ha 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 ha. By then, I, a shepherd, should be useless. After all, children have tender flesh and blood, but they are not as chewy as the elderly. I guess they will stew me into soup without hesitation. I didn't expect that you, the sect leader, would come. Very good, kill me. Over the years, I don't know how many innocent children I have deceived and sent them into the mouths of these monsters. I have wanted to die for a long time, but I just don't have the courage." Zhuge Liuan listened to the description of his subordinates. He closed his eyes in pain. He had thought about the time of 50 years, and the world might have turned into hell. But now it seemed this place might be even more terrifying than hell. He raised his hand angrily. "Wait a minute." Lin Bin suddenly waved his hand and asked, "You mean there are still many sheepfolds like this?" "There are not many left. Humans are not stupid. After they found that their children were always missing, and those old people who had lost their fertility would also disappear quietly at night, they had already guessed something. The reason why they didn't confront us is entirely because they know that they can survive for a while by pretending not to know, but once everything is laid out, they will have no luck except death. As for those people and animals you mentioned who are kept in captivity and can't even speak human language, I'm afraid they are not human at all, right?" The old man sighed. In fact, these monsters are really smart, and their plans are brilliant, but unfortunately they can't resist their greed. They have arranged a long-term plan for themselves, but always want to reap the rewards as soon as possible. It is normal to drain the pond to catch all the fish. What about Ki? Doesn't he care about these things at all? The number of times the demon lord Ki has appeared in these years is very few, and even if he is seen, he will turn a blind eye. The old man sighed. Over the years, many monsters have proposed to emulate the Yanayu dynasty and establish a monster regime, but no matter how loudly they shout, the demon lord never pays any attention to them. Damn, he's really possessed by the devil. No wonder we have such a mission. There's really no possibility of saving such a world. Irisville had already listened with a heavy expression and said softly, even their own culture has been completely lost, and they have become food for monsters. Now there's no possibility of repairing such a world. I've told you everything I know, Sect Master, let me die. Over the years, I have wanted to become a monster, but that requires enough merits, so I have been working diligently for the monsters. I don't know how many innocent lives I have killed. It's a wish come true to die in your hands. The old man laughed at himself and said, and if I put it another way, I didn't hesitate to go along with the enemy and held on for 50 years, perhaps just to wait for you to come back and tell you what I know now. Now that I have accomplished my mission, it is time to retire. Zhuge. He slowly raised his hand. If he was young and energetic back then, he might have felt pity for the old man's face full of pain and regret. But now, he only has endless murderous intent boiling. No matter how he whitewashes a situation, he helped the monsters kill countless innocent children, which is an indisputable fact. Wait a minute. When Zhuge was about to take action, he was suddenly stopped by Linbin. Zhuge said coldly, why, Kit, you are not trying to persuade me that, since he has regretted it, we should let him go? I tell you, the womanly kindness I had when I was young is the most unacceptable thing. If I'm given another chance, I will spare no effort and look for all the opportunities I can find without hesitation to kill Ki in advance. If it weren't for my master's womanly kindness, he would have strangled Ki when he was born. How could we have such a disaster today? From this point of view, the biggest responsibility for this difficulty lies with my master. Don't worry, I don't have that kind of weak emotion, I'm just thinking about some things. There are only 7 days. It's really too difficult for the 7-day world to destroy a world. Even if Linbin has the time gem, he can extend this time. It takes too long to destroy a world, and he doesn't want to stay in this filthy world for too long. Then there is only one way. Catch the thief first. But from the tone of the old man, this world is already full of monsters transformed by demonic energy. Perhaps he can still do us one last favor. Linbin said. What favor? Help us build an army that can challenge Ki's monster army. Linbin said. Didn't he also say that Ki did not rebuild the Yanayu dynasty, but was hiding in the dark doing something? In this case, as long as we can break through the obstruction of these monsters, we can face Ki himself. The mistakes your master made in the past may still have a chance to make up for it now. How to make up for it? Zhuge glanced at Linbin. He had already given up hope. Even if the murderous intent in his heart was boiling, was there still hope for the world to be saved? Therefore, what he wanted was to rush into the group of monsters. If he could see Ki, even if he could slap him hard, he would be torn into pieces by the monsters at that time, which would be his final counterattack. But who knew that this mysterious guy named Abin actually had the means to counterattack? Of course. Linbin took a deep breath and took out the sub-holy cup. He took out a small box from inside. He opened it. The surroundings were suddenly filled with chill. The cold air gradually gathered and merged into a figure. He knelt down respectfully in front of Linbin. Night King. This monster who was once unruly and almost destroyed the Zeuxan secret realm, has now completely surrendered to Linbin. There is no other reason. The purity and depth of the evil in this world makes people tremble with fear, but it is a great benefit to him. Just like the Night King at this moment, he is still in the same posture as before, but the sharp short horns on his forehead seem to be much sharper than before, and there are several more black lines on his body, which looks like a buff. Zhuge Liuan couldn't help but shudder and said in surprise, "What a cold and evil aura. What kind of monster is this?" After the Night King came out, he instinctively saluted Lin Bin at the first time. After he came into contact with the evil in this world, he seemed to see the hope of improving his own strength level. Therefore, if he surrendered to Lin Bin at the beginning, because the life box was in his hands, then now, he really hopes to stay in Lin Bin's hands for as long as possible. Unless he can no longer let him see the hope of promotion, otherwise, he will basically have no feelings of betrayal. But when he raised his head, the Night King was stunned. At this time, he realized that the surroundings were filled with a very comfortable atmosphere for him. And this kind of atmosphere was as helpful to him as the evil of this world. Lin Bin ordered, "Night King, transform him into a White Walker." "Yes, my lord." The Night King stood up respectfully and walked towards the old man. "What do you want to do? What are you going to do? Get out of here, don't come over." The old man who had just looked dead showed a look of horror on his face and shouted, "Don't worry, your death will not be in vain. Perhaps we can restore this demon world to the human world." What? The old man was stunned and asked, "What are you going to do? You monsters eat people, but my subordinate, the Night King, can transform living beings into his subordinates, the White Walkers. Monsters are also living beings, and as long as they are living beings, they cannot escape the control of the Night King." Lin Bin said, "And you are his first helper." The old man had a complicated expression, looking at the gradually approaching Night King. His heart was full of fear. But after hearing Lin Bin's words, he still plucked up the courage to close his eyes and raise his head, saying, "Come on, I have helped the tyrant for 50 years. If this body is still useful to you, you can take it away. It's better than being chopped and stewed by those monsters, right, Night King?" "Yes." The Night King raised his hand to the old man and covered his head. After a moment, the old man opened his eyes, and his eyes were no longer turbid as before. A piece of dark blue, and there was no trace of human wisdom in it. The world's first White Walker was born. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Demonized Zombies. The Night King is different from zombies. He can be said to be tainted by everything. Even a giant fire dragon can be corroded by his magic power and become his puppet, becoming a frost dragon. In this regard, the only one who can compete with him is probably the Scourge. Lin Bin said, "It seems that this should be a place that once belonged to one of your sects. It's just that this place has been eaten up, and because the magic energy here is not so abundant, no monsters like to get close to this place." Zhuge Liuan looked at the Night King with fear in his eyes, and then realized that it was like this now. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing for monsters to be transformed into White Walkers by this Night King. At least, looking at the White Walkers transformed by this old man standing so obediently and honestly, it seems that they are obeying the orders of the Night King, and this Night King obeys this Abin. I can kill Ki and make up for the mistakes of the past. Whoever wants to mess with this world can mess with it, as long as I can kill Ki. He asked Lin Bin, "What are you going to do?" Lin Bin looked at the Night King and ordered, "Go ahead. You can do whatever you want with this world. Turn all the living creatures you see into White Walkers. I'll give you 1 month. After 1 month, I want to see at least 100,000 White Walkers. By the way, you'd better turn some flying birds to help me find the trace of the Demon Lord Ki. I also want to know this news within 1 month. Do you understand?" "Yes." The Night King knelt on one knee respectfully in front of Lin Bin. Then he turned around and strode out. Zhuge Liuan was surprised and said, "1 month? Is it so urgent? Ki should not know of our existence yet, so we must capture the thief first, as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he knows that we are still alive, he will send all the monsters in the world to us, and we will be finished." In fact, Lin Bin and his team only had 7 days. It's just that he has the S-level item time gem, especially for such a world-destroying mission, so he doesn't have to stick to 7 days. It was only for the purpose of catching the enemy off guard that they were given only 1 month. and this reason was indeed very reasonable. Zhuge Liuan nodded, accepting Lin Bin's explanation. Then what should we do next? Improve our own strength, and then increase our chances of winning the final battle. Lin Bin said, I just got Ganjiang and Moe, and I also need to familiarize myself with how to use them. If we leave here Ashley, we may enter the sight of those monsters. The three of us will stay here first. If it's against Kiai, our Zhuang's insect's treasure, the bipolar arrow, should be useful. Zhuge Liuan said, my master failed to fight Kiai with a bipolar arrow before, but that was entirely because the master failed to hit the enemy. Now 50 years have passed, but Kiai or the monster should not be able to touch the bipolar arrow, and I believe that the master will not let these two arrows fall into the hands of the enemy before he dies. I plan to go to the Zhuang's insect's base to have a look. It would be great if I can find it. Lin Bin asked, how long will it take you? 2 days to go there and back, plus the search for weapons. A conservative estimate is 15 days, because I'm not sure where the bipolar arrow is hidden. Lin Bin said seriously, I will wait for you for 20 days. If you still don't come back after 20 days, I won't wait for you anymore. At that time, the three of us will go to find Demon Lord Kiai and kill him with one blow. No need to be so troublesome. Zhuge Liuan carefully took out several yellow talismans folded into triangles from his arms, with the corners wrapped with red ropes. He said, this is a communication talisman. Hold this talisman in your palm and infuse it with true energy, and you can communicate with other people holding this talisman. Lin Bin's eyes lit up and asked, oh, is it so convenient? Is there a distance limit? Zhuge Liuan replied, yes, it depends on the skills of both parties, but with my current skills and your strength, even if I go to Zhuang's insect, it should not affect our communication. Are there any more? Bring a few more, just in case I have something to do. I can also communicate with Ali and Elia. Lin Bin thought to himself that this is a good treasure. You know, although mobile phones can communicate over long distances, it is still okay in ancient society. Once in those modern societies with advanced martial arts, there are too many ways to block and intercept mobile phone signals. In comparison, this kind of communication talisman may not be used in normal times, but it may be of great use at critical moments. Zhuge Liuan did not doubt him. He gave Lin Bin 2 more. He left in a hurry. Regardless of whether Lin Bin had other reasons for his urgency, he was the only one who assisted him. Without Lin Bin and the others, he would be alone and might not even be able to get close to Kiai. He has also injured for 50 years and is already very old. It would be better to get back as soon as possible, or as soon as possible. Lin Bin said to Elia and Irisfiel, the demonic energy here is relatively thin, so the monsters are reluctant to come here, which is relatively safe for us. Let's rest here for a few days. I will follow the Night King's footsteps to investigate the situation outside. Elia, remember to summon Berserker, and don't let him go back. Right now, we are enemies all over the world. It is not clear whether the strength of these monsters is at the same level as these monsters. It is better to be careful. As he said, he kicked the headless corpses under his feet. These monsters seemed vulnerable, but the one who attacked was Zhuge Liuan, the leader of Zhuang's insect, and he was facing Lin Bin's Nanming Lihuo sword. It would be a joke if they could survive a few rounds. But when he just slashed with the sword, he could vaguely sense that the strength of these monsters might not be simple. Although they had no qualifications to resist him, if a martial arts master faced such monsters, Lin Bin felt that, even if his good brother Xian who held the tiger soul, he would have to flee in panic when facing more than 10 monsters. And if the prediction was correct, there would probably be at least tens of millions of these monsters. No wonder this is a red secret realm. If these monsters all flow into the real world, even if all the reincarnations are added together, they are not their opponents. If we want to destroy them, we must use large-scale extinction weapons, but that will compress our own living land. Lin Bin muttered, and after settling Elia and Alice, he followed the direction where the Night King left. Driving the sun-covering sword, he soared above the sky. With his current vision, he could clearly see the movements below. He watched the Night King walk out of the station with his only subordinate. The strong demonic energy made the Night King's steps more anxious. Then, they were attacked. The monsters were smarter than expected, or they were too sensitive to human blood. Although the old man had been successfully transformed into a White Walker, he still had a human smell on him. So although the Night King's target was the monsters were also targeting them. Dozens of monsters fell directly from the sky with wild laughter. Some of these monsters had wings on their backs. Although they were too heavy to fly, they had no problem gliding in the air for a short time. Some of them had extremely strong feet, and they stepped out a deep pit on the ground with one step. Some of them were slender and as fast as the wind. Conservatively estimated, their speed was no less than that of a martial arts master performing Kingan with all his strength. The old White Walker was unable to react in time, and was thrown to the ground in the first place. On the contrary, the Night King faced this sudden attack with a blank expression on his face, and just bent down slightly. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of harsh sounds, the ice on the ground condensed, and countless ice ridges formed on the surface like fruits, rushing towards these monsters. He was able to compete with Deogsun and others in the past. With his immortal body and the blessing of the evil of this world, he is not afraid of any strong enemy. Just a few monsters. After a moment, the ice spikes were so cold that they had directly hung these monsters on the ice spikes, just like dozens of fruits on a tree. The Night King reached out to these monsters that were not completely dead, even though their vital parts were pierced, to transform into whites. Just kill them. But transforming into White Walkers is a little more complicated. You need to actively distribute your power into their bodies. In this way, you can use them while ensuring their power and even make them stronger. Wait a minute. Lin Bin's figure fell and said, "Don't rush to change, Night King. The magic energy of these people, you should like it, right?" Night King nodded and said, "But you don't have to mind. I still understand the principle of eating one meal and then being full. Compared with these magic energy, I still prefer the warmth of the evil in this world." "That's perfect. Cooperate with me to do a few experiments." "Understood." Night King nodded respectfully. So, in the next moment, Lin Bin and Night King launched a series of attempts on these dozens of monsters. For example, let Night King absorb all the magic energy in one of the monsters, just like he absorbed the Ganjiang sword before. However, as the magic energy was completely consumed, the size of this monster really became smaller and smaller, and in the end, it was actually turned back to human appearance. But it looked old, with white hair and beard, and looked like a dried up old man who was already 100 years old. He looked at the man and the ghost with horror as they easily beat him back to his original form. He wanted to say something in pain, but without the blessing of the demonic energy, the fatal injury immediately began to attack, and he lost his life in an instant. Fortunately, Lin Bin did not intend to force anything out of him. He thought to himself that it was indeed so. These people were just like the people in the city of no tears. In fact, they were dead when the demonic energy invaded them. It was just that they were kept alive before, and it was the demonic energy that kept them moving after death. To put it bluntly, they were like zombies with self-awareness. This also explains why they clearly still have the memory of their human days, but they covet human flesh to such an extent. Seeing such a shocking scene, the other monsters were all terrified. They had had enough of being weak humans. Now that they finally have powerful strength and have been feeding on humans for so many years, suddenly asking them to be humans again is no different from asking them to become pigs, dogs, chickens, and ducks when they were humans before. They struggled madly. "Let me go. Bastards, you dare to hurt us. The Six Nights Demon Lord will not let you go. I'm the Six Nights Demon Lord's man. Let us go quickly, otherwise." Six Nights Demon Lord? What the hell? After Lin Bin tested the bottom of these monsters, his expression was much more relaxed. He raised his hand and said, "Tell me all the information you know honestly. I can promise to give you a quick death. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will beat you all back to your original form, and then throw you back into the monster pile. I heard that you monsters like to eat old guys the most, with tight skin and meat, and the stew is delicious. I wonder how you feel when you are stewed and eaten." So the monsters looked at Lin Bin with horror, as if he was the real monster. A moment later, Lin Bin got the information. It turns out that, even if they are monsters, their predecessors are humans after all. Even if he was possessed by a demon, he still couldn't get rid of the problem of intrigue. Those demons with ulterior motives persuaded Qi to rebuild the Yanyu dynasty at the beginning. To put it bluntly, weren't they just using his cover to gain power? After discovering that Ki had no interest in power, they were indeed very honest for a while, and then carefully tested, and tested again, and confirmed that Ki really stayed at home every day. They couldn't hold back anymore. The 6 demon lords took charge of the common people on behalf of the Saint King Ki. These 6 demons were said to be quite powerful cultivators in the human stage. Therefore, after being eroded by the demonic energy and their temperaments changed greatly, their strength was second only to the Saint King Ki, who was directly covered by the heavenly demon star. They divided their areas from 1 night to 6 nights. Although they were nominally under the command of Ki, in fact, they were independent and managed by themselves. The so-called human and animal breeding model was actually a brilliant idea they came up with after decades of competition. I see. The Night King looked at Lin Bin and said, "It seems that you have many enemies, my lord. They live on demonic energy, and this demonic energy is absorbed by Ki. As long as Ki is killed, let alone 6 nights, even if it is 1001 nights, they will become rootless water. At that time, there is no need to attack them, they will naturally die." Lin Bin patted the Night King on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead, turn them all into White Walkers, and then start to expand." He showed a thoughtful look on his face. He gave him a month, so that the Night King could form a large army. He also gave him a month to find the whereabouts of Ki. But in his opinion, it is so difficult to find a person in this vast world that he may have to wait until the army is formed before he can find him. But he didn't expect to get good news here unexpectedly. The Saint King Ki is in seclusion. As a person who knows the plot, Lin Bin naturally understands that everyone will change their temperament after being eroded by demonic energy, but Ki will not. He still retains his sanity. In this case, Lin Bin held up the communication talisman. He said, "Master Zhuge, can you hear me?" "I can hear you." A heavy wheezing sound like a bellows came from the other side. Lin Bin asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm being chased by monsters. There are too many monsters. Damn, it's beyond my imagination." Lin Bin said, "I just found reliable information. Saint Ki has been hiding in a very secret place for many years. No one knows except his 6 subordinates. If Ki wants to choose a place to live in seclusion, where do you think he will choose?" The other side replied, "The former site of the Yanyu dynasty." "Very good, let's find the Bipolar arrow as soon as possible." Lin Bin said, "After a month, whether we can find it or not, we will set off immediately." He clenched his fist. A cold smile appeared on his face. Chapter 373. Sometimes you need to change your taste. After meeting up with Elia and Alice, Lin Bin immediately used the S-level item Time Gem. Time Gem, S-level item. Paying reincarnation points can divide the flow of time between different worlds, depending on the amount of reincarnation points paid. Note, who said money can't buy time? Do you want to use the time gem? Lin Bin directly chose yes. Then he extended the time. At this time, a time appeared on the time gem: 160 hours, 52 minutes and 20 seconds. This was the original mission time, which was only 7 days. But with the use of the time gem, Lin Bin's reincarnation points began to slowly decrease. But in terms of the amount of reduction, it is still much less than in the ZHU's Iron Secret Realm. It seems that the reincarnation points consumed are also different depending on the level of force. Elia cried out in surprise, "Wow, it's amazing. The countdown time has been reduced so much." She calculated silently in her mind and said in surprise, "It took 7 or 8 seconds to reduce the time by 1 second. If that's the case, wouldn't our mission time be directly extended to more than a month?" Lin Bin explained, "It's just because of the current need, so it's extended to more than a month. If the time is still not enough, I can continue to extend it. As long as there are enough reincarnation points, you can spend the new year here." "I don't want to spend the new year here." Elia stuck out her tongue, and the biggest stone in her heart fell. For her, the biggest pressure was probably that this difficult mission only gave her 7 days. Seeing that half a day had passed, she still had no clue at all. Alice worriedly said, "But I remember that the last time we used this item, although the time was extended, if we hadn't arrived in time, Madame Zaiachi might still have died." That is to say, it was only the time that was extended, not the mission time. That was just a special case. The time can be extended, but the life and death of a person cannot. But here, our mission is to destroy the world. As long as this world has not been destroyed, let alone more than 7 days, even if it exceeds 7 or 70 years, it will not have any impact on our mission. Linbin smiled and said, after all, it is an S-level item. With this item, I can't say all, but basically all the time-limited tasks in the secret realm will have no constraints on us. Is this the magic of S-level items? Elia remembered that she had bound to Linbin, and wouldn't this item in the secret realm be equivalent to her holding a copy? Thinking of this, she was immediately satisfied. Although the Night King is very powerful and his infectious ability can spread at a very fast speed, this spread also takes time. If there are really only 7 days, the only chance to complete the task is probably to have a large-scale weapon of destruction like a nuclear bomb that can compete with the army, and then find the whereabouts of the 7 Night Lords. Linbin shook his head and sighed. Fortunately we have the time stone, otherwise even with the help of the Night King, the possibility of completing this task is extremely low. I understand why those reincarnations are unwilling to take on this kind of task. The Red Secret Realm is really very difficult. Elia, he muttered, but the rewards are also quite generous. The rewards from the reincarnation space are secondary. Haven't you already got 2 weapons above A level? Linbin smiled with satisfaction and said, indeed, this is exactly what I need. Alice asked, do we still need to wait for Zhuge Liuan? Yes, his bipolar arrows are probably indispensable. Linbin did not explain in detail his understanding of the bipolar arrows. It is a real killer. In the plot, although Qi was seriously injured by Yan Hangai's Zhuangxin mysterious technique, the real cause of death was still the bipolar arrows, and more importantly, the one who shot the arrows was a waste. If it is in the hands of a very powerful person, what kind of power can the bipolar arrows exert? In short, to describe it using the theory of Type Moon, the bipolar arrows are said to restrain the 7 Knights Demon Lord. It's just that this detail is difficult to explain, so he didn't say it. Elia and Alice didn't mean to ask in detail. Alice Phil always followed Linbin's lead. She did whatever he told her to do. In a sense, she was more obedient than Elia. As for Elia, she was indeed a very decisive person. After all, she had been struggling in the secret realm for so many years. But she had no idea about this secret realm. Linbin looked confident, so she should give him the opportunity to show his ability. Linbin ordered, let's go, let's find a clean and spacious residence and have a good rest. We may have to live here for a long time. Okay, then I will release Berserker and let him clean up the monsters around first. Elia closed her eyes, and after a moment, a huge and burly figure appeared in front of Elia. There was no need to even tell her. He held up his axe and sword, roared, and strode into the distance. The area around this town was once the garrison of a sect of monks, and it was protected by a formation. Although this so-called formation has been riddled with holes after years of baptism, it has not been destroyed. Therefore, there is less demonic energy, and it is not favored by those monsters. Therefore, there are not many monsters entrenched in the surrounding area, and facing the Berserker, whose absolute combat power is close to the national level, ordinary monsters do not have the strength to compete. This made Iris Veal couldn't help but sigh sincerely, so after leaving the Holy Grail system, the heroic spirit is so useful. This is simply a teammate who will never betray, and the master can satisfy any request. Mom, you are also an excellent heroic spirit. Elia had no idea of Iris Veal's complicated feelings, and praised her. No, Mom is not useful at all. Iris Veal secretly glanced at Linbin, secretly thinking about what else she could do for him. Then her eyes fell on Elia. She suddenly understood some of Dungeon's thoughts. No matter how much he loved his daughter, sometimes he couldn't help but feel that his daughter was a bit of a hindrance. Especially after the 3 of them found a relatively remote courtyard and cleaned it up. I'll sleep with my mother, and you can live in the main room by yourself, Abin. Elia took Iris Veal's arm intimately and walked into the room, intending to clean up the temporary nest for the mother and daughter. Iris Veal could only be dragged away by Elia reluctantly. The look of reluctance and timidity made Linbin smile. However, most of his mind was on cultivation at the moment, so he didn't think too much. He went back to his residence, sat cross-legged, and began to practice Taijizu and Kingdao and Tangsu and Gishandao. There are also people who practice Taoism here. Although the spiritual energy around has long been polluted into demonic energy, whether it is the evil of this world or the Heshibi, one can separate and absorb the demonic energy, and the other can expel and purify the demonic energy. The remaining is the purest spiritual energy. Especially with the coming of the heavenly demon star, it is so close to the human world, and the abundance of demonic energy is even better than that of the Zeuks and secret realm. Lin Bin naturally cannot miss such a good opportunity. That is, the environment outside is too bad. In this world, that has been completely polluted by demonic energy, even clean food can't be found. Otherwise, Lin Bin wants to retreat here for another 2 years like in the Zeuks and secret realm. But now, the main purpose is to complete the task. With the regular operation of spiritual energy, Lin Bin quickly fell into a state of forgetting both the self and the world. Until the sun gradually set in the west, the afterglow smudged a touch of night color on the horizon. Lin Bin did not sleep, but continued to practice, and by the way, through the life box, he paid attention to the movements of the Night King. Watching him collect hundreds of White Walkers in the early stage. Transforming White Walkers also requires his own strength. Therefore, in other words, he would convert a few White Walkers as his team, and then take the initiative to pick up corpses everywhere. But now it is different. Even though he has left Lin Bin, his phylactery is still immersed in the evil of this world. With his unique connection with the phylactery, it is almost like having a notion of power behind him. His power is not much improved in essence, but the quantity is almost endless. Therefore, he converted hundreds of them in one breath. Then all these White Walkers were dispersed. The White Walkers themselves also have the ability to make whites, so the number of whites can be increased to the maximum extent. Now the Night King has not surrendered to Lin Bin's power, but his covetousness for the evil of this world makes him unable to think of betraying Lin Bin, unless he has mastered the method to completely take away the evil of this world in the phylactery from Lin Bin. For the Night King with endless lifespan, the short-term surrender in exchange for the increase in power is too worth it. Therefore, he is eager to complete Lin Bin's task, and Lin Bin naturally saw his actions throughout the whole process, secretly admiring in his heart that the Night King is indeed not a hero of the world, and his ability to pick up corpses is really unique. In just one day, a 10,000 strong army of aliens had been formed. Of course, the sheer number of monsters also played a significant role in this. Although he did not take the initiative to explore this world, Lin Bin could see it clearly through the perspective of the Night King running around. Zhu Liuan was right. This world no longer had normal humans. Only monsters could survive in this environment. All kinds of monsters gathered together. Just like the villages and towns of humans, the monsters also had their own civilization, while humans, from the status of the spirit of all things, directly fell to the fate of raising chickens and ducks. The more Lin Bin looked at it, the uglier his face became, and the more angry he became. Seeing that the Night King was working very hard and his efficiency was extremely high, he didn't need to give any instructions. He cut off the contact directly. Instead, he immersed all his thoughts in cultivation, coupled with the low voices of the mother and daughter discussing and joking from time to time. He felt much more relaxed. His mind slowly fell into the state of forgetting both the self and the world. Until midnight. Lin Bin's eyebrows moved suddenly. He could clearly hear light footsteps in the next room, which was already silent. Then his door was quietly pushed open. Is it Alice? What does she want to do? Alice, wearing a silver silk nightgown, and with smooth hair, tiptoed closer and whispered, "Master, are you asleep?" Lin Bin opened his eyes and his eyes fell on Alice, and he couldn't help but brighten up. He helped her pick this pajamas. It has a pocket inside, and a thin silk gauze outside. Although it is not revealing, it is indeed very graceful. It's just that the hem is a little short, and the opening on the chest is a little big, and the steep and deep peaks can be vaguely seen. She did buy it, but she was usually too shy to wear it. But after seeing it today, he couldn't help but admire it and said, "Not yet, what's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that, when I was in the city of No Tears before, I lost control. Master, you took away all the magic power in my body to protect me. Although I can understand, it's not good for the subsequent battles if I'm always in a state of scarce magic power, right? Alice blushed without speaking and said vaguely, now I have left the city of no tears and I won't be blackened again, so can you give me some more? This? Of course it's no problem. It's definitely no problem. All day today, I saw some things that made people's blood pressure rise. Even at this moment, Lin Bin still had a fire in his heart, wishing he could point his sword at the strong enemy and crush all the enemies to vent his anger. Since Alice took the initiative to come to the door, he had no reason to refuse. He stretched out his hand to her, motioning her to come over. Alice came over, but she didn't throw herself into his arms like before. Instead, she knelt down slowly beside the bed and said vaguely, I want to try a different way to replenish my mana. After all, we will need to replenish our mana many times in the future. I think it is important to find the most efficient way. Lin Bin's pupils dilated slightly. He reached out and gently stroked Alice's hair, sighing, that's fine. To be honest, I'm very angry now. Half an hour later, Alice sat next to Lin Bin, wiping the corners of her mouth and vaguely saying, isn't this a bit slow? That's not the case. Although the first half an hour was useless, the last 30 seconds directly equaled the previous 30 minutes of replenishing mana. That's right. Changing the method occasionally can save monotony. No matter how delicious the food is, you will get tired of it if you keep eating it. It's better to change the taste occasionally. After a long time, Alice ran back to her residence on tiptoe. First, he smoothed out the messy pajamas, then he lay on the bed, hugged Elia in his arms, and fell asleep. At night, Elia quietly opened her eyes. She looked at Iris Veil deeply and muttered, what nonsense, what delicious food. It obviously has no taste at all. She sighed faintly. Who made her mother a heroic spirit? Isn't it mentally prepared for such a thing? For a long time afterwards, Lin Bin's family of 3 lived in this town. Because of the protection of Berserker outside, no monsters broke in, but when he occasionally saw Berserker, he could find that his body was covered with muddy blood from time to time, and sometimes there were wounds, which required Elia to use her own magic to help him recover directly. Obviously, as he patrolled the surroundings, he attracted more monsters to come. However, according to Elia, this behavior of keeping Berserker active outside for a long time and consuming her magic power continuously, exhausting her magic power, and then meditating to recover it, can increase the total amount of magic power and can also support Berserker to fight more intensively during wartime to improve combat power. You know, Berserker's original body is Hercules. As a heroic spirit, he has not even surpassed the constraints of the heroic spirit class. Obviously, his upper limit still has a very high growth space. Listening to her explanation, Lin Bin inexplicably had a strong sense of deja vu. It feels like this way of training seems familiar. But Berserker's existence is so eye-catching that the monsters also realized that this place they usually don't want to come to no longer belongs to them, and they will lose their lives if they rashly enter. But although the monsters are transformed from humans and have been influenced by the magic for a long time, they have long lost the weakness and cowardice of humans and instead have become fierce and rushed here in just less than 5 days. Berserker could no longer stop the monsters from invading, and even these monsters broke into the town. Lin Bin had no choice but to move with Alice and Elia. After communicating with Zhuge and learning about the nearest sect ruins, he flew over there with his mother and daughter on his sword. But along the way, monsters were rampant everywhere. This world had collapsed to the extreme. There was no place for humans. Even if the 3 of them found another place to live, they were still visited by monsters in just 2 or 3 days. It seemed that humans had a very unique fragrance that could easily arouse their covetousness. There was no choice. The 3 of them could only hide here and there, trying their best to buy time for the Night King and Zhuge. And every evening, Lin Bin would use the contact talisman to urge Zhuge. Why hadn't he found the Bitpillar arrow yet? I can't wait any longer. I won't wait for you if you can't find it. It's too difficult for humans to survive in this world full of monsters. Zhuge begged kindly, asking for more time. Just 1 day, just 2 days, just 1 day, just 2 days. On the 24th day, Zhuge took the initiative to contact Lin Bin and said in surprise, "The bipolar arrows have been found." The old guy is so good at hiding. I really didn't expect that this old ghost would hide the bipolar arrows in such a secret place. Why do I feel that he doesn't want people to find these two arrows at all? I tell you, it's useless even if I find them. I won't wait anymore. Absolutely not. Huh? What? Found it? Lin Bin was stunned. Then a huge surprise came. This time, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Chapter 374, Capture the King First. Zhuge Liuan never thought that Yan Shiksha would hide the bipolar arrows in the Yanshi Yaoquan. It was a very righteous thing, but it was hidden in the place where the demonic energy was the most concentrated. If Zhuge Liuan was not a human-demon hybrid and had a strong resistance to demonic energy, I'm afraid that, even if he knew the location, he would not be able to take out the two arrows. Finally, Zhuge Liuan was relieved to find the bipolar arrows. It was not just Lin Bin's urging. Lin Bin and the other two were extremely powerful, and they had the super meat shield berserker, but they were still chased away in a mess. His words were more miserable than what they would say. There were even several life and death crises, but for him, the so-called crises were really not as bad as the frustration and anxiety of not being able to find the bipolar arrows. Now that he finally found it, he was relieved. He contacted Lin Bin as soon as possible and asked for their location. Then, he rushed over at full speed. 3 days later, the four of them reunited. Lin Bin was shocked by Zhuge Liuan's appearance. "How did you become such a ghost?" Zhuge Liuan was ragged and muddy before, looking like a homeless man, but only with worn clothes and messy hair and beard. But now, his body is covered with blood and scars. He looks like a veteran who just survived the battlefield. "It's just a fatal crisis, which is nothing to me." Zhuge Liuan sighed. "It's worth the trip to find the bipolar arrow." "Brother Abin, how is your Night King now? This world is full of monsters. It's simply his paradise." Lin Bin sighed. "So far, the Night King has picked up 2 million troops, including more than 1,200 White Walker generals. This combat power is enough. After all, even in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, there are only a few White Walker generals. This is really thanks to the existence of the evil in this world. And there is also good news. These White Walkers also have a bonus effect on demonic energy. In other words, after they are successfully transformed into White Walkers, their strength has also been greatly improved. Moreover, if we plan to attack the enemy's nest, they can also continuously transform the enemy into our own people during the battle. They belong to the type of fighting more and more. Oh. So, even if Ki can command all the monsters in the world, we have a trump card to compete with them?" Zhuge Liuan's eyes lit up at first, and then worriedly said, "These White Walkers will not rebel like the monsters? No, their power comes from the Night King. I'll let the Night King take back their power, and they will naturally die. The Night King can't betray me." "That's good, we can set off." Lin Bin said, "According to my speculation, the 7 Knights Demon Lord must be hiding in a place that is extremely important to him, since he has been secluded from the world. Yanyu Dynasty. That's where the 7 Knights Demon Lord grew up. He must be hiding there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." "Okay." So, Lin Bin's mind moved. Infuse the life box with his own true essence. At this time, the Night King, who was thousands of miles away and commanding a 1,000,000-level army of White Walkers with greatly improved individual combat power, suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. No need to say anything more. Just as Lin Bin told him not to open his mouth to communicate, he also did the same when driving these White Walkers. Turn the ghost horse's head. Then, gallop on the horse. The horse, which has been transformed into a White Walker ghost, is very fast, and behind him, the vast and endless army of White Walkers is closely following the Night King. No baggage, no equipment, and even no rest is needed. The army of White Walkers can be said to be the most perfect army. Wherever they pass by, all the troops are afraid. The target is directly pointed to the direction of the Yanyu Dynasty, without any concession. Cross the river when encountering a river, and open the mountain when encountering a mountain. There are also a lot of monsters blocking along the way. But unfortunately, facing the White Walkers who have become a big force, these monsters who are like a group of scattered sands can't even do a little bit of resistance, and they have been directly transformed into part of these White Walkers. Along the way, the White Walker army is still constantly expanding their team. In fact, since the Night King appeared and started picking up corpses, his actions were completely unconcealed and naturally attracted the attention of some people in the demon world. During this period, they also sent people to contact the Night King, a monster who looked like a fellow traveler. Unfortunately, the Night King didn't mean to pay attention to them at all. He didn't have any weaknesses. He couldn't be killed or hammered, and no matter what enemy died in his hands, he would become his puppet warrior. This also made any conspiracy useless to him. Therefore, he just worked diligently to collect his warriors. If the enemy sent someone to contact him, he would accept it without hesitation. This also led to several attempts by the people in the dark. Not only did they not receive any news about the Night King, but they also sent him a lot of troops in vain. I wanted to wait and see, but I didn't expect that in just a few days, he had already gathered a force that was not inferior to his. This time, the previous temptation immediately turned into fear, and I even guessed in my heart that maybe in addition to the 6 demon lords, there might be a 7th force. An extremely dark place. The one Night Demon Lord had a gloomy expression, his eyes full of amusement, and said, "So, this army of demons, which has exceeded 1 million in number, has already headed towards the direction of the Yunai dynasty?" His subordinates nodded and said, "Yes. Ha 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 ha, this is really interesting." The one Night Demon Lord laughed and said, "I thought this guy wanted to become the 8th largest force in the demon world, but I never thought that he didn't want to replace us. His target is actually the 7 Night Demon Lords. What courage, what guts, what boldness." Then Demon Lord, where this Night King passes is bordering our territory. Do you want to send demon generals to intercept him? Intercept? We must intercept him. The one Night Demon Lord pondered and said, "Well, let the 4th Demon Chief go out and make sure to intercept the Night King." Just the 4th Demon Chief? I'm afraid he is not strong enough. That's just right. Ha 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 ha. It's rare for someone to challenge the power of the Demon Lord. I can take this opportunity to see the Demon Lord's background clearly. Interesting. Interesting. But as the creator of the demon world, the Demon Lord must be extraordinary. It's just right for Ziosi and the others to fill the enemy's strength, make them stronger, and cause greater damage to the Demon Lord. Amidst the loud laughter, the one Night Demon Lord had already looked like a madman. At the same time, not only the one Night Demon Lord, but even the other Demon Lords naturally received the news that the 7 Night Demon Lord was about to be challenged by a strong enemy. The Night King did not hide anything, and the movement of millions of people was constantly absorbing monsters to join his team along the way, to expand his combat power. They made the same decision without any prior agreement. Give the Night King a helping hand. Over the years, since they became demons, their strength has skyrocketed. Now they are in charge of a territory, which is much stronger than before they became demons. As monsters, they naturally don't have loyalty and bravery. They have no respect and loyalty to Ye, who made them possessed and gave them power. They even feel resentful that there is still someone above them. But even so, they can't bring themselves to challenge the 7 Knights Demon Lord. There is no other reason. The unknown is the most terrifying. The heavenly demon rushed to the 7 evils, and the resentment of the 7 generations of grudges was all integrated into the body of the 7 knights. In addition, it echoed with the heavenly demon star. No one knows to what extent he has been nurtured in the past 50 years. They all want him to go down, but they dare not challenge his authority. Now that someone has taken the initiative to be the knife, they naturally don't mind taking advantage of the situation to kill people. So, the Night King was shocked. Along the way, many monsters blocked them, but it was clearly verified that they could not stop their steps at all and could only become their nutrients, allowing them to further improve their strength. Subsequent interceptions were still continuous. So, when the army was launched that day, the Night King's army was just over 2 million. But in just 2 days, the Night King's army has exceeded 4 million. It has doubled directly. It's as if someone has forcibly helped him expand his army. Interesting. The Night King is a foreign demon, so naturally he doesn't realize what it means to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but Lin Bin vaguely sensed something strange. What these people did was too blatant, as if they had made up their minds. Even if you find out, you can't refuse this help. Lin Bin naturally won't refuse, no matter how many come, just accept them all. The vast army is like a locust passing through. The dead birds flap their wings, covering the sky and the sun. It must be that the giant dragon has been killed, otherwise it would be even more powerful if it was controlled at this time. The Night King's army has become a force to be reckoned with, and countless White Walkers have no formation at all, but are just randomly stacked and staggered, charging forward, but it's like zombies out of a cage, making people can't help but tremble with fear when they see it. But no one noticed, just when the army passed the residence of the 5 night demons. Several figures joined the army. The army of millions of White Walkers was so powerful that even a normal run would cause the earth to tremble and shake. With this momentum, there were several strange figures in it, and no one could notice it. They really won't attack us. Of course, they are all controlled by the Night King. If the Night King dares to have any bad intentions towards me, I can take his life in a second, and then all these White Walkers will die. Lin Bin and the other 4 followed behind the White Walkers, especially Lin Bin, who carried Irisville on his back and held a lyre in front of him. But the weight of both mother and daughter was very light. Even if they were hung on him together and shook up and down, it did not affect his normal movement at all. He and Zhuge Liuan followed the White Walkers and ran towards the direction of the Yanyu dynasty in front. Suddenly, Zhuge Liuan whispered, "Yanyu dynasty, we are here." Lin Bin also saw the magnificent and majestic palace complex in front of him. At this time, the sun was setting, and with the blessing of the heavenly demon star, the scarlet light reflected the outline of the palace with a domineering and majestic look, like a terrible monster crawling between the mountains, and it might rush up at any time and tear the enemy to pieces. The Yanyu dynasty was not originally in the human world, but in a narrow crack between the human world and the demon world. This is a place that is inaccessible to the human world. Therefore, they called themselves the dynasty here, although it was a bit of a circle of self-indulgence, but it was also reasonable. With the arrival of the heavenly demon star, this crack appeared in the human world, and the monsters gathered here are the most, and the strongest. Countless monsters that are more than twice the size of ordinary people slowly appeared from the towering city walls. Looking at the huge army of aliens below, a greedy and bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Laugh? You will soon stop laughing. Lin Bin took Zhuge Liuan and quietly retreated behind many aliens. The Night King ordered the White Walkers to launch a collective charge with his mind. There was no roar, no command, and even no mobilization. All the White Walkers suddenly accelerated collectively, like a black wave, sweeping towards the majestic Yanyu dynasty. Kill them all. Countless monsters moved upon hearing the news. The Yanyu dynasty has now become a paradise for monsters to gather, and the demonization of humans has completely different mutations due to different mental images. Some have wings on their backs, some are extremely powerful, some are as fast as lightning, or they can simply become invisible and disappear. But no matter what form they change into, they cannot hide the sequelae of being infected by the magic in the deepest part of their hearts, the desire to kill. Therefore, even if a strong enemy attacks, they did not have the slightest idea of defending the advantage of the terrain and killing the enemy with the help of the city wall. Instead, they took the initiative to rush out of the wall of the Yanyu dynasty and killed these White Walker armies. Between the two sides, it was like two dark torrents. Especially since the White Walkers themselves were transformed from monsters. Their forms were no different from those of monsters, except that their eyes emitted a faint blue light. There was almost no difference. As soon as they met, no one could tell who was who. But there was no problem. The White Walkers had a different way of distinguishing, and as for the monsters, once they became fierce, they would kill their own people, so who would care who was who? They would just kill them. For a while, in front of the Yanyu dynasty, corpses were everywhere, blood was flowing, enough to float oars. Millions of troops fought, in chaos, and in disorder. Zhuge Liuan's eyes were red at first, and he wanted to rush in and kill a few more monsters. But seeing the broken limbs flying, and the scene of monsters dying tragically all the time, he couldn't help but change his face in shock, and quietly took a few steps back. He was not afraid of death, but in this situation, he felt that, even if he was twice as strong, he would definitely die if he stepped into this scene, and his death would be meaningless. And at this moment, Lin Bin suddenly said, "Master Zhuge, stay here and don't move. Let's go in and investigate." What? Zhuge Liuan was stunned for a moment. He instinctively didn't want to leave Lin Bin's side. He was really afraid that if he left, the aliens over there would eat him up without hesitation. We have a way to sneak into the Yunai dynasty. Pay attention to the signal. If there is a fight, remember to rush over. Ah. How can I find a way? Zhuge Liuan was stunned for a moment. With the aliens in front to attract attention, we can take advantage of the opportunity to get in. Now is the best opportunity. But I can't. Zhuge Liuan replied, but found that Lin Bin in front of him suddenly disappeared. Even his wife and children were right next to him, but for some reason, he couldn't find them. But Lin Bin's voice still rang in his ears, and he sighed. Then there's nothing we can do. Wait. I may be a little later than you. You take the bipolar arrows first and return them to me after I meet up with you. If I can't meet up with you, remember that the bipolar arrows are the nemesis of all evil spirits. To kill Qi, you must have bipolar arrows. Understood. Lin Bin took the bipolar arrows. He said to the two women beside him, "Let's go." In fact, even Lin Bin couldn't find the traces of Alice and Elia. It was only by relying on his own sensitive perception, after practicing the secret of immortality, that he noticed the presence of two people around him. He sighed. Magic is really amazing, and it's really too convenient in some aspects. After all, what science can do, magic can also do. Alice's voice rang in his ears. That's right, let's go in. Lin Bin used an optical camouflage cloak, while Elia and Alice used magic to eliminate their own sense of existence, under the cover of the Night King's calm expression. A war-free passage was just opened up on the battlefield. Several people flew silently towards the direction of the Yunai dynasty. Chapter 375 Yanshikshari appears. It can only be said that foreign monks are good at chanting. Zhuge Liuan is not very strong in the plot. Apart from his special physique, the only people he can beat are probably the male and female protagonists. But now is different from then. After 50 years of undivided practice, Zhuge Liuan's cultivation has already reached an extremely amazing level. Not only does he have special characteristics, but his foundation is also profound. He once said that Lin Bin's strength may not be as good as his. This is really not an exaggeration. But unfortunately, at this time, he can only hide in a hurry in the battle between those monsters and the White Walkers outside. Lin Bin and Irisville have already quietly entered the Yunai dynasty with their own means. This world is full of magical arts, but there is no means to deal with technology and magic, so the journey is smooth. In particular, most of the monsters in the Yunai dynasty have rushed to the periphery. Although they still retain human wisdom, they have no strategy at all under the blessing of the unstoppable killing mentality. Seeing the enemy coming out, they rushed over in a swarm, scrambling for fear of falling behind, and they didn't care about staying behind. In this way, it was a good opportunity for Lin Bin and his team. Inside the Yunai dynasty, almost 80% of the monsters had left, and the remaining remnants were not an obstacle to them at all. They killed them at will. There was no need to worry about killing by mistake. During this period of time, several people hid everywhere and understood a lot of information. For example, monsters all feed on human flesh, just like ghouls. It is difficult for them to swallow other food, except human flesh and blood. It can be understood as the monster's desire for spiritual energy, and humans, as the spirit of all things, are also the only creatures with spiritual energy. Because of this, for the monsters that can live for so many years, one will be killed, and there will be no innocent ones. The two drove straight in. Lin Bin maintained the highest level of vigilance throughout the whole process. Even Zhuge Liuan, who was as strong as he was, thought that he could not be Kiai's opponent, and he would be considered a winner if he could slap him. You have to know that Zhuge Liuan has not seen Kiai for 50 years. The opponent he imagined in his mind must be as strong as he was 50 years ago. And Zhuge Liuan, the waste 50 years ago, has evolved to this level. Then what has Kiai, who was 50 years ago, reached now? I don't know. But Lin Bin has made all the calculations he can. Ganjiang and Moyaki's nemesis. The bipolar arrow can restrain all monsters. If they still can't win, then Lin Bin can only use the time gem to let the Night King transform all the monsters in the world into White Walkers and then fight a protracted war with Kai. Fortunately, his luck is not bad. The three of them ran all the way, and they didn't encounter any decent resistance along the way. Maybe it was because no one could have thought that in this completely demonized world, there would be people who could get here. Therefore, Lin Bin and his team did not encounter any insidious and terrible traps. They rushed into the hall of the Yunai dynasty. Then, their good luck was used up. The hall was empty, and on the throne at the deepest part of the hall, a thin layer of floating dust could be seen. Lin Bin's face changed slightly, and he said in surprise, "Oh no, Kai is not here." "What?" Lin Bin frowned and said, "The plan went wrong. Kai is not hiding here. Let's retreat. If he is not here, then there is no point for us to stay here." Elia worriedly said, "Then the Night King. Let them continue to fight." Lin Bin said, "The White Walkers are never afraid of war. It is better to say that their number is increasing. No matter how strong the monsters are, once they die, they will be transformed into the same kind of White Walkers. As long as they continue to waste time here, they will sooner or later become our cannon fodder. The most important thing now is to meet up with Zhuge Liuan first. Let's go." "Understood." The three ran towards the outskirts of the Yunai dynasty. At the same time, outside the Yunai dynasty, Zhuge Liuan did not let go and fled around on the battlefield. The monsters would not be polite to him, and although the Night King ordered the White Walkers not to hurt him, if he blocked the route of a White Walker fighting the enemy, the White Walkers would not show any mercy. There were too many White Walkers on the battlefield, and how could he not get in the way if he stood there like a big lump? Therefore, even if the Night King took care of him in advance, Zhuge Liuan was hiding in a very embarrassing situation, and he couldn't help but want to escape far away. But he was worried about Lin Bin, who had already rushed into the Yunai dynasty. Although there were dangers everywhere, he still hid here waiting for the news from the Yunai dynasty. The kid named Abin was not bad, and his momentum was also amazing. As long as he found signs of his action, it would definitely attract the attention of these monsters, and he could take the opportunity to rush in and help him to kill Kai completely. But the battlefield was too dangerous, and he was afraid that he couldn't hold on for too long. Suddenly, a hand reached out to his shoulder. Zhuge Liuan immediately felt a sense of alarm, secretly shocked that the enemy was so close to him. Instinctively, he slashed with his palm back at the first moment, chanting a spell in his mouth, and a hazy golden light was condensed on his hand knife in an instant. In this short moment, he had almost perfectly integrated martial arts with Zhuangxin's authentic Taoism. Good boy. Zhuge Liuan reacted very quickly, and the man behind him was also not slow. He exclaimed in shock. Facing Zhuge Liuan's aggressive attack, he did not retreat but moved closer and used his right shoulder to hold Zhuge Liuan's elbow, making it difficult for him to fall. Zhuge Liuan changed his moves in an instant, bending his elbow to turn his palm knife into a finger sword and stab the opponent's back. However, the opponent grabbed his wrist directly, and when his wrist was swung quickly, Zhuge Liuan lost his center of gravity and was thrown high into the ground by the opponent. Zhuge Liuan exerted force on his waist suddenly, and with a low shout, he did a bridge, his feet deeply rooted in the ground, almost at a 90-degree angle to his body. He was already shocked. In the short fight just now, he had used a series of killing moves, but they were all dissolved and even countered by the opponent. If it weren't for his extremely fast reaction, he might have been taken down by the enemy at this moment. It was the first time that his Zhuangxin authentic Taoism and martial arts were seen through so thoroughly. "Traitor, it's me." The man with white hair and beard and a hunched body looked like an octogenarian, but his eyes were dark and the devilish energy around him was steaming. Obviously, in order to deal with Zhuge Liuan's attack, he had not held back at all. But it did not prevent Zhuge Liuan from recognizing the identity of the person. Zhuge Liuan screamed, "Master!" The man was Yan Shiksha. "This is not the place to talk. Follow me first." "But, the Seven Knights Demon Lord is not here at all. What are you still doing here?" Zhuge Liuan was shocked when he heard this, and he stopped resisting and was dragged out by Yan Shiksha. The two of them were very fast. In a short moment, They had rushed out of the already chaotic battlefield and came to a remote place. Yan Shiksha turned his head and looked at Zhuge Liuan's old face seriously and sighed. "It's been 50 years. I thought you were dead." Zhuge Liuan frowned and said, "I should say this. It's been 50 years. Master, you should have turned into ashes long ago, right? Why are you still alive now?" Yan Shiksha sighed helplessly. "As you can see, I have been possessed by the devil, and now I'm actually a monster." The other party said so openly that Zhuge Liuan was at a loss for a moment. He said, "But you still have your own consciousness. Because of obsession, guilt, and pain, every purgatory on earth that I have seen in the past 50 years, every desperate and painful wail that I have heard, are reminding me that all of this is the sin I have committed with my own hands. So I must endure it. I will endure it until the day I can explode and go to hell with Kai." Yan Shiksha sighed. "In order to prolong my life, I took the initiative to lead the devil's energy into my body, because only in this way can I survive, and only by surviving can I have a chance. By the way, since you are here, what about Hangai? It's been 50 years. She should be old now, right?" Zhuge Liuan sighed lightly. "She is dead. She died 50 years ago." Yan Shiksha's dark eyes, which showed no emotion at all, suddenly froze, and then turned into a long sigh, and said, "Die. It's better to die. In this world, living is more painful. Sanyang is luckier than Hangai. At least, she didn't see this broken world that is not even worth lingering in. Yeah, anyway, I will be with her soon, so I just cried a little when I learned of her death, and then I didn't feel sad." Zhuge Liuan asked, "Master, you said before that Kai is not here? Well, he has never been in the Yanyu dynasty, and this time, you are completely used as a gun. What do you mean? Don't you understand?" Yan Shiksha sneered. "Under the 7 Knights, there are 6 demon lords. Which one doesn't want to catch him? But no one dared to do it. As a result, a Night King suddenly appeared, and his momentum was amazing. Seeing how fierce you are, especially you have the ability to transform all demons into monsters, then I will lend you more demons. During this time, you should have picked up a lot of demons, right?" Zhuge Liuan nodded and said, "Indeed, a lot of batches. That's right, they all want to use your power to kill the 7 Knights Demon Lord. No matter how strong this Night King is, he is not to be feared. But the 7 Knights Demon Lord is the one who controls all the demonic energy. If he can control it, who knows if he can take it back. This is why we dare not resist him. But now that we have such a good opportunity, we will naturally not let it go." Zhuge Liuan keenly grasped the sensitive words in the words and asked, "We? Master is one of the 6 demon lords." Yan Shiksha said, "I'm the dignified leader of Zhuang's sect. It would be too miserable if I can't even get the position of demon lord after being demonized. Not to mention that I still have the killer weapon, the bipolar arrow. Although I'm now full of demonic energy and can no longer get close to the bipolar arrow, others don't know that the power of a deterrent weapon is the greatest when it has not been used. Even Kia is afraid of this weapon, so others are naturally very afraid of it." Zhuge Liuan. Yan Shiksha asked, "By the way, did you take the bipolar arrow that are left in the Yin Shiyaokun?" Zhuge Liuan said, "Yes." Yan Shiksha laughed and said, "It's just right that you took it. I can't use the bipolar arrow, but you can. I put the bipolar arrow in the Yin Shiyaokun before, and I have been waiting for someone who can perfectly control the bipolar arrow. Now that you have appeared, it means that our final counterattack moment has finally arrived." Zhuge Liuan asked, "Where is Kai now?" Yan Shiksha replied, "In Lanruo Temple." Zhuge Liuan was stunned and said, What? How could he be there? Because that is the burial place designated by Nizaokian before her death." Yan Shiksha sighed. For this matter, the 6 Knights Demon Lord and Kai had fought fiercely several times, but each time they were defeated miserably. This is also the reason why I dare not act rashly. I found that once I was contaminated with demonic energy, it seemed that I could no longer compete with Kai, so I can only wait for someone who can control the bipolar arrow to appear. Who is the 6 Knights Demon Lord? Ninkachan, but he has also been possessed by the devil, even more deeply than anyone else. Ah, him. Zhuge Liuan was really stunned this time, and said in shock, "He is not dead yet?" You have to know that this is a rookie who has no kung fu at all. So many people died, but he is still alive, and even alive and kicking. It's incredible. It is precisely because no one targeted him that he survived. Yanshiksha sighed. In fact, it was he who first implemented the plan of sending out monsters to strengthen the Night King's combat power. We all just followed suit later. It can only be said that once a scholar's heart turns black, he can do things in a really damn sinister way. But I really put my heart into it. Did you find that there were so many monsters in the third batch? Indeed I did. That's my power. They all want to preserve their own power, so they only send out some monsters. Only I want to achieve my goal in one battle, and put all my treasures on you, and the polar arrow. Disciple, this time it really depends on you. By the way, you should be able to communicate with the Night King, right? Zhuge nodded and said, the Night King is a lich I discovered during this period. His life box is kept in my hands, so he must obey me, otherwise I can take his life at any time. Yanshiksha nodded and said, okay, then we will go to Langruo Temple and kill Kiai. As long as we cut off the connection between Kiai and Cheyenne Mostar, and wait for the demonic energy to disappear, there is still hope for the salvation of the world. Everything is subject to the Master's orders. Let's go. Wait a while, wait until the Night King completely digests these monsters, and then improve his strength before leaving, so that we will have a better chance of success. I'm afraid these monsters can't exert much combat power facing Kiai, but at the very least, they can help us block the reinforcement of other monsters. Otherwise, even if we have the upper hand against Kiai, he will directly order all the monsters in the world to go out. No matter how strong our master and apprentice are, we may not be able to escape the siege of the monsters. That's true, and the Night King is not weak either. I think he can help us. The master and the disciple quickly made up their minds and flew towards the direction of Langruo Temple. But Zhuge didn't notice. Not long after the two left, a thin figure covered in black appeared on the distant hillside. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, he frowned and said, damn, this old guy is still one step ahead. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect what I want anyway. You two can fight to the death in the front. I just need to reap the fruits of victory in the end. He did not keep up with the two people, but turned and left without hesitation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.